Other people show up to the first day of school in a Lamborghini to show off. But he arrives quietly, riding a flying sword. That's because he's the only nascent soul stage powerhouse on Blue Star. The year he graduated from high school, he went exploring in the desolate mountains. He accidentally stumbled through an ancient transportation array and entered the cultivation world. Due to his ordinary aptitude, it took him a full 2,000 years to cultivate from the chi refining stage to the nascent soul realm, becoming the patriarch of a powerful sect. Just then, the ancient transportation array opened once more. He was planning to return to Blue Star to visit, but he was ambushed by a group of mysterious people. When he woke up again, he found that his primordial spirit was severely injured. His dantian was shattered, and his clothes had reverted to his old high school uniform. It turned out that 2,000 years had passed in the cultivation world. But on Blue Star, it had only been one summer vacation. Just then, the Nokia phone in his backpack rang. As soon as he answered, he heard a woman's scolding voice. "You brat, you haven't answered your phone in a whole month. Where the hell have you been? You worried your mother to death." Hearing his mother's familiar voice, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. After 2,000 years in the cultivation world, his parents had become a distant memory. He smiled and said softly, "Hearing your voice again, Mom. It's so good. This kid." "What are you talking about, Xiao Fan? College is about to start. Remember to go to Qingzhou and find Annie Chiao. I've got something to do, so I'm hanging up now." After the call ended, he let out a bitter laugh, telling him, an old nascent soul stage monster, to go to college? Isn't that a joke? Thinking this, he chanted an incantation. His body flew into the air. But because his dantian was shattered, he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. So he quickly fell back to the ground. "Looks like I can only walk down the mountain." At a coffee shop near the Qingzhou train station, two beautiful girls have been waiting for a long time. Su Yin pouted and complained, "I really don't get it. There are so many people at the company. Why did Mom make me pick up this Yi-Fan guy?" "Shu Yin, do you think Annie Chiao wants to set you two up?" "Jiang Tang, what nonsense are you talking about? A country bumpkin from a small county. How could my mom possibly think he's good enough?" Just then, a gentle male voice sounded from behind the two girls. "You're Su Shuyan, Andy Chiao's daughter, right?" The two girls were startled. "You're Yi-Fan?" Su Yin sized up Yi-Fan. He was covered in mud, filthy, and carrying a tattered, old backpack. A look of disdain was clear on her face. "A handsome guy? Don't tell me I have to eat with this country bumpkin." An idea suddenly popped into Su Yan's head. She pointed at her best friend, Jiang Tang. "That's right," she said with a smile. "She is Su Shuyan." After saying that, she whispered in Jiang Tang's ear, "Help me out, and I'll give you 3 GVC lipsticks." Yi-Fan heard every word clearly, but didn't care. He rubbed his stomach. It wasn't because he was hungry, but because he could feel the spiritual energy in his body gradually depleting. He couldn't help but sigh. To think that a dignified, nascent soul cultivator would have to rely on mortal food to maintain his cultivation. He followed the two girls out of the coffee shop. Suyin took out her car keys and pressed a button. A Porsche Panamera in the distance beeped. She said as if showing off, "What do you think? This car is pretty good, right?" Yi-Fan nodded. "It's all right, just a bit slow." Hearing this, Su Yin was immediately displeased. "And what kind of car do you drive, classmate Yi?" He answered casually, "I don't have a car. Usually, I ride the clouds. Sometimes a sword." Hearing this, Jiang Tang burst out laughing. "Hey, buddy, you've been reading too many cultivation novels." Su Yin rolled her eyes. "If you think my car is slow, then get your own ride. Let's see who's faster." Yi-Fan was nonchalant. Su Yin didn't expect him to accept the challenge. She was a little surprised. "Are you sure? We're going to the Intai City Shopping Center in the west of the city for dinner. It's about 6 or 7 kilometers from here. If you want to race, let's race." Seeing him agree, Su Shuyan smiled like a blossoming flower. She stepped on the gas and sped away from the train station. Not long after the two girls left, Yi-Fan instantly turned into a blur and disappeared. He was so fast that even the security cameras couldn't capture his image. A nascent soul cultivator moving through the city didn't need to use spiritual energy at all. Just the strength of his legs was enough. In less than 2 minutes, his figure appeared at the Intai City Shopping Center, and a minute and a half of that was spent asking for directions. 5 minutes later, the two girls arrived at entrance 1 of Intai City, certain that she had won. The two girls laughed and high-fived each other. They had no idea that Yi Fan was already in the restaurant on the 5th floor, placing his order. This one, not this one. For the rest, 10 servings of each. Make it 2 servings each. More than 10 minutes later, the two girls finally arrived at the restaurant. When they saw Yi Fan, they were both stunned. Yi Fan, when did you get here? A while ago. You two were so slow. I came up and ordered first. Miss Su, I ordered quite a few dishes. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Suyin was slightly taken aback, then sneered. Nonsense. How could you have gotten here so fast? You must have cheated. That's right. We took the most direct route. You must have called the restaurant ahead of time to order. Then, while we were waiting for you, you snuck up here. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to call a waiter over to be a witness. Young ladies, this gentleman did indeed arrive 15 minutes ago. Jiang Tang still didn't believe it. 15 minutes ago, he was still near the North train station. Does he know how to fly or something? Forget it, Jiang Tang. If he won, he won. It's just one meal. Suyin didn't want to argue anymore. In her heart, she had already labeled Yi Fan as a schemer. Initially, she had considered being friends with him. But now it seemed, even being friends was out of the question. But when they entered the private room and saw the table laden with food, Su Shuyan was completely dumbfounded. Flaming steak, cod roe, sea cucumber soup, papaya stewed with bird's nest, steamed grouper. There was even Buddha jumps over the wall. She couldn't help but be shocked. What is all this? Are we in the wrong room? The waiter pointed at Yi Fan. This gentleman ordered all of it. Hearing this, Suyin nearly went crazy. Yi Fan, are you a pig? Why are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Yi Fan shuruk innocently. Already told you. I have a big appetite. If you don't want to treat me, that's fine. I can pay for it myself. No need. I, Su Shuyan, am a woman of my word. With that, she took out a diamond-studded black card and handed it to the waiter. The POS machine showed a total of 5,200 yuan. I hope you never appear in front of me again. Thanks, Su Yin said curtly. She then pulled Jiang Tang and left. 5,200 yuan was nothing to the great Miss Su. The problem was, she felt this jerk was deliberately provoking her. Ever since she was a child, Su Yin had been the center of attention wherever she went. The goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Her family treated her like a treasure. When had she ever been so wronged? After the two girls left, he sat down and began to enjoy the delicacies. He tasted a few bites of each dish. Then he remarked, the taste is decent, but there's not a shred of spiritual energy. It's like chewing wax. He sighed, am I going to have to eat this stuff from now on? All the way, Su Shuyan cursed him out. Meanwhile, Jiang Tang was so hungry her stomach was rumbling. She tentatively asked Shuyan, hey, should we go back and eat something? You paid for it, after all. Su Shuyan suddenly stopped in her tracks. You're right. I paid. Why shouldn't I eat? Just as she turned around to go back, she bumped into a young man. The young man's face lit up. He smiled and said, Shuyan, what a coincidence. You're at the mall too. It must be fate. Su Yin looked at the young man before her. A flicker of disgust, hard to notice, crossed her eyes. This young man was her high school classmate. His family was powerful and influential. He was a bona fide school bully. He was also one of her many pursuers. Chen Jihao, what are you doing here? Chen Jihao hid the burning desire in his eyes, forcing a gentlemanly smile. Of course, I'm here for lunch. Shuyan, have you eaten yet? I know a newly opened French restaurant. 2 Michelin stars. I've already made a reservation. Would you two do me the honor? Su Yin noticed the strange look in his eyes. She grabbed Jiang Tang, ready to leave. But Jiang Tang had a mischievous idea. Shuyan, why don't we let Chen Jihao join us? With his personality, he's sure to clash with Yi Fan. Then we could just sit back and watch the show. Wouldn't that be fun? Su Yan's eyes lit up. Right, why didn't I think of that? Jiang Tang, you clever little devil. Su Yan turned back. She smiled at Chen Jihao. Jihao, how about I treat you to a meal? Chen Jihao thought he had misheard. He suppressed the excitement in his heart. That sounds great, Shuyan. Where are we eating? Meanwhile, Yi Fan was enjoying his meal. A moment later, Chen Jihao followed the two girls into the private room. Jiang Tang was shocked when she saw him. My God, Yi Fan, are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Suyan also stared wide-eyed. Because in the short time they were gone, half of the 30-plus dishes on the table had vanished. Yifan stopped eating. Didn't you two leave? He said. Why are you back? Are you kidding? I pay for this. Is there anything wrong with me coming back to eat a little? What's it to you? At this moment, a bewildered Chun Jihao pointed at Yifan. Shuyan, who is this kid? His name is Yifan. He's the son of my mom's best friend. He just came to Qingzhou from Danyang today. My mom asked me to host him, just as Jiang Tang had predicted. Chun Jihao's face immediately darkened. Hey, buddy, listen up. You've eaten your fill, right? He grabbed a lemon chicken. He was about to shoo him away. He didn't even bother to look at him. Hey, buddy, how about this? I'll give you 2,000 yuan. Go eat somewhere else, okay? Yifan took a sip of lotus seed soup. He muttered to himself, needs more salt. Chun Jihao, seeing that he was being ignored, angrily knocked the half-eaten lemon chicken from his hand. I told you to eat. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Jiang Tang gave a mischievous smile. She quickly pulled Su Shuyan back. At that moment, Yifan slowly stood up. He suddenly grabbed Chun Jihao by the hair and shoved his face into the carp soup bowl. No matter how much Chun Jihao struggled, his hand was like a vice. He held him firmly in place. Su Yin saw that things were going south. She rushed over to pull Yifan away, but he remained motionless. Of course, Yifan was holding back. He just wanted to teach this rich brat a lesson. Next time, don't bother me when I'm eating. Letting go, he returned to his seat and continued eating. Although these worldly ingredients contained pitifully little spiritual energy, they could at least replenish some of his losses. Chun Jihao collapsed to the floor. Carp soup gushed from his mouth and nose. There were even a few fish bones stuck to his face. He cried out in pain. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he knew he was no match for Yifan. So he spat out a threat. You surnamed Yi, you just wait. If you've got guts, don't you dare leave. While sipping his snail noodles, he replied nonchalantly, Fine, go call your people. Chun Jihao slammed the door and left. As soon as he was gone, Yifan called the waiter and asked for the food to be packed up. By the time Chun Jihao had changed his clothes and returned with his men, the three of them were long gone. Chun Jihao roared in anger. Yifan, you bastard. This isn't over. I won't let you go. I'll make your life in Qingzhou a living hell. The reason he left was that he simply didn't see Chun Jihao as a threat. He got into Su Shuyan's car. They drove to the Luqing Peony Garden Villa complex, a famous wealthy neighborhood in Qingzhou. Su Yan glanced at him in the rearview mirror. In her mind, she had now labeled him as a violent brute. Soon, the car stopped in front of a detached villa. An elegant middle-aged woman was already waiting there. As soon as Su Yan got out of the car, she ran over. Her face was full of grievance. Next time, don't ask me to do things like this. Mom, you have no idea. This Yifan guy is a violent maniac. The middle-aged woman shook her head. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Fan is a good kid. He's gentle and also energetic. And lively too. Su Yan stomped her foot. He's just pretending to be good. At that moment, Yifan walked over. He was carrying a bag of leftovers. Auntie Qiao, it's been a while. You're looking younger and more beautiful than ever. Xiao Fan, you're such a sweet talker. Oh my, you came all this way. Why did you bring gifts? Old Fan, come give us a hand. Auntie Qiao, Uncle Fan. That's not a gift. That's the food Fan brought back from the restaurant. Auntie Qiao was stunned for a moment. Then she beamed, knowing not to waste food. What a good child. Xiao Fan, from now on, while you're here, you must get along with Shu Yan. Just treat her like your own little sister. Hearing this, Su Yan shouted, Mom, what did you just say? When Su Shuyan walked into the living room and saw several large suitcases, she completely broke down. Mom, you're not kidding, are you? You want me to live with this violent brute? How am I supposed to sleep at night? Su Yan quickly looked towards Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, hurry up and talk to my mom. Otherwise, both of us will be in danger from now on. The Su family and the Jiang family were old family friends. Jiang Tang had been living with Su Shuyan since middle school. The two were closer than sisters. Auntie Qiao, Shuyan, and I are both girls. Suddenly having a boy come to live with us. It's not very convenient, is it? Auntie Qiao smiled. Auntie trusts Xiao Fan's character. At that moment, Yi Fan was looking out at the garden scenery, seemingly searching for something. He paid no attention to the conversation on the other side. Su Yan walked up to him. Say something, she demanded. Don't just stand there like a clam. You don't want to live here either, right? He waved his hand dismissively. This place is great, he said nonchalantly. I want to stay. Annie Chow looked at his back. Smiling, she turned to the butler, Uncle Fan, and asked, Old Fan, what do you think? Madam, it's just as you said. This young man is indeed not bad. Mature and calm. Hearing this, Suyin hugged a pillow and sobbed. Uncle Fan, why are you taking his side too? Auntie Chow called Yi Fan out to the yard. Xiao Fan, she advised. This girl Shuyin has been spoiled by me since she was little. You're the older brother, so give in to her a little. She's not a bad kid at heart. You'll understand once you get to know her. He nodded. Then, he took an envelope he had just retrieved from his suitcase. It was full of cash. He said seriously, This is for rent. I don't know if it's enough. Auntie Chow, please count it for me. Seeing this, Auntie Chow was immediately displeased. What are you talking about? Taking money for staying at Auntie Chow's house. People who don't know would think your mother and I have cut ties. Put it away quickly, or Auntie Chow will get angry. Yi Fan immediately put it back in his pocket. It was just a polite gesture, anyway. Auntie Chow smiled again. Xiao Fan, if you really want to help, then please look after Shuyin for me at school. You know, she's pretty, so a lot of boys have their eyes on her. Your mother said you're always climbing mountains and exercising. You're in good health. He listened with a head full of question marks. Su Shuyin is pretty. Why haven't I noticed? Actually, the main reason he chose to stay here was that he discovered the villa was located on a spiritual eye, in an environment with such thin spiritual energy as Earth. This spiritual eye still contained a few traces of a spiritual vein. This was a rare and precious place. After Annie Chow left, he took a stroll around the yard. This detached villa was quite large, covering an area of 400 square meters. It seemed the Su family's financial resources were indeed astonishing. Just then, Su Yin, leading a German shepherd, walked aggressively towards him. Yi Fan, I don't care what tricks you use to fool my mom, but you can't stay here. If you don't leave, I'll let Black Dragon bite you. But he asked a completely unrelated question. Which room is mine? If no one's going to arrange one, I'll just pick one myself. Su Yin was furious. She immediately dropped the leash. She pointed at him. Black Dragon, get him out of here for me. The German shepherd barked in response and immediately lunged towards Yi Fan. But in the next moment, he merely glanced at Black Dragon. The dog's front paws screeched to a halt. It desperately scrambled in the opposite direction, running for its life back to its kennel, letting out pathetic whimpers. Su Yan's face turned pale. She pointed at Yi Fan. Have you killed someone before? Otherwise, why would Black Dragon be so scared of you? Black Dragon used to be a police dog. The corner of his mouth lifted into a bright smile. You're finally getting a little smarter. Hearing this, Su Yin dropped the leash in terror and ran screaming to the second floor. He whistled as he walked back into the villa. Lying on the bed in the room the butler had arranged for him, he stared at the ceiling in a daze. Now my Nirvana palace is shattered. My Dantian is shattered, and both my primordial spirit and physical body are severely injured. An injury like this, even in the shounen world, it would be very difficult to heal. Fortunately, I still have 8,000 years of lifespan. I can take my time to figure something out. After much thought, he realized he only had two paths. Either find an immortal medicine on Earth to heal his Nirvana palace, or find a chance to return to the shounen world. After thinking for a while, he started to feel sleepy. The injury to his primordial spirit had left him mentally exhausted. He slept until 9 o'clock that night. Su Yin deliberately didn't wake him up for dinner. She even had the maid throw away all the food he had brought back. With no other choice, he had to go out to find food. On the second floor balcony, Jiang Tang watched his retreating figure. Hey Shu Yin, that guy went out. Su Shuyin had originally planned to provoke him into revealing his violent side to find a reason to kick him out. But unexpectedly, he didn't fall for it. This made her so angry her cheeks puffed out. Jiang Tang, just ignore him. Tonight, we'll lock the door. Let him sleep on the street. He walked along the road to the university district, where there were many food streets. He randomly chose a barbecue stall called Li Mai's and walked in. He ordered a few barbecue dishes. Then he started reading a web novel while eating. The owner was a woman in her 40s. While skewering meat, she smiled at her daughter. Wan, look. That young man looks tall and thin. And he seems to be around your age, but he eats so much. He ordered over 600 yuan's worth of food in one go. Her daughter, Su Wan, was helping out. She was pretty with fair skin, wearing an old high school uniform. "Mom, aren't you afraid he's another Dine and Dasher?" she asked worriedly. "Oh, come on. How could that be? We only get a few of those a month. Most customers pay their bills. A few a month isn't a small number. That's several days of work for nothing." The owner shook her head and sighed. "Oh, Wan, there's nothing we can do. We can't afford to offend Brother Bao's group." Yi Fan overheard the mother and daughter's conversation, but remained indifferent. He continued reading his novel. Soon, a group of people with brightly colored hair arrived at the barbecue stall. The place immediately became noisy. When Su Wanwan saw this group, her expression changed. She fearfully tugged on her mother's sleeve. "They're here." Seeing them, the owner quickly waved her daughter away. "Quick, hide in the back kitchen." Just then, a thug with a skull print bandana wrapped around his head, a thuggish look on his face, walked past Yi Fan, kicking over a few chairs. His name was Ma Kuan, nicknamed Brother Kuan. He was the one who collected protection fees in this area. The owner quickly brought a menu over with a smile. "Big brothers, what would you like to eat?" "The usual, and make it quick." He frowned, finding it a bit noisy. He used his true chi to block his ears, and continued reading his novel. Ma Kuan slapped the owner hard on the back. "Sister Mai, I'm telling you, you've still got some charm left. Why stick with that weakling Su Hai Chao? You'd be better off with me." "With me, Ma Kuan, at least in the Shuiyuan area, no one would dare bully you. Right, brothers?" The 5 thugs at the table roared with laughter. "Brother Kuan, what are you joking about? Her looks have faded. How could she possibly catch your eye?" "Wait a moment, I'll go prepare it in the kitchen right away. Today I'll throw in a grilled fish for you guys on the house." Ma Kuan waved his hand dismissively. He propped his feet up on the table, drinking and chatting with his underlings. The content of their conversation was extremely vulgar. There were a few other customers in the shop initially, but they were all scared away by them. Seeing a customer run off without paying, Su Wanwan, who was hiding behind the cash register, couldn't take it anymore. She covered her face with her uniform sleeve and ran out. A blonde-haired thug pointed at the fleeing Su Wanwan. "Aha, Brother Kuan," he laughed. "Look, where did such a pretty schoolgirl come from?" Ma Kuan turned his head to look. His eyes immediately lit up. Another underling said, "I think I've seen her before. She's Li Mai's daughter. She usually attends high school in Nanjing. She only comes back once every few months. I can't believe this old woman was hiding such a pretty daughter and even sent her to school in Nanjing. It's like she's guarding against thieves. Let's see how I deal with that little girl later." Su Wanwan was walking back with a few hundred-yuan bills in her hand, when a hand snatched them away. She screamed, "What are you doing? That's my money. Give it back to me." "Give it back to you? How can you prove this is your money? Call its name. Let's see if it answers." Su Wanwan didn't know how to respond. She could only look at Yi Fan sitting at the next table, but he was still engrossed in the novel on his phone, showing no intention of helping her. Su Wanwan bit her lip tightly. She glared at Ma Kuan. "That is my money. Give it back to me, or I'll call the police." Hearing this, Ma Kuan sneered. He casually snatched Yi Fan's phone. "Call the police? Here, you can borrow this phone. Go ahead, try calling." At this moment, Li Mai also saw her daughter being targeted by the thugs. Worried, she hurried over with a smile. "Brother Kuan, the food is almost ready. You can eat in a moment." Ma Kuan raised his hand and slapped Li Mai. "Eat my ass. Let me tell you something. From now on, every shop on Shuei West Street has to pay an additional 4,000 yuan in management fees each month. This is Brother Hao's decision." At this moment, Su Wanwan hugged Li Mai and sobbed. Li Mai ignored the wound on her face. "Brother Kuan," she said in a panic, "are you trying to drive my daughter and me to our deaths? 4,000 yuan? Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? Can't pay. Then have your daughter acknowledge me as her sworn brother. That way, you'll be my godmother in the future. I guarantee no one on this street will dare to bully you again. How about it, Sister Mai? Brother Kuan, please let my daughter and me go. I'm begging you on my knees. Ma Wanwan is only 18. She just got into Qingzhou University." Seeing this scene, Yi Fan remained indifferent. He had lived for 2,000 years. In the cultivation world, he had witnessed countless similar incidents. On Earth, there were at least laws. In the cultivation world, there was nothing. If they wanted to rob, they robbed. If you resisted, they killed you. If they said they'd slaughter a village, they'd slaughter a village. Without a moment's hesitation. Save them? Could he save them all? He stood up, dusted off his pants, and prepared to leave. Ma'am, the bill. How much is it in total? Limai looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Su Wanwan also found this young man strange. But she still said, the total is 530 yuan. Yi Fan snatched his phone back from Ma Cohen's hand. He was about to scan the code to pay. But this action enraged Ma Cohen. He raised his hand to slap Yi Fan's face. He muttered, "Did I say you could scan it?" He immediately grabbed his wrist. With a light squeeze, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Monantai kunes vrist bone instantu snakbet. The pain made him scream. He fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Seeing this, the 5 thugs viciously charged at Yi Fan. He frowned, a little annoyed. With a single slap, as fast as lightning, he struck each of the 5 thugs across the face. 5 crisp sounds echoed. By the time Su Wanwan and Lim Mai came to their senses, he had already left. What just happened was just a casual act. He just wanted to go home and continue reading his novel. Unexpectedly, when he reached the intersection, Su Wanwan, panting, caught up with him. She leaned over, hands on her knees, drenched in sweat. She stood in front of him. "Are you an athlete? You walk so fast." Yi Fan said nothing. "If you want to thank me for what just happened, there's no need." Su Wanwan was taken aback. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. "Goodbye," he said. He turned and walked away. There was a time when Yi Fan was also a righteous young man, always ready to help those in need. But doing anything for too long becomes tiresome. Some people he saved became dependent on him. Some even took his help for granted. Su Wanwan returned to the stall. She saw that Ma Kuin's thugs all had twisted mouths and crooked faces, limping into an ambulance. The necks of the 6 men were severely dislocated. Moreover, their bones had been set in place. In this condition, unless they were broken and reset, all of this was, of course, Yi Fan's doing. Just a little bit of fun for him. Not only was Ma Kuin's mouth twisted, but his face was crooked and he now had a lazy eye. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, this isn't over." After 10 o'clock at night, he strolled back to the Rose Villa complex, carrying several large bags of food. Just as he inserted the key into the lock, he found that the door had been bolted from the inside. He sneered. With a slight movement of his right index finger, a stream of true chi flowed into the lock. Then he opened the door. He walked straight to his bedroom without making a sound. This truly astonished Su Shuyin and Jiang Tang on the 2nd floor. After some analysis, Su Shuyin concluded that he must have called a locksmith. "Jiang Tang, I don't care. You have to think of a way to get rid of this violent brute. Otherwise, we won't be safe in the future." Jiang Tang quickly racked her brain. "Right, the rent. Let's make him pay 10,000 yuan a month in rent. He's just a student. He definitely doesn't have the money. Good idea. You go ask him. But 10,000 a month is too little. 20,000, 30,000. The next day was the university's opening ceremony. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the gate of Qingzhou University. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Yin stepped out of the car. She was meticulously made up. The head-turning rate was almost absolute. As for Yi Fan, he was walking while reading a novel on his phone. He yawned from time to time. Not far away, a male student with a DSLR camera around his neck was staring at Su Shuyin. He was practically drooling. His name was Lu Di. He was the vice president of the photography club. Lu Di approached Su Shuyin with a lecherous smile. "Hello, beautiful. Are you a new student?" Su Shuyin saw through his intentions with a single glance. She continued walking. "Hey, don't misunderstand. We're from the school's photography club. We specialize in taking photos of handsome guys and beautiful girls. I wonder if I could have the honor of taking a few pictures of you. Let me show you our account. It has millions of followers." Su Shuyin glanced at it. "All right, just a few casual shots then." A smile immediately appeared on Lu Di's face. They went to a pavilion by the lake. They started taking pictures. At first, it was normal. With every shot, Lu Di would offer a compliment. Things like a beauty that could topple nations. A fairy descended to earth. In short, all sorts of sweet talk. But after a while, Lu Di's requested poses became increasingly outrageous. This made Su Shuyin angry, and she scolded him. "Are you sick? I'm not taking any more pictures." With that, she turned to leave. But Lu Di blocked her way. All right. If you don't want to take pictures, that's fine. Then pay up." "Pay? Pay for what?" "Sorry, Junior. There are so many of us here. Do you think we'd waste our time on you for free? It's not expensive. 500 yuan per photo. We must have taken over 100 shots. Just transfer the money. 500 per photo. Why don't you just rob people? You were the ones who asked me to take pictures in the first place. Jiang Tang also felt disgusted. Shuyan, let's go. Don't bother with them. Go where? Either pose as I say, or pay up quickly. Su Yin stomped her foot. Just as she was about to curse him out, Lu Di's feet suddenly left the ground. Someone had lifted him up from behind and thrown him. He crashed into the pillar on the left side of the pavilion, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Lu Di clutched his face and painfully got up. He saw an unfamiliar face. That's right, it was Yi Fan, who was just passing by. What are you guys standing there for? Get him for me. But these photography club members spent all day taking pictures and hitting on girls, lacking any real exercise. Seeing him lift a person with one hand, how could they dare to rush forward? He walked up to Lu Di. He raised his foot and kicked him again. Want to play dirty? Lu Di was kicked until his nose bled. He clutched his nose and rolled on the ground, wailing. The other photography club members all took a step back in unison, their faces pale. If this were the shounen world, your head would have already hit the floor. Yi Fan muttered an incomprehensible sentence and turned to leave. And so, Lu Di was helped to the infirmary by his underlings. As for Su Shuyan, she secretly followed Yi Fan. He's definitely not an ordinary student, she muttered. He's probably a gangster. Jiang Tang, what do you think? Jiang Tang crossed her arms. Her face was full of admiration. I don't know, but he was really cool just now. Cool. He's not cool at all. He's so crude, it's disgusting. Su Yin would rather die than admit this country bumpkin was handsome. A few dozen minutes later, Liu Di, covered in bruises, and smeared with red medicine, walked out of the infirmary. He immediately called his close brother from the sauna club. Hello, Brother Bang. I got beaten up. You have to get revenge for me. Hearing this, the photography club members next to him all had their expressions change. Because the Brother Bang he mentioned was Zhao Libong, the pillar of the sauna club. This guy was a ruthless character at Qingzhou University. It was said that he had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and had once won the city-level sauna championship. 10 ordinary people rushing him at once wouldn't be able to beat him. Moreover, his uncle was a school leader. As long as he didn't cause too much trouble, his uncle could cover for him. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Looks like that kid is done for. He took Su Shuyan and Jiang Tang to the art department's classroom. His expression was annoyed. You two keep a low profile. Don't cause trouble. I'm not your bodyguard. Jiang Tang raised her hand in a military salute. Yes, big strong bro, she said playfully. Hearing this, 3 black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead. What the hell is big strong bro? Hey, you're so strong. From now on, I'll call you big strong bro, okay? He ignored her. Before leaving, he said, remember, don't cause trouble. I hate trouble the most. When Su Yin heard this, she crossed her arms. I'll do whatever I want. Why should I listen to you? If it weren't for Auntie Xiao, I wouldn't care about you at all. He leisurely walked to the medical department's classroom. He registered, then casually chose a seat. He took out his phone and continued reading his novel. Hey, buddy, what are you reading so intently? Sitting in front of him was a boy with glasses. He looked up. A novel. What novel? Is it better than looking at the campus bell? Let's get to know each other. My name is Fong Tao. You can also call me Fatty Fong. He looked up at him. Yifan, have you voted yet? Yifan, voted for what? Not interested. You'll definitely be interested. The school forum is holding a campus bell election. Don't you want to see what the campus bells look like? One of them is even in our class. Really not interested. He found novels more interesting. Having lived for 2,000 years, it's not like he'd never had a partner, no matter how beautiful a woman was. After looking at her for a long time, it was all the same. Fatty Fong was disdainful. Keep pretending. With that, he turned to talk to the tall guy at the next table. The tall guy's name was Zhang Dashuan. He came from the countryside and looked honest. As soon as he heard he could see the campus bells, Zhang Dashuan immediately took out his phone. He logged into the school forum. So this is the Su Shuyan everyone's talking about. Wow, she's really beautiful. Even more beautiful than a celebrity. A celebrity? She wouldn't bother being a celebrity. Do you know the Su Corporation? Su Jingshan is Su Shuyan's father. Hearing this, Zhang Dashuan was shocked. Su Jingshan, the famous entrepreneur who's often on TV. The Su Corporation has a market value in the trillions. How much money can a celebrity make? At this moment, he said nonchalantly, you're mistaken. Su Xian's biggest dream is to become a celebrity. She's not as noble as you think. She's very ordinary. Fatty Fong and Zhang Daxuan were both stunned. A moment later, they both burst out laughing. Ha ha, you talk as if you're very close to her. Just then, a group of people aggressively burst into the classroom. The leader was a sturdy young man, his muscles bulging. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking like someone not to be messed with. A young man with cotton balls in his nostrils and a bruised face glanced around the classroom and then suddenly stared at him. Brother Bang, that's him. He's the one who beat me up like this. The whole class was in an uproar. Beating up a senior? Is there such an arrogant new student in clinical class too? All eyes turned to Yifan. The sturdy young man stepped down from the podium. He slammed his hands on his desk. You're Yifan? I hear you're pretty arrogant. Zhang Daxuan was a righteous person. Senior, he spoke up. What are you doing? The sturdy young man raised his hand and slapped Zhang Daxuan. Zhang Daxuan, who was over 6 feet tall, was slapped so hard he became dizzy. He had to hold onto the desk to keep from falling. I am Zhao Libong of the Sonda Club. Fatty Fong mustered up his courage and said, Senior Zhao, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Zhao Libong sneered at Fatty Fong. Fatty, you want to taste too? Another slap rang out. Fatty Fong squeezed his eyes shut in fear. But strangely, he didn't feel any pain on his face. An unbelievable scene occurred. The vice president of the photography club, Lu Di, was now clutching his bright red face, rolling on the ground and wailing. Zhao Libong, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Zhao Libong looked at his own right hand. He kept backing away, his face as if he'd seen a ghost. I don't know. It wasn't me. He was still sitting calmly in his seat, his right hand under the desk, his index finger twitching slightly. It really wasn't me. Just as Zhao Libong finished shouting, he suddenly balled his right hand into a fist and punched Lu Di, who had just gotten up, straight in the face. The 2 cotton balls were sent flying by the spray of blood from his nose. Lu Di collapsed to the ground. He stood up nonchalantly. He shrugged, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Just then, a pure-looking female student led 2 teachers into the classroom. Teachers, it's him. He wants to beat up someone from our class. The 2 teachers quickly escorted the members of the Sonda Club out. That female student walked up to Yifan. Classmate, she asked worriedly, are you okay? He took a closer look. It turned out to be the daughter of the barbecue stall owner from last night. Her name seemed to be Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan's eyes sparkled. She was about to talk to Yifan when the head teacher suddenly walked into the classroom. She had no choice but to return her seat. After class, Su Wanwan hurried to find Yifan, but she found that he had disappeared at some point. He found a quiet corner on campus. He continued to leisurely read his novel. That evening, at Li Mai's barbecue stall, several vicious-looking thugs were forcing the mother and daughter to give them Yifan's phone number. Among these thugs, half of them had twisted mouths and crooked faces. The leader was Ma Kuan. He even had a lazy eye, which looked quite comical. But Li Mai and Su Wanwan couldn't laugh. I can't, Brother Kuan. A customer's contact information is private. I can't give it to you. Please let my daughter and me go. Private my ass. That kid beat me up like this. If I don't deal with him, how am I supposed to keep my face on this street? Just then, Yifan's voice came from the entrance of the stall. Are you looking for me? The thugs turned their heads. They saw him with his hands in his pockets, leisurely walking into the stall. You brat, you dare to show your face. Ma Kuan pointed to his lazy eye. Even the hospital can't fix this. Tell me, did you do some kind of voodoo trick? I did it. If you have a problem, come at me. All of you, come at me together. Don't waste any more time. I haven't eaten yet. So arrogant, huh? Brothers, get him for me. Ma Kuan pulled a 3-section staff from his belt. He led his 10-plus underlings and charged forward. Seeing this, Su Wanwan, not knowing where she found the courage, shouted, Yifan, don't be reckless. Run. But in the next moment, she witnessed a miracle. She saw him throw a single punch, and a thug collapsed. The 3-section staffs that hit him seemed to cause him no pain at all. In the blink of an eye, 10 thugs were lying on the ground. He pointed at the thugs on the ground. I am Zhao Libong of the Qingzhou University Sonda Club, he warned. Don't let me see you on this street again. Otherwise, I'll see you once. And I'll beat you once. Li Mai and Su Wanwan were completely stunned. The security in Shui West Street was very poor. They often witnessed fights, but they had never seen anyone so strong. One person against 10. Could he be a martial artist like they say online? Su Wanwan walked up to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, she asked with concern. Are you okay? I saw you get hit by a staff just now. He dusted off his clothes. I'm Fina. Actually, he could have easily dodged it, but he felt it was unnecessary. After all, even bullets couldn't penetrate his true chi. All right. Besides barbecue, do you have any stir-fry dishes here? Li Mai quickly smiled and said, Yes. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Seeing this, he joked, I want to eat dragon meat. Li Mai was immediately stunned. Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly corrected himself. I'd like to have the stir-fried beef. Auntie, me. Li Mai turned and went into the kitchen. She winked at Su Wanwan, seemingly hinting at something. Meanwhile, the thugs from Shui West Street were hospitalized again. An underling clutched his face. Brother Kuan, he asked, puzzled. Why is that Yi Fan guy so formidable? His fists are as heavy as hammers. Ma Kuan's face was swollen like a pig's head. His lazy eye was filled with rage. I guess he must have studied martial arts at the Shaolin Temple. He might have even practiced something like Golden Bell Shield. Hearing this, the underlings were all bewildered. What? Golden Bell Shield? No way. Didn't you see how he didn't even react when we hit him with staffs? Damn it. No. I have to call Brother Hao. This can't be let go just like that. With that, he picked up his phone. On the other end of the line, Bai Xiao, after hearing the whole story, was furious. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. You can't even beat a single student? Am I wasting my money feeding you guys? Ma Kuan felt very wronged. Brother Hao, that guy has practiced Golden Bell Shield. An iron shirt. I hit him with a staff, and he didn't even react. Where's that guy now? I'll immediately send Bao Zi and Lang Zi over. Hearing this, Ma Kuan was startled. Brother Hao, isn't that a bit too harsh? After all, he's just a student. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and tell me. He's eating at Li Mai's barbecue stall. He probably hasn't left yet. Bai Xiao immediately hung up. Just then, a coquettish female voice sounded beside him. I say, Brother Hao, to deal with a single student, do you really need to send Bao Zi and Lang Zi? They're our gang's top fighters. What do you understand? Shui West Street is a lucrative piece of meat. How many gangs in Qingzhou are eyeing it? Do you really think that guy is just a student? In my judgment, he was definitely sent by some other gang to cause trouble. The woman was stunned for a moment. Then she suddenly understood and smiled. Brother Hao is still the wisest. Aniclimax. Su Wanwan looked at the amount of food Yi Fan was eating. She really couldn't hold it in any longer. Hey, you eat way too much. Because the plate of food in front of him was piling higher and higher. He had already eaten over 1,000 yuan's worth before stopping. It wasn't because he was full, but because he was afraid of being seen as a monster if he continued eating. He stood up, ready to scan the code to pay. Li Mai quickly stopped him. Young man, thank you for your help these past 2 days. This meal is on me. Yi Fan immediately waved his hand. No need. He knew what Li Mai was thinking. She just wanted him to be their protector. But he was someone who hated trouble more than anything. If it weren't for Li Mai's good cooking skills, he wouldn't have come to this stall a second time. After paying, he turned and left. On the way, he pondered a problem. At his current rate of consumption, the 20,000 yuan living allowance his mother gave him would soon be gone. Where could he make money now? Turn stones into gold? Create a mountain of gold? Or refine magical artifacts to sell at a high price? Or find some super rich people on the verge of death and perform a ritual to extend their lives? But doing these things seemed to consume his already scarce spiritual energy. He sighed and suddenly turned into a dark alley. Just then, in the distance, 2 men in black coats were following him. He ran after him. As soon as the 2 men entered the alley, his cold voice rang out. Looking for me? The 2 men in black coats heard this. They looked at each other in some surprise. We've been discovered. Was it Zhao Libong? To be able to discover us following you. You are indeed a martial artist. He put both hands in his pockets. If you have something to say, just say it, he smiled. Who sent you? The man in the coat on the left lifted his hood, revealing a face full of scars. If any gang members were here at this moment, they would surely recognize him. He was Chun Zibao, one of Brother Hao's 2 top fighters. He took out a dagger from his clothes. The blade glinted coldly. Kid, shouldn't we be the ones asking you that question? The Sihai gang? The Azure Dragon society. The Who sect? Speak. Which side are you on? Seeing this, he sighed. Then he answered seriously, I am from the pure, yang, infinite palace. Chunzi Bao brandished his dagger and shouted, Pure yang infinite palace. Are you telling me a fairy tale? Believe it or not, I'll deal with you right now. Chunzi Bao's older brother, Chunzi Lang, spoke up. Bao Zi, stop wasting time with him. Let's capture him and give him a good beating. Let's see if his bones are harder than our clubs. As he spoke, Chunzi Lang slightly bent his waist. He shot out like an arrow. He glanced over, realizing this man's physique was 10 times stronger than ordinary thugs. But he was still far from the lowest standard of the Qi refining stage. He met him head-on with a kick. Chen Zilang didn't expect Yifan's speed to be so fast. He was kicked in the chest, instantly breaking several ribs. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. When Chen Zibao saw this, he was horrified and also charged forward with his dagger. He even shouted, I'll take your life. But he didn't dodge at all. He reached out and snatched the dagger, crushing it into scrap iron right in front of Chen Zibao. He even sneered, You're not even as good as your brother. Chen Zibao had never seen anything so terrifying. His face turned pale with fear. He slightly moved his right index finger. A thread of transparent, true qi emanated from his fingertip, connecting to Chun Zilang, who was lying on the ground. He stiffly got up, finding that he couldn't control his own body. Brother, get out of the way. I can't control myself. What the hell is this? As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Zilang suddenly threw a punch, hitting Chun Zi bound next to him until his nose bled. And so, the two brothers fought fiercely, beating each other black and blue. They even suffered concussions. He turned and left the alley. He casually called the police. Hello, officer? I saw some people fighting in an alley. It was a really bad fight. So scary. Yifan strolled back to the Peony Villa complex. As soon as he entered the living room, he unexpectedly found Su Shuyan's father. Su Jingshan, V Sting. Su Yan was acting cute on the sofa, repeatedly calling out daddy. Her tone as coquettish as a 3-year-old's. Seeing him return, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. She crossed her arms and legs, resuming her arrogant demeanor. Su Jingshan walked out of the living room. His sharp eyes observed Yifan. You must be Yifan. He greeted him politely. Hello, Unso Su. I heard about what happened today. Xiaofan, thank you for helping Shuyan out. Your mother and Shuyan's mother are best friends. Naturally, I also hope that you and Shuyan can become good friends. Dad, I don't want to be friends with him. He raised his hand in agreement. I don't want to either. Furious, Su Yan threw a pillow at him. Who do you think you are? The number of people who want to be friends with me, Su Shuyan, is countless. Yifan tilted his head slightly to dodge. Don't worry. In 3 months at most, we'll go our separate ways. What do you mean, go our separate ways? You make it sound like I'm dating you. Su Jingshan gave a bitter smile. He called him out to the yard, stepping from the light into the darkness. His expression also gradually turned cold. Yifan noticed this. He asked frankly, Uncle Su, if you have something to say, just say it. Su Jingshan put on a serious face. Yifan, actually, I didn't approve of you moving in here at first, because Shuyan is the apple of the Su family's eye. Living with a young man in his prime. If word of this gets out, it will definitely cause quite a stir in Qingzhou. Yifan was a little confused. Then why not just kick me out? 2 reasons. First, my wife likes you very much. She even wants to set you up with Shuyan. Second, Shuyan told me, you're very strong. Have you trained before? Yifan admitted frankly, I've trained a little. Old Fan has also trained. Li Style Bajiquan. Do you dare to spar a few rounds with him? That's a question you should ask him. Ah, young man, you're not old, but you've got a big mouth. Fan, he clasped his hands behind his back. Have you heard of internal energy? He said with a smile. Hearing this, he shook his head. Internal what? Never heard of it. You've never even heard of internal energy? It seems you're just an enthusiast of ordinary martial arts. Fan, he secretly shook his head. Then he extended his hand. His 5 fingers slightly curled. He made a grabbing motion in the air. 5 fingerprints appeared on a ginkgo tree in the yard, sinking half an inch deep. See? This is internal energy. Only a martial artist who has cultivated the martial path for decades can develop it. This realm is called a martial general. In ancient times, they could charge through enemy lines, 1 against 100. Yifan was somewhat dismissive. Isn't this just internal force? But he suddenly thought of something. He asked Butler Fan, "Excuse me, what realm is above internal energy?" Seeing that he wasn't intimidated, Fan Yisekutli nodded. "A very steady temperament," he praised. "Not bad. Young man, you shouldn't be too delusional. An internal energy marshal general is already 1 in 10,000. In ancient times, passing the martial arts imperial examination would have been as easy as flipping one's hand. To cultivate internal energy, like me, you must first cultivate external strength. Even with top-tier aptitude, it would take 10 years of hard training." Yi Fan felt a little impatient. This old man talks a lot of nonsense, he thought. Su Jingshan lowered his voice. "Old Fan," he asked quietly, "what's the verdict?" "Chairman, he can be the young lady's bodyguard. Dealing with a few ordinary thugs shouldn't be a problem." After hearing this, Su Jingshan nodded with satisfaction. "Yi Fan, I have a mission for you. Protect Shu Yan at school. Just like today. Can you do it?" He couldn't help but laugh to himself. "I see. So this is the second reason he's letting me stay. Making a great nascent soul stage cultivator protect a schoolgirl. Interesting. Very creative. That's right. This way, I don't have to argue with my wife. And you can also stay. It's the best of both worlds. In addition, I'll pay you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Boys your age are probably all short on cash, right? I'm just an ordinary student. Uncle Su, you should find someone more capable." After saying these words, he left, asking him to protect Su Shuyan. Just living with her was already suffocating. A muscle twitched on Su Jingshan's face. This kid, he thought. Does he really think he's some big shot? Fan Yi at his side also shook his head. The Su Corporation was one of the top 10 enterprises in Qingzhou. The Su family was also a well-known, prestigious family in Jiangnan. Such a good opportunity to climb the social ladder was right in front of him. Yet this kid let slip by. What a pity. Qingzhou University Affiliated Hospital. Bai Xiao looked at Chen Zilang and Chen Zibao lying in the hospital beds, needing oxygen. His face turned grim. The two brothers had lost consciousness. It was unknown when they would wake up. A woman with wine-red hair walked up to him. "Brother Xiao," she said, "Eva investigated thoroughly. This Zhao Libong is indeed a member of the Qingzhou University Sonda Club, and a core member at that. His parents are both ordinary people. He has no background. He just has an uncle who is the director of education." The speaker's name was Wang Yinhua, Bai Zhao's lover and secretary. A student who practices Sonda. Is this formidable? This is unbelievable. Bai Xiao gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists. "Forget it. Yinhua, call our men for me. If one person isn't enough, then 10. If 50 isn't enough, then 100. I don't believe this Zhao guy is Superman." Wang Yinhua frowned slightly, seemingly disagreeing with this decision, but she still nodded. After the first week of orientation, the freshmen would begin their military training phase. Following the young instructor's command, the 50 students of clinical class 2 all sat down on the ground. They all complained about how tiring the horse stance was. Groans of complaint filled the air. The young instructor saw this and shook his head. Students these days are too pampered. They can't even hold a horse stance for 40 minutes. Truly useless. Faced with such contempt, a few male students in the class were clearly unconvinced. A short-haired male student raised his hand and stood up. "Instructor, you can't generalize like that. The horse stance is nothing to me. I go to the gym every day, singing, dancing, playing basketball. My physical fitness is probably no worse than yours." The young instructor laughed. "Oh really? What's your name?" The short-haired male student puffed out his chest. "Li Xuanming." Many of the female students in the class were now looking at Li Xianming with surprised eyes. He was also on the side, enjoying the show. The young instructor felt he needed to teach these students a lesson. "If you're not convinced, do you dare to compete? Fine by me. What's the competition? Then let's compete in push-ups." Li Xianming slapped his chest, revealing his solid muscles. "No problem." The two quickly got into position, hands on the ground, side by side. The rule of this match was simple. Whoever couldn't hold on first lost. Nearby classes heard that a student was competing with an instructor and gathered around with interest. At first, Li Xianming could still keep up with the instructor's pace. His form was also considered standard. But by the 80th push-up, he started to lose steam. At this moment, Li Xianming lifted his head to look to his side. That one look almost scared him to death, because that young instructor was actually doing one-handed push-ups. Seeing this, Li Xianming's face turned beet red. He directly collapsed to the ground. He admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Li Xianming returned to the ranks. The young instructor asked again, "Is there anyone else who is not convinced? You can come out and practice." Seeing no one speak up, the young instructor added another sentence. "If you beat me, you could be exempted from military training." Hearing this, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Since he said that, then I have no choice. Fatty Fong, sitting next to him, urged Zhang Dashuan. "Dashuan, you're so strong. Why don't you give it a try?" Zhang Dashuan quickly shook his head. "The most push-ups I can do in one go is 70. One-handed push-ups, 20 at most. Wouldn't the instructor beat me in a heartbeat?" The young instructor narrowed his eyes. "All right," he waved his hand. "If no one is up for the challenge, we'll continue training." Just then, a student suddenly raised his hand. "Instructor, I want to try." The young instructor looked at him doubtfully. "Are you sure?" "Instructor, does what you just said still count? If I beat you, I don't have to do military training?" "Yes, of course it counts. But you have to beat me first." He calmly got into position. "That's fine. Step out of the line." He then began to compete with the instructor. Li Xianming, if he can beat the instructor, I'll livestream myself eating that. A female student with glasses and a round face. Do you think Yi Fan can win? Suwangwa nodded slightly. "I believe he can." Very quickly, the competition began. When a number of push-ups from both sides surpassed 50, the young instructor started to show off. He switched from 2 hands to 1. He sneered inwardly. "Kid, you're still too green to compete with me. I hold the push-up record for the entire battalion." Then, he turned his head to look at Yi Fan. Cold sweat poured down his back, because at this moment, he was doing push-ups on the ground with one pinky finger. Everyone around gasped in unison. "Oh my God, one finger. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the legendary one-finger Zen? And it's his pinky finger. That's terrifying." Li Xianming, who had always prided himself on having the best physique in the class, now had a face as red as if he'd been slapped several times. The young instructor stared at him as if he were a monster. "Who on earth are you?" He stood up. For a moment, he couldn't think of a good reason, so he borrowed Li Xianming's words. "I go to the gym every day. Singing, dancing, playing basketball. My physical fitness was just gradually built up like that." Fatty Fong and Zhang Dashuan looked at each other in astonishment. They never expected Yi Fan to be so strong. No wonder he even dared to hit a senior. As for the medical department's campus belle, Su Wanwan, she looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Li Xianming, on the other hand, was so angry he gritted his teeth. "Is this kid deliberately mocking me?" He asked the instructor. "Instructor, if there are no other issues, I'll be going." The young instructor quickly said he was just joking. He couldn't be exempted from military training. Hearing this, Yi Fan was immediately displeased. "What's this? You're going back on your word." In the end, this matter escalated to the chief instructor. Considering his reputation, the chief instructor actually made an exception and allowed him to be exempted from military training. He left with satisfaction. As for the 40-something-year-old chief instructor, he looked at his retreating back. "This kid is not simple," he muttered. "He's not afraid at all in front of me." "Chief instructor, is this really okay? I'm afraid the other students will have opinions when they find out." "Opinions? What opinions?" "If any of them can do 10 consecutive one-finger push-ups, they can also be exempted from military training." I said it. He took a stroll outside, changed his clothes, and then went to the school supermarket to buy an ice cream. He ate as he walked, passing by the basketball court. He found a shady spot to sit down. He took out his phone to read a novel. Acting Class 1 was having their military training nearby. Su Shuyan and Jiang Tang saw his figure. They were extremely surprised. But in the next second, Su Shuyan's face turned livid. She was here, baking in the sun, while this guy was eating ice cream and resting. This bastard, is he deliberately trying to provoke me? A day of military training passed quickly. He accidentally fell asleep under a tree. Because he wasn't wearing a military uniform, the instructors all thought he was a sophomore, so they didn't bother him. Just then, Lu Di and Zhao Libong happened to pass by him. Neither of them noticed him. Lu Di said angrily, "Brother Bang, there's something strange about that Yi Fan guy. Next time, we have to call more people. We have to teach him a lesson." Zhao Libong snorted coldly. Last time, it was because I messed up my training. The next time I see him, I'll definitely beat him to death. The two of them left the school gate together. They were accompanied by two pretty girls they had just met. The group planned to go to a bar to have fun. But just as they left the school gate, and hadn't walked 2 blocks, a group of thugs armed with weapons rushed out from an alley. They surrounded them. Lu Di was so scared he trembled. He quickly hid behind Zhao Libong. Oh my god, Brother Bang. What's going on? Zhao Libong was also scared. He kept swallowing his saliva. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. This is probably a gang fight. This is very normal. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to pretend we didn't see anything. And sneak away. Zhao Libong led his group, hunched over, moving towards the entrance of the alley under everyone's gaze. The eyes of the 40 to 50 thugs also moved with them. The alley was terrifyingly quiet. Lu Di said with a tremor, Brother Bang, I have a bad feeling. Why do I feel like they're all looking at us? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Libong turned his head, about to scold him, when he saw a blonde thug, in a floral shirt, holding a machete, walking towards them. Without a word, he raised his foot and kicked him straight in the face. The blonde thug pointed his machete at him. You're Zhao Libong, right? I hear you're a great fighter. You even put our brother Bao and brother Lang in the hospital. Impressive. Zhao Libong clutched his bloody face. He shook his head repeatedly. No, big brother. You got the wrong person. 2 underlings immediately stepped forward. They searched his pockets. They took out his ID card. The blonde thug took it and looked. With a snap, he broke it. He threw it in his face. Brothers, it's Zhao Libong. Beat him to death for me. The scene was chaotic. 50 to 60 thugs rushed forward at once. Even Tyson and other champions couldn't withstand this, let alone Zhao Libong. After giving Zhao Libong and Lu Di a thorough beating, the blonde thug sneered. Haha, Zhao Libong of the Qingzhou University Sanda Club. That's all he's got. Brothers, let's go. With that, the blonde thug laughed and led his men away. Only a person lying flattened on the ground was left, with more than a dozen broken bones. On the road, the blonde thug with the machete called by Xiao. His tone was arrogant. That Zhao Libong has been taken care of by me. He'll be bettered in for at least half a year. In a nightclub, Bai Xiao stood up joyfully. Really? Young Kai? You're not lying to me, are you? The blonde thug named Yang Kai sneered. I even broke his ID card. Brother Xiao, if you don't believe me, I'll go back right now, grab him by the neck, and take a few more pictures for you to see. Bai Xiao laughed heartily with delight. Huh, well done, Yang Kai. I didn't realize your capabilities before. I didn't expect you to have some talent. After Bai Xiao hung up the phone, Wang Yinhua asked with some doubt, was Zhao Libong that easy to deal with? Brother Xiao, could Yang Kai have made a mistake? Don't worry, no mistake. They check his ID. Besides, there were 40 or 50 of them, and they were armed. Even if Wang Fei Hong or Ip Man came, they'd have to take a few hits, let alone him. Hearing this, Wang Yinhua finally nodded. At this moment, he was still sound asleep on the basketball court. He vaguely heard someone calling him. He woke up groggily. He rubbed his eyes and thought, my primordial spirit is too heavily injured. I've been getting sleepy lately. If this were the shounen world, sleeping outdoors without setting up a formation, I'd be dead 8 times out of 10. The person who woke him up was Su Wanwan. She asked with some curiosity, Yifan, why are you sleeping here? He waved his hand, stood up, and stretched. It's nothing. I accidentally fell asleep. Let's go. Let's get something to eat at your place. I am hungry. Su Wanwan's face lit up with joy. Okay. And so, she followed behind him, and they left the school together. At the school gate, they happened to see the Su family's Rolls-Royce driving out. When Jiang Tang saw him, she tapped Su Shuyan on the shoulder in surprise. Shuyan looked quickly. It's Big Strong Bro. He's with a very pretty girl. Did Big Strong Bro get a girlfriend on the first day of school? Suyin instinctively looked over. She saw him talking with a pure and lovely girl. She suddenly felt an inexplicable annoyance. Xiao Tang, next time you see that guy, don't get so excited. He's not some big shot. Is he worth you making such a fuss? Jiang Tang stuck out her tongue. All right. Outside on the food street, Su Wanwan was walking and talking with him. When they reached Li Mai's barbecue stall, she suddenly heard her mother's cries coming from inside the stall, along with the savage laughter of several thugs. She rushed in. He also frowned. It's those thugs again, he thought. Inside Li Mai's barbecue stall, the thugs led by Ma Cohen were smashing everything in sight. The owner, Li Mai, sat on the ground, weeping bitterly. But there was nothing she could do. Monantai kun se arrogante. You old hag. Let me tell you, that Zhao Libong guy's already been taken care of by our brother Xiao. He won't be coming to help you anymore. Just then, Su Wanwan ran in, crying. She angrily threw herself at Ma Cohen, punching and kicking wildly. Just as Ma Cohen was about to slap Su Wanwan, he saw a figure standing at the door. It immediately scared him into taking 3 steps back. Why are you here? He stammered. Yi Fan stood there, hands in his pockets, leisurely walking in. His words made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. I told you before. Why don't you people ever learn? Although Ma Cohen didn't understand what was happening, he still reacted quickly. He hurriedly bowed and scraped, smiling obsequiously. Brother Bang, this is all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my ass. After he spoke, he sent out a kick. He directly kicked Ma Cohen from the front door all the way to the back kitchen. With a loud bang, there was no more movement. The crowd and the thugs who witnessed this were all dumbfounded. Kicking someone over 10 meters with 1 kick? Isn't that just too ridiculous? But what they didn't know was that he had already tried his best to hold back his strength. Otherwise, a kick from a nascent soul cultivator. Forget one person. The entire street could be blown away in an instant. The remaining thugs immediately knelt before him. He looked at them. Looks like I'll have to settle this once and for all today, he said nonchalantly. Half an hour later, at the largest nightclub in the West District, the Diamond, he escorted a bloodied Ma Cohen here. In the nightclub's luxurious VIP room, Yang Kai was screaming into a microphone. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the VIP room was kicked open. He threw Ma Cohen to the side. His gaze swept across the room. Who is Brother Xiao? Yang Kai slapped his chest. I'm your damn father, he said through the microphone. What do you want? Hearing this, he didn't say another word. His figure flickered, and he rushed in front of Yang Kai. He raised his hand and slapped him repeatedly. Each slap sounded like a firecracker, because his speed was too fast. By the time Brother Xiao and Wang Yinhua reacted, Yang Kai had already been beaten into a pig's head. His nose was bleeding profusely. All his front teeth were knocked out. Seeing this, Bai Xiao roared, "Kill him for me." The dozen or so thugs in the VIP room immediately obeyed. They all rushed towards him. Only the sound of smack, smack was heard, ringing out continuously. In less than a minute, there was no room to stand in the VIP room. It was almost completely covered with people. Bai Xiao collapsed onto the sofa. He looked at him in shock. Who on earth are you? You're that Brother Xiao, huh? I hear you've been looking for me. You're Zhao Libong? No, that's not right. You're not him. Yang Kai was tricked by you. Who on earth are you? I guess you have some brains. But you're not qualified to know who I am. After speaking, his figure flickered. The next second, he was sitting next to Bai Xiao. Wang Yinhua cowered in the corner. Her pupils contracted. So fast, she thought with dread. Bai Xiao was also terrified. He let out a scream and tried to run. But he was held in a tight grip. All you need to know is this. I'm a regular at Li Mai's barbecue. If you ever dare to send your goons to bother her again, I'll smash your damn skull. Got it? Bai Xiao was scared stiff. He was speechless for a long time. Seeing that he didn't answer, he delivered 3 thunderous slaps. Bai Xiao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, screaming like a stuck pig. I got it. I got it. One more thing. I'm a little short on cash lately. Give me 200,000 as compensation for my emotional distress. Quick, Yinhua, transfer the money to him. Wang Yinhua shakily got up from the corner of the room. She took out her phone and asked, Sir, what's your bank account number? I'll transfer the money to you now. He glanced at her. You think I'm stupid? Cash only. A moment later, a few underlings brought 200,000 in cash. With the money in hand, he prepared to leave. Before going, he didn't forget to warn them. Messing with Li Mai's barbecue is like messing with my livelihood. Be careful, or I'll bash your damn head in. After he left, one of the underlings spoke up. Boss, I checked Li Mai's phone earlier. I saw a transfer notification. I think that guy's name is Yi Fan. Bai Xiao roared in the private room. Yi Fan is it? No one has ever dared to steal what's mine. You just wait. You're dead. Wang Yinhua, standing beside him, cautiously advised. Xiao, I think this Yi Fan is a martial artist. We can't afford to provoke him. Bai Xiao immediately slapped Wang Yinhua. What do you mean we can't provoke him? So what if he knows some martial arts? If I had practiced my family's iron palm since I was a kid, I could have beaten him so bad he'd have pissed his pants. Just then, Bai Xiao suddenly had an idea. He sat back down on the sofa, a sinister smile on his face. If we can't beat him head-on, we'll play dirty. At that moment, he didn't notice Wang Yinhua, lying on the floor, also had a vicious look on her face. When he returned to Li Mai's restaurant, the thugs had already cleaned everything up. He directly took out 100,000 and gave it to Li Mai. Seeing such a thick stack of cash, Li Mai naturally didn't dare to accept it. Little fan, where did you get so much money? I want to reason with that guy. He agreed to compensate you, and he won't be coming to collect protection fees anymore. Su Wanwan was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Take it. Renovate the shop. He rubbed his stomach and added, I am hungry. Is there any food left? Yes. I'll go make some right away. Just a moment. Li Mai turned back to the kitchen, wiping tears from the corner of her eye with her sleeve. He let out a soft sigh and chose a place to sit down. Su Wanwan sat in front of him, her bright eyes glistening, filled with a hint of doubt. Yi Fan, you didn't just beat them up, did you? How could I? There were so many of them. I persuaded them with virtue. I reasoned with them. Wow, Yi Fan, you're amazing. Not only can you fight, but you're also so eloquent. Su Wanwan rested her chin on her hands, her face blushing. I don't know how to thank you. Just don't bother me. He blurted out the words, stunning Su Wanwan. She suddenly felt wronged and confused. At school, boys tried to talk to her every day. Why was she being treated with such disdain by him? He had no intention of apologizing for what he said. As an old monster who had lived for 2,000 years, he could read the trace of adoration in Su Wanwan's eyes. If this continued, this little girl would sooner or later fall in love with him. Feelings are the biggest shackles on the path of cultivation. The seeds of love must be nipped in the bud. The next day was the official start of the semester. The clinical medicine class, too, had a packed schedule. But Yifan didn't listen to the lectures at all. He was either sleeping with his head on the desk or reading novels on his phone. His classmates all shook their heads when they saw this. During the break, Fatty Fong came up to him. He couldn't help but ask, Yifan, aren't you afraid of failing all your finals? Jean Dashuan held a book, his face full of despair. Studying medicine is too hard. We have to take 10 exams at the end of the semester. I already regret it. But he looked very nonchalant. Isn't studying medicine just memorization? I'll just cram a bid at the end of the semester. After saying that, he left the classroom. Li Xianming looked at his retreating back. He sneered. 12 books. Let's see how you cram at the end of the semester. Wait until you fail everything. Idiot. However, an ordinary person could never imagine how terrifying a cultivator's memory is. And in fact, in the cultivation world, he was also a divine doctor with unparalleled medical skills. The shounen world has a history of hundreds of thousands of years, compared to Western medicine, which has a short history of only 200 years. He simply didn't care about it. At noon, he went to the cafeteria for lunch. As he was lining up, he suddenly felt a fierce gaze from behind. He turned his head to look. It was Su Shuyan. For some reason, she couldn't stand the sight of him. Yi Fan is a bastard. But Jiang Tang greeted him with a grin. Hey, big strong bro. He also smiled and nodded at Jiang Tang. Just then, a girl's scream suddenly came from the cafeteria line. Following the sound, a tall, handsome male student holding a basketball was walking this way. The female students started chattering excitedly. Isn't that the junior, Xing Shufei? He's as handsome as they say. Xing Shufei walked straight up to Su Shuyan. Hello, junior, he smiled. You're Su Shuyan, right? You're very famous. Su Shuyan was the young lady of the Su family. She wouldn't even spare a glance for the person in front of her. But she saw Yifan nearby. An idea suddenly came to her. She gave Xing Shufei a radiant smile. Senior, I'm Su Shuyan. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. What would you like to eat? My treat. How could I trouble you, senior? Xing Shufei scratched his head. It's no trouble at all. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Jiang Tang was puzzled. Doesn't Shuyan like the domineering CEO type? Why is she being so enthusiastic with a sports student? Could it be she wants to provoke big strong bro? When she noticed Su Shuyan occasionally glancing at Yifan, Jiang Tang immediately understood. She secretly laughed. Su Shuyan thought that Yifan would get jealous seeing her talk to another boy. But as a result, he just left after finishing his meal not even giving her a second glance. This made her furious. Sudan guset inwali. Yi fan, I don't believe you really have no feelings for me at all. Unless you're a eunuch. Keep pretending. Just then, Xing Shufei said with a smile. Junior, what do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Su Yin felt disgusted. Her expression immediately turned cold. No need, senior. I have my own hands. Just then, a group of people aggressively entered the cafeteria. A sturdy young man grabbed a male student with glasses by the collar. Hurry up and find Yi Fan, he threatened. I have something to ask him. Yes, Brother Batian. The sturdy young man stood with his hands on his hips. He said with some disdain, Damn it, I was only away for a few days for a competition, and something this big happened in the club. She was nearby. Su Shuyan was startled. She immediately sent him a message. Yi Fan, did you offend someone you shouldn't have? They're here to cause trouble for you. Hurry and run out the back door. Just as the message was sent, the male student with glasses from clinical class 2 suddenly spotted him. Brother Batian, that's Yi Fan. Hearing this, the sturdy young man immediately led his men towards Yi Fan. The surrounding students quickly made way. No one dared to offend him, because he was the president of the Sonda Club. Jiang Batian. He walked up to him. He slammed his hand on the table. You're Yi Fan? Come with us. I have something to ask you. He hated being disturbed while eating the most. But he didn't get angry immediately. Instead, he looked up, his face expressionless, and asked, What is it? Say it here. A few days ago, Zhao Libong, my junior, was beaten up and hospitalized by a group of people. He has more than 20 broken bones all over his body. He needed dozens of stitches. Do you know who did it? He was a little confused. How would I know? Hearing this, Jiang Batian knocked over his food tray. You're lying. I've had people investigate. It was you little brat. You offended some thugs outside of school, and you deliberately gave them Li Bong's name. He crossed his arms and smiled. So what? He messed with me first. So, you admit it? He replied nonchalantly. So what do you want? At this moment, the surroundings were dead silent. Hundreds of students stared wide-eyed. The track and field team captain, Xing Shufei, remarked, This kid is in big trouble. How dare he do something like that? He's done for. Even I don't dare to offend Batian. Jiang Tang looked at Su Shuyan worriedly. Shuyan, what do we do? Su Shuyan also had a headache. She quickly took out her phone. I know a few teachers. Let me contact them and see. Jiang Batian had originally intended to strike directly, but seeing so many people watching, he temporarily suppressed his anger. He glared at him coldly. Kid, do you dare to come with us to the Sonda Club's activity room? I have something to say to you. Hearing this, he stood up. He said 3 words. Lead the way. Hearing this, all the members of the Sonda Club were stunned. They didn't expect him to agree so readily. Jiang Batian sneered. You've got some guts. A moment later, he arrived at the Sonda Club's activity room. As soon as he entered, he heard the sound of the door being locked from behind. Just then, a member suddenly revealed a fierce expression. He threw a kick at his back. But unexpectedly, he reached back and twisted, grabbing his ankle. Before he could react, he used him like a club and swung him around repeatedly, with a few smacks, including Jiang Batian. The 6 members of the Sonda Club were all sent flying by the human club, crashing hard against the wall. Damn it, there's a move like that. Everyone get him. Jiang Batian cursed. He got up from the ground. He threw a front kick towards him. He also didn't use any fancy moves. He directly ignored his kick. He raised his fist and punched repeatedly. In less than 2 rounds, Jiang Batian couldn't hold on any longer. His arms were swollen. His face was also covered in bruises. The other members of the Sonda Club were also knocked down with a single punch. Some had broken bones. Some had internal bleeding. They lay on the ground, vomiting. Jiang Batian was in so much pain he couldn't bear it. He quickly begged, Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. You say stop, so I stop. You were so aggressive in the cafeteria just now. With that, he slapped him again. It made him dizzy. Finally, he sent him flying with a kick. It made him crash hard against the door, breaking the locked door in the process. Jiang Batian rolled out into the hallway. He was in so much pain he saw stars. He couldn't breathe. On the second-floor hallway, a group of people were surrounding a young man, flattering him in every possible way. Senior Duan, you won 3rd place in the provincial competition this time. You'll definitely be directly admitted to the Dragon Lake Martial Hall. Congratulations! The Dragon Lake Martial Hall is one of the 4 major martial arts halls in the country. When you become successful in the future, don't forget about us juniors. The one being flattered was a young man of about 24 or 25. He was wearing a white martial arts uniform. His eyes were sharp. I have to go back to the martial hall to train. Qinglan, you stay. Everyone else dismiss. A beautiful girl, delicate and pretty, with her hair in a ponytail, also wearing a white martial arts uniform, smiled and nodded. Duan Shueilu and Wen Qinglan were classmates. They both loved ancient martial arts. Their aptitude was extraordinary. By the age of 25, they had passed the Ancient Martial Arts Association's exam, becoming certified martial artists. This time, they even represented Qingzhou University in the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts Competition, winning 3rd and 4th place respectively. The Dragon Lake Martial Hall is the largest and best martial arts hall in the country, but only those who win 3rd place or higher at the provincial level are directly admitted. Therefore, when Qinglan missed this opportunity, she was in a very bad mood on the way back to school, just as the senior brothers were preparing to leave. With a loud bang, the door to the Sonda Club's activity room was smashed open. Jiang Batian was seen lying flat on the ground, curled up like a shrimp. The dozen or so members of the martial arts club all frowned. It's Jiang Batian from the Sonda Club. How do you get beaten up like this? Then, he leisurely walked out of the room. He happened to run into them. He glanced at this group of students. Finally, his gaze fell on Duan Shueilu. He felt a little surprised, because this kid's physical quality had reached the 1st level of body tempering. The 1st level of body tempering was the lowest level in the cultivation world. To be blunt, it was far from being considered a cultivator. But on Earth, he was a master. Beating 10 people with his bare hands would be no problem. He simply glanced at him twice and was about to leave. A short male student from the Ancient Martial Arts Club spoke up. Who are you? You've got some nerve. Daring to cause trouble at Qingzhou University. He was a little bewildered. I'm from Qingzhou University. The short male student was stunned for a moment. Then he scolded again. You're talking nonsense. I'm from the Qingzhou University Ancient Martial Arts Club. I've never heard of you. Being able to beat the president of the Sonda Club. Kid, watch your mouth. I'm a new student from clinical class 2. My name is Yi Fan. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even Duan Shueilu and Wen Qinglan looked at each other. A first-year medical student could beat the president of the Sonda Club into this state. Just then, a member of the Sonda Club limped out of the activity room. He cried and wailed, Senior brother, you can't let this go. We're all one family, after all. Duan Shueilu frowned. After hearing the Sonda Club member explain the whole story, he understood. All the martial arts-related clubs at Qingzhou University looked up to the Ancient Martial Arts Club. Faced with something like this, how could he ignore it? Soon after, the members of the Sonda Club were taken to the infirmary. As for Duan Shueilu, he walked up to Yifan. He sized him up with an appreciative gaze. Kid, it seems you have some skill. Where did you learn your martial arts? His voice was a little impatient. I learned it at Jiaodong University. Jiaodong? Which Jiaodong University? Qingzhou or Benhai? Are you a transfer student? Yifan was annoyed. My maternal grandfather taught me. Duan Shueilu was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, Junior, you're quite humorous. How about this? Join the Ancient Martial Arts Club. Our country values martial arts. Martial artists are the rarest talents in today's society. You should be a good prospect. After hearing this, he waved his hand. He turned and walked away. Goodbye. When Qinglan was angry, she took 2 steps to block his way. You're a new student. Why are you so arrogant? Our Qingzhou University Ancient Martial Arts Club isn't something just anyone can join. Do you know how high the average salary of a martial artist is? You could be a doctor your whole life and not make as much as a martial artist makes in a month. After hearing this, he rolled his eyes. He had originally come here just to experience college for fun. Doctor? Martial artist? He didn't want to be either. Sorry, I'm really not interested. Move. He reached out to push Wen Qinglan away. Just as he was about to leave leisurely, a gust of wind suddenly came from behind him. The members of the Ancient Martial Arts Club all looked excited. Senior brother is making his move. Wen Qinglan was startled. She had wanted to stop Duan Shueilu, but he had already reached the 1st level of body tempering. His speed was truly too fast. At this moment, Yi Fan tilted his body. He easily dodged Duan Shueilu's kick. Duan Shuelu looked at him with an appreciative gaze. Not bad. My speed is very fast. Among my peers, it's rare for anyone to dodge my attack. He pointed forward. If you make another move, he said contemptuously, I'll send you to the hospital. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the ancient martial arts club all burst out laughing. What an arrogant new student. He's learned a few cat-like moves and already looks down on senior brother. When Xinglan looked at him with disdain, she felt that this new student had some skill, but his EQ was too low. Duan Shuelu laughed. Junior Yi fan, you single-handedly took care of the entire Sauna Club. As the senior brother of the martial arts clubs at Qingzhou University, I naturally can't let you go so easily. He was a little confused. Then what do you want? Let's have a match. Duan Shuelu thought to himself. It's time to let this kid know the difference between a martial arts enthusiast and a certified martial artist. He smiled and stepped onto the platform. Fiend. No, not here. It's too cramped here. Let's go to the martial arts hall. It's spacious there. More comfortable. Hearing this, he looked annoyed. It's just a fight. Why is it so troublesome? He followed Duan Shuelu and the others to the martial arts hall on the 5th floor. He found that there were many people practicing here. Seeing their senior brother return, they all came to greet him. Congratulations, senior brother, on your special admission to the Dragon Lake Martial Hall. Seeing them chatting happily, he asked with a blank face, I say, are we going to fight or not? The dozen or so members of the ancient martial arts club all stared blankly at the unfamiliar young man. This fool, when they heard that Duan Shuelu wanted to fight him, a first-year student, they all burst out laughing. Him? Fight with senior brother? Are you kidding? With that physique, I could take him down with one black tiger heart-stealing move. At this moment, on the 2nd floor spectator stand of the martial arts hall, an old man leaning on a cane sat quietly, observing the arena below. He shook his head and sighed. This Duan kid is getting worse the more he practices. To actually compete with a first-year student. Isn't he afraid of losing the reputation of the Duan family's Bajiquan? In the arena, Duan Shuelu didn't want to bully him. He insisted on giving him a 3-move handicap. He was really a bit lazy. Why don't you go first, he said. Otherwise, when you lose later, I guess you'll have 8 parts admiration for me. Hearing this, the members of the ancient martial arts club all burst out laughing. I haven't met someone as arrogant as you in years. All right then. Fists have no eyes. Be careful. Duan Shuelu suddenly exerted strength in his back. A cracking sound like popping soybeans came from between his vertebrae. A rooster ruffles its feathers. A dog shakes its fur. When Qinglan, below the stage, smiled. Looks like senior brother is really angry. This time, he's in big trouble. Challenging senior brother. He's really asking for it. At this moment, Duan Shuelyo's eyes became fierce. He bent his knees. His body shot out like an arrow from a bow. At this speed, an ordinary person would have no time to react. But in his eyes, his movements were as slow as a snail. He couldn't help but sigh. So much posturing. I thought you were in the golden core stage. As he spoke, he threw a punch. To deal with a first-level body tempering practitioner, he was really too lazy to use martial arts. With a single punch, he accurately hit Duan Shuelu in the face. It sent him flying backward. 2 streams of blood from his nose sprayed into the air. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Even the old man with the cane on the spectator stand suddenly stood up. Below the stage, it was pin-drop silent. The senior brother of the ancient martial arts club, Duan Shuelu, known as the best fighter at Qingzhou University, was actually defeated by a first-year student with a single punch. How boring. He stepped off the stage in frustration. He walked straight towards the door of the hall. When Qinglan called out in a panic, Stop! He glanced at her. You want to try a few moves too? Who on earth are you? Are you really a new student at our school? Clinical class too. If you don't believe me, go check for yourself. With that, he was about to leave. But in the moment he turned, another gust of wind came at him. It was Duan Shuelu. He couldn't accept his defeat in front of everyone. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Attacking him once again, he was a little annoyed. A sneak attack? Are you addicted to this? He immediately turned around, grabbing Duan Shuelyo's flying ankle. With a twist, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Duan Shuelyo's tragic scream immediately echoed through the martial arts hall. My leg! A group of ancient martial arts club members immediately ran over. They looked at Duan Shuealu in horror. Call an ambulance. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call an ambulance. My leg can't be broken. You surnamed Yi. You just wait. This isn't over. You're dead. He didn't even spare him a glance. He put his hands in his pockets and left the martial arts hall. This should do it, he thought. Probably no one at Qingzhou University will dare to mess with me anymore. Just then, Senior Wen Qinglan called him again. He turned back impatiently. He saw an old man in a suit next to her. The old man was about 70 years old, leaning on a cane with white hair. He was looking at him with a complicated expression. Some students passed by. When they saw him, they greeted him. Hello, President Wen. He heard how they addressed him. He glared at Wen Qinglan in annoyance. You reported me that fast? Impressive. Wen Qinglan was about to explain. But the old man with the cane laughed and said, I didn't expect our Qingzhou University's new batch of students to have a master of grand completion outer strength. I wonder who your master is, little friend. He replied nonchalantly. I'm just an ordinary student. The old man with the cane frowned. An ordinary student who can defeat little Duan? Little friend, do you know? Little Duan just won third place in the Jiangnan Provincial Youth Martial Arts Competition. The school has already decided to recommend him to the Dragon Lake Martial Hall. I don't know anything about some martial arts competition. And I don't know anything about some Dragon Lake Martial Hall. I only know he's very weak. Hearing Yi Fan insult her senior brother like this, Wen Qinglan was so angry she wanted to curse. But thinking about how her senior brother had just been defeated and couldn't even win with a sneak attack, she was at a loss for words. The old man with the cane had a serious expression. Little friend, come to my office for a chat. You just broke little Duan's leg on campus. This matter is more serious than you imagine. If I don't mediate, your martial arts path might very well end here. He had no choice. If he was expelled from the university, he really didn't know how to explain it to his mother. So he had to follow this old president. On the way, he learned that this old man with the cane was named Wen Yu. He was Wen Qinglan's grandfather. He was also the former president of Qingzhou University. He had a very high reputation in the school. When they arrived at the office, Wen Yu had Wen Qinglan make him a cup of tea. Then he began to probe his background. Little friend, with your skills, you couldn't have achieved this without the guidance of a Hotian master. I wonder who your master is. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Wen Qinglan at his side looked displeased. You're so arrogant. My grandfather is a standing committee member of the Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. In all of Qingzhou, and even the entire Jiangnan region, there isn't a single Hotian master he doesn't know. Wen Yu smiled without speaking. Obviously, this was true. Seeing this, he said decisively, my master's Taoist name is Yao Guang. Hearing this, Wen Qinglan was stunned. Yao Guang? A woman? Wen Yu frowned. This is a Taoist name. Is your master a Taoist priest? Taoist priests are different from martial artists. The former cultivates the soul and practices Taoist techniques. The latter tempers the body and practices martial arts. But when you search through the list of masters in the South, and didn't know of any female Taoist priest named Yao Guang. Of course he didn't know, because Reverend Yao Guang was the former Grand Elder of the pure, young, infinite palace in the shounen world. A peak nascent soul stage great cultivator. 1,500 years ago, due to an accident, Yi Fan became Reverend Yao Guang's disciple, becoming her disciple with the worst aptitude. But through continuous effort, he gradually grew, becoming the most outstanding disciple of the pure, young, infinite palace. But later, Yao Guang failed to break through to the soul formation stage. Her soul scattered. From then on, the pure, young, infinite palace lost a grand elder, and he lost his master. In the days that followed, every time Yi Fan recalled the scene from that day in the middle of the lake, he deeply regretted not saving his master. He broke out of his reverie. My master is a reclusive expert, he said. It's normal that you haven't heard of her. When you nodded, I see. Well, let's get back to the main topic. I just examined little Duan's injury. It's not light. I'm afraid it won't heal in half a year. I fear the Duan family will certainly not let you off easily. He asked calmly, the Duan family? Are they very powerful? When Qinglan frowned, you don't even know the Duan family? Are you not from Qingzhou? But my parents are both ordinary people. No wonder. The Duan family is a major family in Qingzhou. Their power is no less than our Wen family's. They have many martial artists in their family. You're in big trouble. The only way for you to resolve this now is to quickly find a backer. He smiled faintly. Find who is a backer? Your family? Seeing him like this, Wen Qinglan was angry. Do you think our family wants to take you in? The Duan family has a very good relationship with the Ancient Martial Arts Association. We don't want to get into more trouble. It's just a grand completion outer strength, that's all. What's so great about it? When you waved his hand. All right, Qinglan. Stop talking. Little friend. At such a young age, you've already reached grand completion outer strength. You can register for the Dragon Lake Martial Halls exam. Once you pass the exam, I'll help you put in a few good words. You apologize yourself. Perhaps the Duan family will spare you. After hearing this, he shook his head. Forget it. It's too much trouble. Hey, my grandfather is saving your life. What's with your attitude? He put down his teacup. He stood up leisurely. Thank you for your kindness, old one, but I still don't need it. As soon as he finished speaking, a frantic knocking came from the door. Opening the door, a teacher with glasses, drenched in sweat, reported. President Wen, it's bad. The Duan family is here. They're here for this student. The security guard are about to be overwhelmed. Little friend, wait. When you wanted to call Yi Fan back. But unexpectedly, he paid no attention. He walked straight out of the office door. In the hallway, he was quickly blocked by a sturdy man. This man was in his 40s, with bronze skin and a solid build. Behind him, security guard were lying on the ground. Each of them was clutching their stomach and groaning. They couldn't get up. He asked him, this student, do you know someone named Yi Fan? I am Yi Fan. What do you want with me? Was my young master injured by you? He nodded. If your young master's surname is Duan, then yes, I did it. That's right. Good kid. Frank enough. At this moment, the Wen grandfather and granddaughter came out of the office. Van you stood beside Yifan. His voice carried a hint of seriousness. Tai Jueki, you dare to cause trouble on the grounds of Qingzhou University? Aren't you afraid the Martial Arts Association will arrest you? Tai Jueki laughed heartily. Old Master Wen, he clasped his hands and said, long time no see. Still in good health, I see. But this matter doesn't concern you. I'm under the master's orders to bring this kid back. Wen Yu slammed his cane on the ground. At Qingzhou University, it does concern me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan directly ruined his plan. Old Wen, this really doesn't concern you. Please don't interfere. Wen Yu, standing beside him, was utterly speechless. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? Although Tai Jueki wasn't considered a top master in the martial arts world, he had at least practiced martial arts for decades. Yi Fan was still young. What combat experience could he have? Tai Jueki laughed loudly. Huh, old one. Did you hear that? This kid doesn't need your help at all. To be honest, the youth of today. He directly interrupted him. If you want to fight, then make your move. Less nonsense. Okay. Tai Jueki was taken aback. Are all young people today so arrogant? As a senior, it seems I must teach you a lesson. With that, he lifted his right leg. The top of his foot curved. His 5 toes clenched, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. But his stance was extremely solid. One look, and you could tell he was a master of kicking techniques. With a whoosh, a black shadow suddenly flashed. Tai Jueki's leg shot out, like a bullet from a gun barrel, kicking straight at Yi Fan's chest. His own young master, who practiced Bajiquan, had reached the early stage of outer strength. The strength of the young man before him was not to be underestimated. Therefore, he directly used a killing move, wanting to defeat him in one blow. If this kick hit an ordinary person, they would be severely injured, if not dead. But half a second later, his kick missed, because he suddenly disappeared. Before he could react, a heart-piercing pain came from his left leg, which was supporting him on the ground. Tai Jueki immediately screamed tragically. His left leg was completely shattered. His entire cloth shoe was soaked in fresh blood. It was extremely terrifying. He pointed at him. With your 3-legged cat kung fu, you dare to show off in front of an expert? As if afraid Tai Jueki was too noisy. He added another kick, directly knocking him unconscious. The Wen grandfather and granddaughter stared at him in shock, speechless. But he was as calm as if nothing had happened. Wen Qinglan rubbed her eyes. What just happened? Grandpa, am I dreaming? When you looked at him with a shocked expression. Such speed. To have reached this level at such a young age. I wonder which expert could have taught such a formidable disciple. Actually, compared to Yi Fan's strength, Wen Yu was even more amazed by his state of mind. Crippling a grand completion outer strength martial artist was like stepping on an ant. His face didn't flush, his heart didn't race. This calm demeanor was truly rare, due to the development of the internet. The news of Tai Jweki being crippled by a university student quickly spread throughout the Jiangnan martial arts world, becoming a topic of discussion for everyone. At a private manor in Qingzhou, a bald middle-aged man was looking at the news on his phone. His expression gradually became serious. He was the head of the Duan family, Duan Shuilio's father. A moment later, the butler came in from outside. "Master," he reported, "Tai Jweki's injury is even more severe than the young master's. His left kneecap was shattered. The nerves were damaged. He will have to walk with a cane for the rest of his life." Hearing this, Duan Rong frowned. "This kid is really ruthless. Have you investigated thoroughly? What is this Yi Fan's background?" "He is from Dongyang County. He is studying clinical medicine at Qingzhou University. My subordinate also found out. He is staying at Su Jingshan's house." Duan Rong was a little surprised after hearing this. "He's one of the Su family's people?" "That is still unclear at the moment. Continue investigating." "Where did he learn his martial arts? What is his relationship with the Su family? I want everything investigated. Also, get Tu Dao here for me immediately." Hearing the name, Tu Dao, the butler was clearly startled, because this person was the strongest retainer supported by the Duan family. He was a ruthless character. "Master, perhaps we should leave this matter to the Martial Arts Association. Intentional injury can result in a 10-year prison sentence. By the time he gets out of prison, that kid will be crippled anyway." A fierce glint flashed in Duan Rong's eyes. "It won't be too late to hand him over to the Martial Arts Association after we break both his legs first. Daring to beat my son to this state. Just going to prison is not enough." Meanwhile, he didn't care about the Duan family's affairs at all. A small local family. They probably didn't even have a foundation establishment stage cultivator. He skipped his afternoon classes. He leisurely walked out of the school. He went to a nearby market. He bought a few pounds of beef and chicken. He planned to take them to Li Mai's stall for her to cook. Just as he took out his phone to pay, he saw that Su Shuyan had left him more than 10 missed calls. He called back. Su Shuyan's anxious voice came from the other end. "Yifan, you finally answered. Where are you? Are you okay?" He was a little confused. Why was this girl suddenly so concerned about him? But he still answered. "What could happen to me? Weren't you taken away by the people from the Sonda Club?" "About that. I ran into the president later. So, did they let me go? Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. I'm shopping." "Hang up then. Who wants to call you?" Su Yin angrily hung up first. Jiang Tang asked with concern. "Shuyan, how is Big Strong Bro? He wasn't hospitalized, was he?" "He got lucky. He ran into the president." "That's great. All right, didn't Annie Chow ask you to tell Big Strong Bro to go to the Joda Hotel for dinner tonight?" Su Yin was taken aback, but thinking about his annoying attitude, she didn't want to send the message anymore. In the end, it was Jiang Tang who called him. On the top floor of the Diamond Clubhouse on Shuiwei Street, Bai Xiao looked at the bag of mushrooms on the bar. He slapped Yang Kai. "I told you to find poison. And you brought back this?" Yang Kai clutched his bright red face. "Brother Xiao," he said aggrievedly, "you're wronging me. Don't underestimate these mushrooms. They're called ghost hand green. They come from Lingnan. They're extremely toxic. Forget a student. Even a cow would collapse after eating it." Bai Xiao's eyes lit up. "Is it really that potent?" "It really is. This type of mushroom has killed quite a few people. It's long been banned from being sold, but I have connections. Many people get a little to take back. Doesn't Yi Fan often eat at that barbecue stall? We'll let him have a taste of this." Then, several underlings brought in a stray dog from outside. Yang Kai put on gloves. He crushed the ghost hand green mushrooms. He mixed them into the dog food and fed it to the stray dog. A moment later, the stray dog started foaming at the mouth. It collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Bai Xiao sneered. "Yi Fan, you just wait. Be more careful in your next life. Not everyone is someone you can afford to provoke." At 7 in the evening, he took a taxi to the Joda Hotel. A waiter led him to a luxurious VIP room on the 6th floor. Su Shuyan's entire family, including butler Fan Ba, was already present. Annie Chow had specially saved a seat for him next to Su Shuyan. Su Jingshan smiled at him. "Xiao Fan, I heard about what you did at school today. Annie Chiao asked curiously. What happened? This kid, on the first day of school, he got into a fight with several seniors. I heard it was the Sanda Club. Several people were hospitalized. He felt that he had worried for nothing. It seemed the matter with Duan Shuelu and Tai Jueki had been suppressed by that old man when you. Su Yin and Jiang Tang looked at each other in surprise. Didn't you say you ran into the president? And they let you go? He smiled faintly. Obviously, I was lying to you. Hearing this, Su Yin immediately became furious. You bastard. But Jiang Tang was amused by his attitude. Annie Chiao's face was stern. Xiao Fan, she criticized. Why did you get into a fight? You worked so hard to get into Qingzhou University. If you get expelled, your mother will be very sad. Annie Chiao, they started it with me. Even so, you shouldn't fight. Su Jingshan laughed and waved his hand. Haha, it's fine. Our country is encouraging martial arts now. It's normal for young people to fight. I was thinking, Xiao Fan is so good at martial arts. Wouldn't it be great if he became Shu Yin's bodyguard? He secretly shook his head. It turned out Su Jingshan hadn't given up on this idea. Annie Chiao frowned. That doesn't seem right. He's a university student. Studying should be his top priority. You also have to think about our daughter. Shu Yin is so beautiful. Since she was a child, there's been no shortage of boys harassing her. Besides, I'll pay him a salary of 20,000 a month. That's already higher than 90% of the office workers in Qingzhou. When he graduates, he can even come to work directly at the Su Corporation. Most importantly, we know Xiao Fan well. I'd feel more at ease. What do you think, dear? After Annie Chiao heard this, she felt that what Su Jingshan said made sense. But she was afraid of hurting Yi Fan's pride. So she asked tentatively, Xiao Fan, what do you think? At this moment, Su Shuyan pouted. Dad, Mom, I don't need a bodyguard. Su Jingshan glared at her. Shut up. It's not your turn to speak. He pretended to think for a long time. Finally, he shook his head. Saw the Unso Su. I'm not interested in being your daughter's bodyguard. Xiao Fan, can you tell me why? If it's a matter of salary, we can discuss it again. Yifan answered it honestly. It's not about the money. It's mainly that Shu Yin and I don't get along. Hearing this, Su Yin immediately interjected. Let me correct you. It's me who doesn't get along with you. He added another sentence. If it were Jiang Tang, I would be your bodyguard for free, no salary needed. Of course, this was just a joke. Even if the leader of Earth came, he wouldn't be qualified to have him as a bodyguard. Su Yin angrily pointed at Yi Fan. You're trying to drive a wedge between my friend and me. You're so shameless. Su Jingshan waved his hand. Let's drop this. All right, let's drop it. Soon, the food was served. 10 dishes and 1 soup. Each dish was a feast for the senses. But Su Shuyan was so angry, she couldn't eat a single bite. As for Yi Fan, he ate with great relish. Just then, a waiter pushed a cart over. He brought another dish. Butler Fanba glanced at it. He saw that it was a very fragrant mushroom soup. He was a little puzzled. I don't think we ordered this. The female waiter smiled. Sir, this is a complimentary gift from our hotel. Only bills that reach a certain amount are given this. Fine by note that? Then bring it over. Because this bowl of soup was close to Yi Fan. He scooped a bowl for himself. But as soon as he took a sip, he felt something was wrong. Seeing Su Shuyan also scooping a bowl, he quickly snatched it away. Wait a minute, he said with a serious face. Suyan looked at Yi Fan, confused. Why did you snatch my soup? There's plenty more. Get your own. Yi Fan replied seriously. This soup is poisoned. This is the extremely toxic ghost hand green mushroom. An ordinary person would die after just 1 bite. Just one of these mushrooms is enough to poison an entire elephant. Yet he, an old nascent soul monster, ate it with relish. It was just that he noticed Su Shuyan also scooping a bowl. So he immediately snatched it back and told her the soup was poisoned. Su Shuyan thought he was teasing her. She almost fainted from anger. Annie Chiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Fan, what's going on? He asserted to Annie Chiao. Uncle, I promise this soup is really poisoned. Trust me. Annie Chiao and Su Jingshan looked at each other, a bit embarrassed and incredulous. Just then, a waitress came over to reassure them. Honored guests, please don't worry. The main ingredient of this mushroom soup is the king shui mushroom. From Lingnan. It does have a certain toxicity, but after professional processing by our chef, the toxins have been completely removed. You can enjoy it with peace of mind. What a country bumpkin. So ignorant. Even puffer fish is poisonous. But don't people still eat it? Su Xuan Mu De then scooped another bowl. But unexpectedly, Yi Fan snatched the bowl from her. What do you think you're doing? Give it back. He ignored Su Shuyan and directly handed the bowl to the waitress. You said it's not poisonous? Then you drink this bowl. Seeing this, the waitress looked troubled. I'm sorry, sir. Our hotel has rules. I don't think it's about the rules. It's that you don't dare to, right? At this point, Su Jingshan was a little annoyed. Come on, little fan. This is a 5-star hotel. The chef wouldn't make such a basic mistake. Sit down and eat properly. Stop causing trouble. Jiang Tang also asked curiously. Brother Dolly, you said the soup is poisonous. But you drank a bowl earlier too, didn't you? You seem fine. He was momentarily at a loss for words. As someone who had studied medicine for 400 years in the Little South world, he could naturally taste the poison in the soup. The reason he was fine was because, first, a nascent soul stage cultivator has a formidable physical body. Second, he had once consumed the inner core of a black-scaled serpent emperor, granting him a body immune to all poisons. But if he explained it like that, he would definitely be treated like a lunatic. Seeing him speechless, Su Xuan Sna. I knew it. He's just a gorilla they invited for entertainment. He quickly thought of something, then looked at Su Jingshan. He observed him for a moment before speaking. Uncle Su, have you had a nosebleed in the last 3 days? Su Jingshan was stunned. How did you know? The morning before last. When he woke up to wash his face, he did indeed have a nosebleed. But he hadn't told anyone about such a small matter. How did Yi Fan know? Could he tell fortunes? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. Because you're a bit weak. If I'm not mistaken, you've been taking some kind of tonic recently, haven't you? A very rare one, at that. But you've overdone it, leading to excessive internal heat. Besides the nosebleeds, you've also had swollen gums, insomnia, frequent dreams, a dry mouth, and a bitter taste. Am I right? Su Jingshan and Annie Chow both looked astonished, because all the symptoms he described were correct. Annie Chow asked in disbelief, Little Fan, how do you know all this? Yi Fan glanced back at the mushroom soup. I've studied some traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, I can say with 100% certainty that this soup is poisonous. And it's a deadly poison. At that moment, the waitress's eyes flickered. Su Shuyan's jaw dropped. Mom, Dad, could what he's saying be true? Seeing Yi Fan's certainty, Su Jingshan decided to send Uncle Fan to investigate clearly. Find a lab to test the components of this soup. Uncle Fan immediately accepted the order and left the hotel with a bowl of soup. Su Shuyan crossed her arms, still puzzled. If you say the soup is poisonous, then why are you okay? You just drank 3 big gulps. Yi Fan similit faintly. I didn't realize the great Miss Su cared about me so much. You even know how many sips of soup I drank. Su Xuan Boluset turned her head away and said petulantly, Who cares about you? Don't be so full of yourself. All right, let's get back to the point. The reason I wasn't poisoned is because, just as Yi Fan was thinking of an excuse, the female waitress suddenly spoke up. Her voice no longer had the timidness from before. Instead, it carried a hint of coldness. Young man, your medical skills are quite impressive. To be able to neutralize the poison of the ghost hand green mushroom. Yi Fan looked at her. You finally dropped the act, he smiled. The master has already left. Of course, there's no need to pretend anymore. As the female waitress spoke, she reached out her hand. From under the cart, she took out a pistol with a silencer. She directly loaded it. She pointed the gun at Su Jingshan. Seeing this, Su Jingshan remained calm. He supported himself on the table. His face was grim. So, it was a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Haha, of course. The invincible iron fist Fan Ba, an internal energy master. We can't win in a direct confrontation, so we could only use a little trick. Don't move. Everyone, put your phones on the table. The 4 of them immediately complied. Only Yi Fan remained motionless. The female waitress pointed the gun at him. Kid, didn't you hear what I said? Take out your phone. Just then, Su Jingshan suddenly lunged up. He charged towards the female waitress. He even shouted, Shuyan, you too run. However, he was unsuccessful, because this woman was also an outer strength martial artist. She kicked him 4 or 5 meters away. The female waitress sneered. You don't know what's good for you. Then, she walked up to Yi Fan with a gun. Take out your phone, she said sternly. Hurry up. He smiled. As an assassin, he said nonchalantly. You're quite incompetent. What did you say? You're about to die, and you're still talking nonsense. You talk too much. You're definitely not a professional assassin. The female waitress holding the gun sneered. What's it to you? As long as I complete the mission, that's all that matters. What's wrong with having a little fun? Then I'm sorry. I'm afraid you won't be able to complete your mission this time. After he spoke, he reached out to grab the pistol. You're looking for death. Seeing Yi Fan dare to snatch the gun, a glint flashed in the female assassin's eyes. She pulled the trigger without hesitation. Su Shuyin and Jiang Tang both screamed in terror. But in the next moment, the bloody scene they had imagined did not happen. Yi Fan was seen covering the muzzle with his hand. His entire hand was completely intact. Only a few wisps of gunpowder smoke rose from his fingers. The female assassin's eyes almost popped out. How is this possible? Even Su Jingshan was stunned. How could a human hand block a bullet? The female assassin didn't hesitate. She pulled the trigger again, 3 times in a row. This time, she was sure the bullets had been fired. But for some reason, not only was Yi Fan's hand unharmed, but his expression was also calm. The female assassin wanted to pull the gun back, but the strength of the person in front of her was too great. She couldn't do it all. I don't believe it. When she pulled the trigger again, the pistol suddenly exploded. It blew her hand into a bloody mess. She fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Her mind was blank. Big strong bro, what's going on? He walked over and covered Jiang Tang's eyes. Hey, don't look. Jiang Tang trembled slightly. A warm feeling rose in her heart. Only then did Auntie Qiao come to her senses. She rushed over to check Yi Fan's injuries. But she found that not only was his hand not bleeding, but it was also completely unscathed, with the crisis averted. Su Jingshan immediately picked up a chair and knocked the female assassin unconscious. Then he also looked at him in shock. Xiao Fan, your hand. Un so su, o nikyu. Luckily, her gun jammed. I'm Fina. After hearing this, Auntie Qiao burst into tears. She hugged him tightly. You silly boy, if anything happened to you, how would I explain it to your mother? He gave a bitter smile. The situation was urgent back then. I didn't have time to think. A moment later, Fanba ran over, panting. His face was full of guilt. I'm sorry, Chairman. It was my negligence. Su Jingshan sat back in his chair. It's not your fault. He waved his hand. I fell for their trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. All right, old Fan. What about that bowl of mushroom soup? Fanba glanced at Yi Fan. It was indeed poisoned, he then said. According to the lab staff, the mushroom in the soup is the ghost hand green from Lingnan. It's extremely toxic. The whole family looked at him in shock, especially Su Shuyan. Thinking about what she had just said, her face burned, turning beet red. Su Jingshan looked apologetic. Xiao Fan, it turns out what you said was all true. I'm sorry. It was Uncle Su who misunderstood you. As for Jiang Tang, she admired him even more. Oh my god, big strong bro. You're amazing. He smiled faintly. It was just a coincidence. Just then, Annie Qiao walked over. She took Yi Fan's hand, intending to go out. No, such a strong poison. Xiao Fan, Annie has to take you to the hospital for a checkup. He found it troublesome, but he couldn't bear to refuse her good intentions. He had no choice but to go with her. The female assassin was taken away by the police who arrived later. The hotel was in chaos. The manager was reprimanded that very night. He even lost his job. At the Rose Garden Villa, Su Jingshan and Fanba sat together. They began to discuss Yi Fan. When it came to him blocking the gun with his bare hands, Fanba decisively shook his head. At such a close range, to catch a bullet with his bare hands and be completely unharmed, even a Hotian Grandmaster couldn't do it. Unless he is the legendary martial Dao Grandmaster, who can use true Qi to protect his body. Su Jingshan was surprised. So you're saying there really was a problem with the gun? Fanba Ponde. He knew this explanation was very far-fetched. How could an assassin's gun so easily jam and explode? But Yi Fan was so young. He couldn't possibly be a martial Dao Grandmaster. Su Jingshan's face was gloomy. Old Fan, contact the police first thing tomorrow morning. I want to know who on earth wants to kill me. Yes, Chairman. Meanwhile, by the time Yi Fan returned home from the hospital, it was almost 11 o'clock. In the Audi A8 parked by the road, Auntie Qiao handed him a bank card. Xiao Fan, she said with some embarrassment. Thank you for saving our family tonight. Don't think Auntie Qiao is being materialistic. There's 300,000 in this card. The password is your birthday. Take it and buy something you like. If you're short on money in the future, just tell Annie Chiao. He didn't say a word. He directly took the card. He put it in his pocket. Thank you, Annie Chiao. Annie Chiao smiled kindly. This kid doesn't put on any airs, she thought. He's very straightforward. He's really to my liking. Then, Auntie Chiao drove away. He didn't go straight back to the Rose Garden Villa, but planned to go to Li Mai's restaurant. The chaos tonight had left him not fully fed. At the stall, Li Mai took out the ingredients he had sent over in the afternoon. She began to prepare a late-night snack. A moment later, she finished making a few dishes. But among the food on the table, he saw a very familiar ingredient. The ghost hand green mushroom. Li Mai stood beside him in her apron. Seeing Yi Fan's surprised look, she asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Fan? Don't you like these dishes?" "Mai, I've never seen this dish before." He picked up a piece of ghost hand green mushroom with his chopsticks and chewed it. Oh, it's still the undercooked ghost hand green mushroom. The toxicity is even stronger. Hearing him call her Mai, Li Mai beamed. "This is a mushroom I got from an acquaintance. It's from Lingnan. Over 100 yuan a pound. It's very expensive." "Is that so?" Mai, you spent too much." He continued to eat the stir-fried meat with mushrooms. To be honest, these ghost hand green mushrooms are poisonous, but they are incredibly delicious. However, ordinary people can't taste this delicacy. Just one bite is enough to take a life immediately. What waste? This is all your money. Li Mai smiled honestly. She was referring to the 100,000 yuan he had given her a few days ago. He spoke while eating. "These mushrooms are so good, Mai. Where did you buy them? Take me with you tomorrow. I want to buy some for a friend. I bought them at the morning market, the antique wholesale market." He nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, there were about a dozen customers scattered around the restaurant. Two thugs, sitting in the corner, looked shocked. "I told you, that kid has been eating for a while. Why isn't anything happening? Could there be some mistake?" He chatted with Li Mei while eating. He learned from her that there were still a few large ghost hand green mushrooms in the kitchen. So he asked to see them. Then he left his seat. After he went into the kitchen. At this moment, the two thugs walked over to Yi Fan's table to check the situation. One of them picked up chopsticks and poked at the plate of stir-fried pork with mushrooms, which was still more than half full. Did that damn Li Mei overcook the mushrooms? I heard that if poisonous mushrooms are cooked thoroughly, the poison disappears. You're right, that's possible. The other thug hadn't eaten dinner yet. He picked up the chopsticks. He picked up a piece of mushroom and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he praised, "Wow, it's really good. It's so fresh. Damn it, are you crazy? You dare to eat this? What are you afraid of? That kid ate it for so long, and he's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt the world spinning. In his panic, he saw many little people holding hands and dancing around him. Then, with a thud, he fell to the ground, motionless. Inside the kitchen, Yi Fan found a fresh ghost hand green mushrooms. He surprisingly discovered a trace of spiritual energy in them, although the amount was very small, but it was enough to make him happy. Just as he was putting 3 ghost hand green mushrooms into a plastic bag, he heard a commotion outside. He ran out with Li Mei to look. He discovered a thug with a buzz cut lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, his whole body convulsing. His skin was turning slightly blue. Another thug, wearing earrings, was squatting beside him, looking extremely anxious. Li Mei was terrified. She hurriedly called for an ambulance. At this moment, the thug with earrings pointed at Li Mei. He cursed. "It was you who poisoned him. This stir-fried pork with mushrooms isn't made with normal mushrooms. It's the Lingnan poisonous mushroom." The restaurant suddenly fell into chaos. More than a dozen pairs of terrified eyes looked at Li Mei. Li Mei frantically pointed at Yi Fan. "No, that's impossible. He ate half the plate just now, and he's fine. How could it be poisonous?" Seeing this, Yi Fan laughed coldly. He picked up the plate and poured the rest of the stir-fried pork with mushrooms into his mouth. Chewing voraciously, "Look, everyone. If these were really poisonous mushrooms, would I still be standing here talking?" After waiting for a long time, seeing that he showed no symptoms, all the customers present finally felt relieved. The thug with earrings was speechless. His face turned red. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "You two have been staring since I walked into the restaurant, and you deliberately ran over to eat my food. What do you want to do? Did Bai Xiao send you here?" No, it's not. It's not Brother Xiao. I don't know any Brother Xiao. Hearing this, he understood clearly. Sure enough, it was that reckless by Xiao playing tricks again. Originally, he planned to go to the wholesale market tomorrow morning to find a vegetable seller and investigate the source of the ghost hand green mushrooms. It seems that's not necessary now. The thug with earrings knelt down in front of Yi Fan with a thud, hugging his companion lying on the ground, crying miserably. Lazy, my brother. You died so miserably. He kicked him away. Get lost, he's not dead yet. Then, he pressed his hand on the thug's chest, channeling chi through his index finger, injecting a stream of true chi. A moment later, the thug began to vomit violently. He vomited out all the poisonous mushroom pieces he had eaten. The symptoms of poisoning immediately alleviated significantly. At this time, the doctor and nurses from the ambulance arrived. After checking, the doctor gave a preliminary diagnosis. Others ate it and were fine. Only this guy vomited after eating. Dizziness, mental confusion. It's very likely due to an allergy. Hearing this, Li Mei breathed a sigh of relief. If the restaurant was rumored to have food poisoning, she wouldn't be able to do business anymore. When she regained her composure, she discovered that Yi Fan had left at some point. In a small alley on Shueihua Food Street, the thug with earrings was beaten by him until his face was swollen. Don't hit me anymore, big brother. I'll tell you everything. It was Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao sent me. He also arranged for the vegetable seller to sell the ghost hand green mushrooms to Li Mei. Hearing this, a flash of killing intent appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. His principle of doing things was once, twice, but there could never be a third time. Bai Xiao had touched his bottom line. More than an hour past midnight, at the biggest nightclub, in the West District Diamond Club, Bai Xiao and his gang were partying in a VIP room. The blonde thug, Yang Kai, raised his glass. Laughing, he said, Brother Xiao. Lazy called and said he saw Yi Fan eat the ghost hand green mushrooms with his own eyes. He must be meeting the king of hell by now. Bai Xiao sat arrogantly on the sofa. Exhaling smoke, he sneered. That brat, hair hasn't even grown in yet, and he dares to fight me? His mistress, Wang Yinhua, snuggled into his arms. Coquettishly, she said, Brother Xiao, Li Mei is in jail now. How you plan to deal with that restaurant? Just find a new tenant. Shueihua Street has so many customers. No need to worry about finding a tenant. Bai Xiao finished speaking. He flicked cigarette ash directly onto Wang Yinhua's thigh. All right, I heard Li Mei has a daughter. What's her name again? Su Wangwan. I've seen her photo. She looks quite pretty. Which one of you will go and catch that girl for me? Yang Kai immediately put down the wine glass he was drinking. Excitedly, he said, Brother Xiao, let me go. I'm good at this. Li Mei's husband, Su Haichao, still owes our company tens of thousands. That gambling addict. Don't talk about selling his daughter. Even if he sold his own mother, he wouldn't even frown. Yang Kai, go do it right away. The tens of thousands in interest. I won't take it anymore. Yes, Brother Xiao, leave it to me. After speaking, Yang Kai called Su Haichao. Very quickly, a middle-aged man with a potbelly and dark circles under his eyes led a girl with a pure appearance and lovely features to the Diamond Club. Su Wangwan asked somewhat shyly, Dad, maybe you should find someone else to help? Your friend is drunk. I'm afraid I can't support him. Wangwan, Dad is telling you the truth. This friend of mine can lead Dad to make money. As long as we help him, our family won't lack money in the future. Your mother won't have to work hard day and night running that small restaurant. Just earn a few pennies. Su Wangwan replied, unhappily. From childhood to adulthood, Mom paid for all my tuition and living expenses. Have you ever brought a single penny home? You should pay off all your debts before talking about Mom. After speaking, Su Wanwan turned her head, intending to leave. Su Haichao hurriedly stopped his daughter, begging Wanwan, Good daughter, help Dad just this once. I promise you. After I make money, I'll buy you whatever you want. Su Wanwan couldn't bear it. She had to follow him to the second floor, into a luxurious VIP room. As soon as she entered the door, she felt something was wrong. In the room, several young men with hair dyed in all colors were puffing on cigarettes. Walking inside, she almost choked on the smell of smoke. Yang Kai Salsu Haito. He immediately walked over. Brother Chow is here, huh? Su Haichao beamed with joy. He was about to strike up a conversation with Yang Kai. But Yang Kai walked right past him, stopping in front of Su Wanwan. He looked her up and down. Is this your daughter? She's really beautiful. You weren't cuckolded by your wife, were you? Looking at your face. How could you produce such a pretty daughter? Brother Kai, what are you joking about? Suai Chao smailed ingratiatingly, deciding to use his daughter to divert everyone's attention. He leaned down, whispering into Su Wanwan's ear. Wanwan, this is Brother Kai. Quick, support him. At this moment, Su Wanwan's eyes were already red. She glared at Su Haichao. Dad, didn't you say your friend was drunk? In need of my help? Who is drunk here? Hearing this, Su Haichao felt embarrassed. Not knowing how to answer, Yang Kai immediately pretended to be drunk, staggering around. Oh, my little sister. Your dad is right. I'm drunk right here. Haha, Brother Kai acts so well. More than 10 thugs, including Bai Xiao, watch the show with amusement. I'm leaving. You stay here by yourself, Dad. Su Wanwan threw a sentence at Suai Chao, then turned around to run away. But Yang Kai grabbed her hair and pulled her back, laughing lewdly. Since you're here, have a few drinks with us. I don't know how to drink. Let me go. Su Wanwan struggled, looking at her father for help. But what she got in return was his beastly answer. Wanwan, just drink a few glasses with them. After it's done, Dad will take you home. Suai Chao, you're forcing your own daughter to drink with men. Are you still human? Su Wanwan exploded, tears streaming down her face. Oh, my little sister. Why are you crying? Don't be afraid. I'll help you get revenge. Yang Kai said as he spoke, pretending to valpsu analystius. Then he suddenly turned 180 degrees, kicking Su Haichao far away. Hee, little sister, let me tell you the truth. Your dad owes us 400,000. Counting the interest, it's 650,000. He has already sold you to us. Huh. Seeing the situation, Su Wanwan could only try to act fierce. If you dare to touch me, my boyfriend won't let you off. Hearing this, the thugs weren't scared at all. Instead, they burst into laughter. Bai Xiao asked while smoking a cigar. Little sister, is your boyfriend named Yi Fan? Yes. My boyfriend is Yi Fan. He practices martial arts. He fights very well. Hearing this, Bai Xiao laughed hysterically. Su Wanwan asked in confusion, what are you laughing at? Little sister, that boyfriend of yours fights very well. We've already experienced that point. But what's the use? To tell you the truth, Yi Fan is currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. But most likely, he can't be saved. Su Wanwan was stunned. Hospital? Emergency treatment? What did you do to him? Bai Xiao didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand to signal. Everyone get out. Yang Kai waved his hand. Smiling mischievously, he led the gang and Su Haichao away. Seeing this, Wang Yinhua could only sigh. She walked straight out of the nightclub, went outside the door to smoke. While smoking, she saw a familiar face walking towards her. She was stunned, then pointed at Yi Fan, stammering, How are you still alive? It seems regarding the poisoning. You also played a part, didn't you? Wang Yinhua knew Yi Fan was very formidable. She hurriedly threw away the cigarette, shaking her head frantically. No, I only knew about it. I didn't participate. By the way, your girlfriend is upstairs. Bai Xiao is about to make a move on her. Hearing this, Yi Fan was a bit confused. Since when did I have a girlfriend? He immediately asked, Who are you talking about? Su Wanwan. Isn't she your girlfriend? Wanwan. Hearing this name, he frowned. Then, he quickly walked into the nightclub. Wang Yinhua also hurriedly followed. In the luxurious VIP room, Bai Xiao was drinking wine, smiling as he looked at Su Wanwan. Help! Help! Su Wanwan huddled in the corner, crying for help and fear, tears streaming down her face. Scream! Scream all you want. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. This is my territory. As he spoke, Bai Xiao extended his claws towards Su Wanwan. But the girl was quick-witted, suddenly dodging. She desperately ran towards the VIP room door. Unfortunately, her hair was too long. Bai Xiao grabbed it. Yanking her back, Bai Xiao slapped her hard. She fell onto the sofa, her head spinning. Damn it, you dare play cat and mouse with me? Bai Xiao spat. He was about to do something depraved, when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the VIP room. Screams, sounds of punching and kicking. But just a second later, it fell silent. Bai Xiao opened the door. Roaring, young guy. What the hell are you doing? But when he looked outside, he was stunned, because in the corridor, his gang members were lying all over the place, groaning. A familiar young face turned towards him. Bai Xiao stammered in fear. Why are you here? He spoke calmly. I remember warning you. Don't touch Li Mei's restaurant. Otherwise, I'll smash your dog head. You don't seem to listen, do you? Yi Fan was a nascent soul stage old monster. He originally didn't want to kill mortals on Blue Star. But if these pests kept provoking him time and time again, then he would have to send them to meet the king of hell. Bai Xiao thought he had long been poisoned to death. Unexpectedly, not only was he unharmed, but he also wiped out his minions. He intended to beg for mercy. But before the words could leave his mouth, Yi Fan seemed to teleport, appearing in front of him, landing a punch on his stomach. Among the human internal organs, the liver is the most fragile part. Taking this punch, the liver instantly shattered. Fresh blood gushed out from Bai Xiao's mouth. He collapsed to the ground. In so much pain, he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, Su Wanwan groggily woke up. Looking at him in astonishment, he walked up to her, gently pressing his right hand on the back of her neck, causing her to faint. Then he said calmly, "It's okay now. Just sleep." Suddenly, Yang Kai led two minions rushing into the room. He had obtained a pistol from somewhere. With a gun in hand, Yang Kai was much more confident. He glared at Yi Fan fiercely. Standing nearby, Wang Yinhua thought to herself, "This is bad. Damn it. How could I forget Bai Xiao has a pistol?" Yang Kai turned his head. "Aldering, Iri. Chang, take Brother Xiao to the hospital." The two minions heard the order, just as they were about to act. Ye Fan Sudendi shouted, "No one is going anywhere today. Damn it, you brat. Do you think I'm holding a toy gun?" After speaking, Yang Kai released the safety of the gun. Walking up to Yi Fan, roaring, "Kneel down." Yi Fan moved like a ghost, sifting behind Yang Kai. "Who did you say should kneel?" Yang Kai was startled, hurriedly turning around. But Yi Fan had disappeared. He could only point the gun wildly. But he couldn't find Yi Fan's figure at all. A second later, Yi Fan's calm voice echoed through the room. "Do you really think having a gun makes you invincible? Foolish mortal. You have no idea how insignificant you are. In my eyes, you're no different from ants and insects on a tree." Seeing this, Yang Kai panicked, firing wildly. "Brat, I'll shoot you dead." But after firing a few shots, his voice suddenly stopped. A crisp sound of bone fracturing rang out. Following that, Yang Kai screamed miserably, falling to the ground. His left arm was bent at a 90-degree angle. Bone pierced through the skin. Blood flowed profusely. His gun fell to the ground. Yi Fan picked it up himself, pointed the gun at Yang Kai, and pulled the trigger. Wang Yinhua and the two minions were terrified, screaming miserably, hurriedly trying to flee. But Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, grabbing the air. The three of them were immediately pulled back by an invisible force, falling heavily to the ground. The two minions crawled up, kneeling in front of him, kowtowing incessantly. "Spare us, big brother. We didn't do anything." Wang Yinhua also begged. "Brother Fan, I was also forced by Bai Xiao. I'm also a victim. It really has nothing to do with me. Every debt has its debtor. I'm not interested in you people." He didn't even look at them. He fired another shot, blowing Yang Kai's head apart. Blood splattered onto Wang Yinhua's face, making her completely silent. Too ruthless. This person is definitely not an ordinary student. Bai Xiao spent decades in the underworld and wouldn't dare do this. Most importantly, this young man acts ruthlessly, but his eyes are extremely calm, as if he just stepped on two ants by the roadside. He held the unconscious Su Wanwan in his arms, turning his head to ask about tonight's events here. If anyone asks, you know what to say, right? The two minions were dazed, not knowing how to answer. But Wang Yinhua quickly replied. It was Bai Xiao and Yang Kai who had a conflict. Yang Kai got angry, went upstairs to get a gun, and shot Bai Xiao dead, then committed suicide out of fear of punishment. The two minions hurriedly agreed. Yes, that's exactly it. Ye Fan nodded, holding Suyanyan, leaving with satisfaction. Actually, even if someone investigated the truth, he wasn't afraid. At most, it would cost a bit of spiritual energy to cast a few memory-wiping techniques. However, he found it a bit troublesome. After he left, Wang Yinhua looked at Yang Kai and Bai Xiao lying in pools of blood. She swallowed slightly. He took Su Wanwan back to Li Mei's restaurant, handed her over to Li Mei, then left. Although he wasn't someone who liked killing, but having roamed the shounen world for 2,000 years, the number of people killed by him was at least 80,000, if not 100,000. Killing two petty thugs, to him, was not worth mentioning. Arriving back at the Rose Garden Villa, it was already 2:30 a.m. He showered and went to sleep, perhaps because he used his spiritual sense last night, causing injury to his primordial spirit. So he slept straight until 10 a.m. the next morning before waking up. Today it was the weekend. Su Shuyan and Jiang Tang were both at home. Seeing him wake up, Jiang Tang hurriedly ran to him. Brother Dolly, why did you wake up so late today? Usually, you wake up at 5 or 6 in the morning. He yawned deeply. It's the weekend. Sleeping in. Then, he reached out and rubbed Jiang Tang's head, turning around to go into the bathroom to wash up. But this sudden intimate action made Jiang Tang's face turn red. Her heart beat fast. The usually lively and bubbly girl suddenly became shy, awkward, for some reason. Seeing the scene of him being so close to Jiang Tang, Su Shuyan felt strangely uncomfortable. She thought to herself, am I really that unlikable? Actually, this was just Yi Fan's habit. In the shounen world, he had a junior sister. Her aptitude was as ordinary as his, but she was very hardworking, diligent. This junior sister had a petite figure, lively and quick-witted just like Jiang Tang. Every time they met, he would rub her head to show affection. Over time, it became a habit. All things considered, although Earth is very safe, he also missed the shounen world very much. After all, he had lived there for 2,000 years. There were many close friends and memories. He finished washing up and came out. Jiang Tang hopped over like a little rabbit and pulled him into the kitchen. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out on the dining table. Jiang Tang pointed at the dining table. Brother Dolly, look. This is the breakfast Shuyan woke up early to prepare. She asked the maid to prepare it for you. He knew Jiang Tang was trying to mend the relationship between him and Su Shuyan. But Su Shuyan still maintained the arrogant look of a rich young lady, refusing to back down. She flipped her hair, raised her chin. Yifan, thank you for saving us yesterday. From now on, you can stay here. Stay as long as you want. He picked up a shrimp bun and ate it, replying calmly, I didn't say I would stay here. What do you mean? Do you expect me to beg you? Every time you go downstairs, you walk very lightly. At night, you lock your door, and you secretly threw away all the food I put in the fridge. If not for some special reasons. Do you think I want to stay here? Hearing him expose her thoughts, Su Shuyan was angry. Stay if you like, leave if you don't. I won't chase you away. After speaking, she stormed upstairs in a huff. Jiang Tang sly bitterly. I say, Brother Dolly, do you and Shuyan have incompatible fates? Why do you quarrel every time you meet? He replied seriously. Very likely. After breakfast, he went out to walk the dog. Of course, the dog he walked was Su Shuyan's black dragon. Originally, this was done by the maid. But since he moved in, this responsibility was given to him. After a few times, Black Dragon, and he became closer. As soon as it saw him, it wagged its tail and whined. Today, Jiang Tang went for a walk with him. The two walked in the picturesque Rose Garden Villa area. She looked at Black Dragon. We found Black Dragon by the roadside during winter break in 11th grade. Its previous owner was a pervert who abused it all day long. Shuyan felt sorry for it, so she brought it home to raise. He nodded calmly. At night, Jiang Tang advised the depressed Su Shuyan again. Shuyan, how about you personally cook noodles for Brother Dolly tomorrow morning? Me? Cook for him? Am I sick? After all, Brother Dolly saved us. He also saved Uncle Su and Auntie Chiao. That's a life-saving grace. Su Shuyan pouted. He just got lucky. Shuyan, I think Brother Dolly is unhappy because your expression of gratitude isn't sincere enough. How much is a breakfast worth? Moreover, it was made by the maid. Then what do you think I should do? Do I have to offer myself to him? Go away. What are you thinking? I mean, you should cook breakfast yourself. That will definitely move Brother Dolly. Hearing this, Su Shuyan thought for a long time, then reluctantly agreed. The next morning, Su Shuyan looked up recipes online, while asking the maid for guidance. Finally, she finished cooking a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. But she discovered Yi Fan had gone out early. It almost made her die of anger. He went to the food street for breakfast, then walked around the Diamond Club, discovering that this place had been sealed off due to a murder case. A notice of temporary suspension of business was pasted on the entrance, but he heard arguing inside. An aggressive voice rang out from the hall. Bai Xiao is dead. Wang Yinhua, do you think a woman like you can keep Diamond? Today, you have to sign whether you want to or not. Even if you don't want to sign, you must sign. More than 10 thugs stood behind a man in a suit. Most of them had tattoos. Looking like gangsters, Wang Yinhua stood by the reception desk, glaring at the man in the suit. Sang Young, don't go too far for C's gang. Diamond is now my name. I won't sell it to you even if I die. If you have the guts, kill me. Do you think I don't dare? The man named Zheng Yang walked over, choking Wang Yinhua, pointing at the contract on the reception desk. Sign it for me. Otherwise, I'll have people guard this place 24/7, making sure you can't go anywhere for the rest of your life. If you're so capable, guard it all day. Who's afraid of whom? Slap. Zheng Yang slapped Wang Yinhua, knocking her to the ground. You think I don't dare? Let me show you the power of the 4C's gang. Wang Yinhua held her face, in pain and fear. But she didn't know what to do. Zheng Yang touched his chin, saying sinisterly, what to do? You tell me. Wang Yinhua. I heard you were forced by Xiao before. He kept you as a mistress for so many years without changing. You must have some skills, right? Wang Yinhua gritted her teeth and glared at Zheng Yang, trembling with anger, but helpless. Just then, the door of the Diamond Club slowly opened. A curious face poked in, muttering, what's going on here? Wang Yinhua saw him. Her eyes lit up as if seeing a savior. She shouted loudly, Yi Fan, run, go call the police. They want to kill me. Several thugs from the 4C's gang were guarding the door. Seeing this, they intended to chase him away. But hearing Wang Yinhua scream like that, they immediately blocked him. Zheng Yang pointed at him, saying in a low voice, this kid must be one of Bai Zhao's men. Bring him in here. So, he was escorted into the hall by several thugs of the 4C's gang. Wang Yinhua felt a bit guilty, not daring to look him in the eye, because her cry for help just now was actually using him. Zheng Yang stood in front of him, asking with interest, kid, are you looking for Wang Yinhua? What is your relationship with her? He replied calmly, me and her? What relationship could I have with her? No relationship at all. Zheng Yang was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Haha, no relationship? I think you're a gigolo she keeps at school. Zheng Yang finished speaking and turned to look at Wang Yinhua again. You slutty woman. Taking men's money to keep young boys at school. Truly shameless. Bai Xiao must have worn a whole green field on his head, right? Huh. Wang Yinhua hugged Zheng Yang's leg tightly. Beging, bra young. I beg you, let him go. He has nothing to do with this. He is still a student. Hearing this, Yi Fan was speechless for a moment. This woman is really good at acting. The more she says that, the less Zheng Yang will let me go. That way, I won't be able to avoid taking action. Truly a clear plan. Get lost. Zheng Yang kiket Wang Yinhua aside. Then he planned to teach Yi Fan a lesson to force her to sign the contract. But before he could act, Yi Fan swung his hand and slapped him. A loud slap echoed like a firecracker. Zheng Yang flew far away. 2 front teeth fell out with him, smashing hard against the wall. It hurt so much he couldn't get up for a long time. The minions of the 4C's gang were all stunned with fear, unable to react for a long time. Why is this kid so formidable? Is he Superman? Seeing this, Wang Yinhua breathed a sigh of relief. He walked straight up to her, glaring coldly at Wang Yinhua, saying, you dare to use me? Brother Fan, I didn't. Wang Yinhua naturally wouldn't admit it. Instead, she acted innocent, harmless. At this moment, Zheng Yang's angry voice rang out. Kill him for me. More than 10 thugs of the 4C's gang heard the order, rushing up simultaneously. He suddenly shouted loudly. The shout carried a trace of true chi, creating a visible shockwave. Bang! The gang of thugs, 15 or 16 people fell to the ground, ears bleeding simultaneously, groaning incessantly. Some even fainted on the spot. Wang Yinhua also held her ears, looking extremely painful. Fortunately, Yi Fan stood with his back to her. Otherwise, she might have been shocked to death. Zheng Yang stood the furthest away, pointing at him in horror. Stammering, impossible. He glared at him. I told you to get lost, and you didn't listen. Don't you understand human language? Go, go. Zheng Yang hurriedly led the minions to flee, not daring to stay for even a second. After they left, Wang Yinhua knelt down in front of him, crying while speaking. Brother Fan, from now on, I am yours. Who wants you? He scolded irritably, then looked around. What's the situation here now? Where are Bai Zhao's minions? Wang Yinhua replied weakly. They're all in the hospital. Hearing this, he turned to leave. Then I'm leaving. Wait. Wang Yinhua suddenly remembered something, hurriedly chasing after him. Brother Fan, why don't you take over Bai Zhao's gang? The underworld is a place where the strong rule. Bai Xiao was defeated by you. Oh no, he died unexpectedly. Then you naturally become the boss of Bai Zhao's gang. The shares of the Diamond Club. I also offer them to you with both hands. What do you think? He replied calmly. Not very good. Wang Yinhua was stunned. Diamond Club is the biggest nightclub in the West District. One night's revenue reaches several 100,000 yuan, plus the food streets near the university. Who knows how many gangs in Qingzhou covet it? Yet Yi Fan showed no interest. Wang Yinhua thought he didn't understand, so she explained in detail the benefits of becoming a gang boss. Brother Fan, as long as you become the boss of Bai Zhao's gang, no one will dare to cause trouble at Li Mei's restaurant in the future. He shook his head. Too troublesome. I just want to focus on studying right now. Wang Yinhua was a bit speechless. Studying? Can studying earn millions a month in the future? He smiled. Why don't you be the boss? Hearing this, Wang Yinhua froze. Me? Be the boss? Isn't this club in your name? Just be the boss while you're at it. What's the big deal? Wang Yinhua still hesitated. She had altered Bai Zhao's will, so the Diamond Club belonged to her. But being a boss, she really hadn't thought about this. A second later, her eyes lit up. She came up with a good idea. Brother Fan, how about this? I'll manage the Diamond Club. I'll give you half the profits. But if something like today happens, you have to come help me. Otherwise, I'm a girl, with no one to rely on. He found a bit funny. You're quite old already. What girl? Fine, up to you. But don't call me for trivial matters. I'm not free. Really? Brother Fan. Thank you, Brother Fan. Wang Yinhua bowed repeatedly, feeling that following Yi Fan, such a powerful person, there would definitely be a future. Then, she asked for his phone number. Soon, she proactively transferred a sum of money to him, a full 3 million yuan. And this was only half the cash in the Diamond Club's account. One could only imagine how much dirty money Bai Zhao had extorted over the years, running rampant in the West City district, near the university, preying on business owners. Just how much had he managed to rake in? In addition, he gave Wang Yinhua a strange task, to help him purchase fresh king shugui mushrooms from Lingnan, because he wanted to eat them, and he had to eat them every day. After the military training ended, Qingzhou University organized a sports meet. The clinical medicine class, too, became quite lively. As usual, he would either sleep with his head on the desk during class, or be engrossed in reading novels. The teacher had a talk with him, telling him he wouldn't be able to graduate like this. He just mumbled a response, not taking it to heart at all. Just then, a beautiful female student, wearing a white shirt, with her hair in a ponytail, holding a registration form, walked up to him. Kudasmate Yifan, which event would you like to sign up for? This girl's name was Zhang Xinran. She was the president of clinical medicine class 2, a local of Qingzhou, for a well-off family. Sign up? I'm not planning to. Zhang Xinran was insistent. You have to. The head teacher requires every male student in the class to sign up for at least one event. Even Fong Tao has signed up for the high jump. You can't be an exception. A hint of helplessness crossed his lips, but I'm really not interested. For a nascent soul stage cultivator like him to participate in a school sports meet, wouldn't it be a huge hassle if he accidentally broke a world record? Zhang Xinran didn't give up. During military training, you were so formidable. You even defeated the instructor. Why is it so difficult for you to participate in the sports meet? The sports meet doesn't have a push-up event. If it did, I would have joined. Zhang Xinran was so angry, she gritted her teeth. Vice Class President Li Huiming, standing beside her, spoke up. Forget it, Xinran. This kind of person is a classic example of someone with no team spirit. Selfish. Don't worry, Class President. My roommates and I, along with the guys from the room next door, have already discussed it. Our class is ranking in the sports meet. Leave it to us. Fatty Fong, sitting next to him, whispered to Chang Dashuan. This vice president really loves to show off. Chang Dashuan was curious. Yi Fan is so good at push-ups. His physical fitness must be great. Why doesn't he want to join the sports meet? It's clearly a good chance to show off. Zhang Xinran looked at Li Huiming gratefully. Thank you for supporting my work. Then, she looked back at him, her eyes clearly filled with a bit of disgust. This is the head teacher's requirement. Everyone has to sign up. If you don't, I'll report you to the head teacher. Hearing this, his head throbbed. He had to reluctantly agree. All right. Just sign me up for any event you want. Anything is fine. You'd better not bail when the time comes. Zhang Xinran said before walking away. Back at her seat, she was hesitating about which event to sign him up for. When Li Huiming walked over, he picked up the pen and wrote his name directly in the 100-meter dash box. Zhang Xinran was surprised. Huiming, what are you doing? Li Huiming shuja. Didn't he say any event was fine? But his strength is in his power. Events that require stamina like this. I'm afraid he's not good at them. Li Weiming Snadat. He can do it. I believe in him. Of course, he didn't care about any of this. He only cared about the next plot twist in his novel. Yifan, another beautiful figure, carrying a sweet fragrance, approached. He looked up. It was Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan Lukdagarth. Her eyes were slightly red, clearly having not slept all night. She stammered. Yifan, last night He waved his hand to interrupt. Nothing happened last night. I don't believe it. After speaking, Su Wanwan sat down next to him. Her beautiful eyes turned red, looking aggrieved, making people feel pity. Oh my. Fatty Fong, sitting nearby, heard them talking. His imagination ran wild. All kinds of R18 images appeared in his mind. He turned around, whispering to Zhang Dachuan. Spread the news. Yi Fan slept with the department beauty last night. Hearing this, Zhang Dachuan's jaw dropped. Shocked, the news quickly reached Li Huiming's ears, making him angry enough to tear his textbook apart. Su Wanwan was the beauty of the medical department. He had been eyeing her for a long time. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan made a move first. Su Wanwan sat next to him, talking incessantly. Recently, the Youth League Committee organized a startup project for students. I want to open a milk tea shop. Mom works too hard. I want to earn money to pay for next year's tuition myself. He turned a page of his book, replying calmly, not bad, very sensible. Hearing this, Su Wanwan lowered her head, her face blushing. Then I'll bring milk tea for you to drink every day from now on. Okay? Too sweet. I don't like sweets. Then I can make it less sweet. He was helpless. He intended to seriously advise Su Wanwan, telling her not to have unrealistic dreams about him. But the words reached his lips. Seeing Su Wanwan's sparkling eyes, full of expectation, he couldn't bear it. Finally, he said, bring it if you want. Su Wanwan Fainid Ismail. Her big eyes curved like crescent moons. After a day of classes, everyone was discussing the sports meet the day after tomorrow. As for him, hands in pockets, leisurely leaving the school, preparing to go to Li Mei's restaurant. Li Mei's restaurant had now changed its name to Li Mei Restaurant. Ever since Bai Xiao was killed, no one dared to come here to cause trouble anymore. After dinner, he returned to the Rose Garden Villa, discovering that Su Shuyin and Jiang Tang were not at home. It was pitch black. He turned on the lights and saw a strange man with a scar on his face, sitting on the sofa, looking at him meaningfully. He asked calmly, want some tea? The scar-faced man was stunned. What's wrong with this kid? Normally, when a stranger suddenly appears in the house, wouldn't one be terrified? It seems this kid's mentality is quite strong. He went into the kitchen, made himself a cup of tea, then spoke up. I advise you to go back to where you came from. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. At this moment, the scar-faced man introduced himself. Haha, Iam Tutao, roaming the underworld for over a decade. I didn't grow up being scared. He replied calmly, showing no surprise at all. The scar-faced man asked curiously, you haven't heard of my name? He took a sip of tea, confused. Are you very famous? I am the first of the 10 sages. Tu Tao of the North. Your grandmother is so old and still ranks first among the 10 sages? That's impressive. Amazing. Amazing? You want to die? Tu Tao's eyes flashed, throwing a punch at him. This punch carried the sound of whistling wind, fast as lightning, moving from the living room to the kitchen door, a distance of 10 meters, arriving in an instant. Tu Tao was a peak external force expert. His strength was 5 or 6 times stronger than Iron Leg Chi. But when he closed in on the target, his vision blurred, because Yi Fan suddenly disappeared. Tu Tao missed his punch. Startled, hurriedly turning around, he saw Yi Fan sitting on the sofa, blowing gently on the hot tea. He said calmly, I don't care if you are Tu Tao or your grandmother is Tu Tao. Get lost quickly. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Tu Tao obviously didn't take this threat seriously. Instead, he was amazed by Yi Fan's lightness skill, so young yet trained to this level. He suddenly hesitated in his heart. But if the mission wasn't completed, the family head wouldn't spare him. Just then, Su Shuyin and Jiang Tang came back from shopping, arm in arm. Tu Tao looked through the living room window, suddenly smiling sinisterly. Are those your 2 girlfriends? Kid, you're quite lucky. But if you don't obediently follow me tonight, I'll kill both of them. You have martial arts, but they don't. Moreover, you can't protect them 24/7, right? He put down the teacup, sighing, I hate being threatened by others the most. This man was a peak external force martial artist on Earth. the top guest warrior raised by the Duan family. But when he accepted the mission to assassinate a university student, the next second he went to the underworld to reincarnate. At this moment, Jiang Tang and Su Shuyan opened the door and walked in, but found Yi Fan wasn't in the living room. Instead, he was holding a shovel in the backyard. Jiang Tang asked curiously, "Brother Dolly, what are you doing?" He patted the soil down firmly, stepped on it a few times and replied, "Nothing, just planting some vegetables." No one knew what had just happened. The only witness to the whole process was Black Dragon, huddled in its kennel, trembling in fear. Monday, the university sports meet officially opened. Qingzhou University Stadium was bathed in bright sunshine, crowded with people. Su Wanwan really brought milk tea for him. He took it, drank it all in one breath. Then he put the empty cup aside. Su Wanwan smiled vraiti, sweetly praising him. "You have really strong lungs." But just as she was speaking, the audience suddenly cheered excitedly, drowning out the three words "strong lungs." At this moment, Fatty Fong and Zhang Dachuan happened to pass by. Hearing that, they were stunned. "Hey, Yifan, Beauty Su, you two are too bold." Discussing this topic in broad daylight, Su Wanwan's face turned red, while he glared at the two of them. "Get lost." The two sat down next to him. Fatty Fong looked at him admiringly. "Yifan, I just checked our class registration list. Why did you register for 2 events?" Hearing this, he frowned, a bit surprised, but he didn't care much. He glanced at Su Wanwan sitting next to him. "Wanwan, did you register?" "Not yet. My physical condition isn't good. Since I was little." He interrupted her. "Then go help me borrow a power bank. My phone is running out of battery." Su Wanwan immediately stood up. "Okay." Other boys in the class saw this and were angry. This Fan dared to order their department beauty around like this. Too excessive. Vice Monitor Li Huiming stood up angrily, reaching out to block Su Wanwan. "Doesn't he have legs? Can't he borrow it himself?" "It's okay. I'll go to the dormitory. It'll be quick." After speaking, Su Wanwan ran off, leaving the spectator area. Li Huiming clenched his fists. A fire of jealousy burned in his heart. Fatty Fong asked seriously, "Yi Fan, did you save Beauty Sue's life? Why does she bring you milk tea? And run errands for you?" He glanced at Fatty Fong in surprise. "How did you know?" After the opening ceremony, the sports meet officially began. The first event was shot put. He was registered by the class monitor. Unexpectedly, he drew the first turn. There were more than 40 participants in the shot put, basically all burly students. Everyone had bulging muscles, looking fierce. Only him. Taking off his shirt, he had some muscle. Putting it on, he looked scholarly, slender. Su Wanwan considerately came to his side to help hold his jacket. Shot put club president Zhang Yin looked at him with disdain. "You look so weak, yet you came to compete. I say, junior sister, you should find a strong boyfriend to protect you. Like me, for example." The shot put competition quickly began. He was the first to compete, although he tried his best to control his strength. But he still threw it about 20 meters. He thought to himself, "Not good." Didn't control the force well. The scene immediately caused a stir. Even the referee was stunned, staring at him blankly. The final result was announced. 21 meters, 41, breaking the national record. The shot put area fell silent in an instant. A freshman broke the national shot put record. This made everyone feel it was unbelievable. Shot put club president Zhang Yun sat on the ground. His confidence collapsed. He originally intended to let this matter pass. But unexpectedly, a group of teachers quickly rushed over. Among them was Ma Hung, deputy director of the City Sports Bureau office. Ma Hung looked at him in confusion. "Student, was that 21.41 meter throw just now done by you?" He knew how many eyes were on him. Hiding it wouldn't work. So he replied, "It was me. Can you tell the teacher?" "How did you do it?" He shrugged. "I don't know either. I just threw it casually." "Casually threw it and broke the national record? You are truly a genius." At this moment, clinical class 2 and the neighboring classes all gathered to watch the excitement. Seeing the situation seemed tense. A familiar voice rang out. "Deputy Director Ma, can I have a word with you?" He turned his head and found it was Principal Wen and his granddaughter, Wen Qinglan. Ma Hung respectfully walked up to Wen Yu. "Principal Wen, do you have any instructions?" Wen Yu went straight to the point. Yi Fan is not an ordinary student. He is a martial artist. Hearing this, Ma Hung was stunned. A moment later, he understood. Martial artists are a terrifying group. Saying they are supermen is not an exaggeration. Even Olympic champions are just bottom tier compared to them. Elder One, I remember the Ancient Martial Arts Association has clear regulations. Martial artists are not allowed to participate in sports competitions for ordinary people. You are right, but this child Yi Fan is a bit special. I will explain to you later. Yes, Elder One, I understand. On the other side, Yi Fan was surrounded by classmates like a monkey being watched. At this moment, when Yu raised his voice, everyone immediately fell silent. Yi Fan, it's noon. Let me treat you to a meal. The surrounding students widened their eyes. Jaw dropped. Principal, when inviting a freshman to dinner? Did I hear that right? When Qinglan was annoyed, walking up to him, my grandfather is calling you. After speaking, she noticed Su Wanwan standing next to him. She thought to herself, is this beautiful girl his girlfriend? He asked lazily. Were we eating, old man? When the students gasped again, calling principal when old man. Is he crazy? Seeing this, when Qinglan was about to get angry. But when you waved his hand, smiling, the steamed fish in canteen number 3 is delicious. Let's eat that. In the canteen, when you sat opposite him, watching him eat heartily, smiling, young friend, you have a strength of great success, external force. Your physical quality is something even Olympic champions would admire. Why did you want to participate in the school sports meet? When Qinglan continued unhappily, what other reason could there be? Just to show off. I didn't want to participate either. But the monitor and homeroom teacher were too annoying. When you smiled bitterly. Is that so? This afternoon, I will talk to your department head. Your case is indeed quite special. Really? Then thank you, old one. Young friend, has anyone been following you recently? He thought for a moment, deciding to hide the matter of Tu Tao. So he shook his head. When you frowned, stroking his beard. That's not right. The Duan family acts ruthlessly, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. It's impossible for them to delay for so long. Anyway, young friend, you should still be careful. The Duan family won't let you off easily. He smiled and nodded. In the afternoon, the liveliest event was the men's 100-meter sprint. He ran at a leisurely pace, not fast, not slow, finally taking second place. At this moment, 2 beautiful girls happened to pass by the track. Jiang Tang pointed at Yi Fan. Surprised, Shuyan. Look, isn't that Brother Dolly? Su Shuyan glanced over, a bit surprised. Jiang Tang nudged her shoulder. Shuyan, I didn't expect Brother Dolly to not only have strength, but also speed. You'll be blessed if you marry Brother Dolly in the future. Hearing this, Su Shuyan immediately blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? In the city center, there was a magnificent building. In front of the gate was a large rock carved with a huge word, Martial. This was the headquarters of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, Qingzhou branch. In the office on the top floor of the headquarters, Vice President Liang Yongji was receiving the head of the Duan family. Duan Rong held a photo, face full of anger. Vice President Liang, it was this student Yi Fan who broke my son's leg in broad daylight and crippled a guest warrior of the Duan family. If he graduates and goes out into society, what will become of order? Liang Yongji sat on the chair drinking tea, but his focus was different from Duan Rong's. 19 years old, great success, external force, and crippled iron leg chi. This strength truly cannot be underestimated. Old Liang, when do you plan to arrest this kid? As far as I know, this kid not only beat people in public, but also participated in the school sports meet, breaking the national record. This is blatantly violating the Martial Association's regulations. Liang Yongji frowned. Is there such a thing? That really needs attention. We'll have a meeting to discuss it later. Seeing this, Duan Rong couldn't say more. He hadn't been able to contact Tu Tao for the past few days. Having really no other way, he disregarded his pride and reported this matter to the Martial Association. By the way, old Liang, I heard a high-ranking figure from the Jingwa Warrior Society has set foot on our territory. Old Duan, your news is quite fast. I wonder who it is. What are they doing in our country? Rumor has it, the Jingwa Warrior Society is a powerful organization in the Cherry Blossom Country. It is said to have recruited strong people from all over the Cherry Blossom Country, cultivating hundreds of internal force martial artists, quite a few transformation realm experts. There are even legendary martial Dao grandmasters. You don't need to know about this. You go back first. I'll send a few inspectors to look into Yi Fan's matter tomorrow. Duan Rong left. Liang Yongji rubbed his temples, face full of worry. Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro of the Jingwa Warrior Society, known as a pillar, actually came to Hua country in person. What exactly does he want to do? Yifan lived miserably at the Su family's house because Su Shuyan, not knowing if she wanted to repay him or practice cooking skills, cooked breakfast for him every day. But this girl had lived a pampered life since childhood. She had no cooking talent at all. Whatever she made was basically dark cuisine. Even a dog would shake its head at it. Not yet noon. Yifan's phone received a message from Wen Qinglan. She sent him an address, saying her grandfather wanted to invite him to their home. It happened to be the weekend with nothing to do. He decisively went out to hail a taxi, but as soon as he got in the car, an off-road vehicle followed closely behind. A young man in uniform pointed ahead. Captain Hua, that's him. Yifan. In the backseat of the car was a burly man. Arms crossed, eyes closed, resting. He spoke calmly. Follow him. An hour later, the taxi circled the beautiful West Lake, stopping in front of a private manor at the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain. At this moment, the taxi driver looked admiring. This is Jiushi Manor, one of the top 10 luxury villas in Qingzhou. I heard it's worth hundreds of millions of yuan. He didn't think much of it, walking leisurely towards the gate. It's just a small manor in the mortal world. Compared to the gate of our Puryang Wuji Palace, it can't compare. At the gate, a middle-aged female housekeeper warmly welcomed him, leading him into the house. Wen Qinglan came out of the living room, observing him from top to bottom, thinking to herself, you just came empty-handed like this? Didn't bring any gifts. Truly don't understand etiquette. He looked at the senior sister and just nodded slightly, too lazy to even glance, directly asking, Old man Wen Qinglan suppressed the annoyance in her heart, turned her head to go upstairs. Follow me. The second floor of the villa was a Chinese-style dining room. When you invited him to sit down, looking at the table full of delicacies, smiling, young friend, I don't know what you like to eat. I prepared a little of the 8 great cuisines. I wonder what you think. He sat down on the chair, used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish from the Buddha jumps over the wall and chewed, then commented, it's passable, when you didn't expect him to be so natural. Smiling awkwardly, when Qinglan pouted in annoyance. Really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. At the dining table, old man Wen chatted with him, trying to probe his background, just because he felt he was a potential seed. A moment later, the dining room door was pushed open violently. Several security guards couldn't stop the intruder. Wen Yu immediately stood up in annoyance. But when he saw the person arriving, his brows immediately furrowed tightly. You are Huiyang? Huiyang clasped his hands. A powerful aura radiated vigorously from his body. Old Mr. Wen, long time no see. Wen Yu was a bit worried. He didn't expect the martial association to develop so fast in recent years. A small inspector captain actually had the cultivation of peak external force. Huiyang finished his greeting, pointing at Yifan, who was still eating and drinking at the table. Yifan, right? I am ordered to take him back for interrogation. Hearing this, Wen Yu shook his head firmly. Yifan is my guest, also my student. I can't let you take him away casually. Old Mr. Wen, are you trying to defy President Liang's decision? Don't forget you are a standing committee member of our branch, Huiyang said with a smile, then casually took out a paper arrest warrant from his pocket, stamped with the bright red seal of the Martial Association. Wen Qinglan knew something big was wrong as soon as she saw the arrest warrant. This kid causes trouble outside all day. He doesn't listen when told. Sure enough, he caused trouble with the Martial Association. Serve him right. Seeing the tense situation, when you could only try to change the subject. Inspector Hua probably hasn't eaten yet. How about staying for a meal first? No need. I must take this kid away quickly. After speaking, he strode towards Yifan. Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan looked at each other. The latter could see the worry in her grandfather's eyes. But the arrest warrant was already there. What could they do? Huiyang stood next to him, not in a hurry to act either. Asking, finished eating? He glanced at him, as if treating him like air, ignoring him completely. A young inspector saw him being so arrogant and intended to take action, but Huiyang stopped him, directly presenting the arrest warrant. Yifan, ID ending in 503. Hometown Danyang County, 19 years old, currently a freshman in clinical medicine. Qingzhou University. I'm Huoyang, captain of Inspector Team 2, Qingzhou branch of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. According to the law, proceeding with arrest. Interrogating you. Just as he finished speaking, Yifan finally stopped eating, stood up, casually took the arrest warrant, wiped his mouth. Everyone was stunned. As for him, after wiping his mouth, he casually tore up the arrest warrant, threw it in Huiyang's face, saying calmly, "To me, this is just a piece of waste paper. You have guts." Huiyang was furious, slapping the dining table hard, only hearing a loud bang. The entire rosewood table cracked from the middle. The food on the table fell crashing to the ground. The scene was chaotic. I've worked in the inspector team for 5 years. Never met a martial artist as arrogant as you. Little Wu, Little Li, arrest him for me. 2 inspectors heard the order, approaching him from left and right. One of them patted his shoulder, intending to use a grappling hand, but he just shrugged slightly. An invisible internal force transmitted out. That inspector immediately screamed miserably because he felt his hand was pierced by countless needles. Hurriedly raising his hand to look, his palm was bloody. He stared wide-eyed. "You dare to hurt me? Do you know what crime this is?" He didn't answer, raising his hand to slap him. Huiyang was furious, reaching out to grab his wrist. "You have guts." When Xinglan was terrified, she didn't expect Yifan not only dared to tear up the association's arrest warrant, but also dared to hit the Martial Association's inspector. It's over. His whole life is ruined. At this moment, Huiyang reached out angrily, using a move from Bajiquan. Upper step supporting palm, striking hard at his chest. A thud sounded. Seeing this, when you silently felt Yifan's heart-piercing pain, but the truth was not as they thought. He used a look as if looking at a retard, asking Huiyang, "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Huiyang's eyes gradually widened. "You're okay?" He sighed. "I hate being disturbed by others while eating the most." After speaking, he threw a kick, kicking Huoyang away, causing him to smash through the second-floor window, falling into the flower bed on the first floor. At this moment, when you regained his composure, looking at him in astonishment, could it be that Yifan is not great success external force, but an internal force expert? Then he shouted at the young inspector standing there dazed. "Why haven't you scrammed yet? Want to go to the hospital?" The young inspector swallowed, not daring to say cruel words, hurriedly fleeing with his companions. At this moment, when you walked over, saying with a grave expression, "Originally, the Martial Association only wanted to investigate you a bit. But now that you hit someone, the nature has completely changed. Next time, the people coming won't be the inspector team, but the riot squad. Every one of them is a vicious character. The leader will definitely be an internal force expert." At the Martial Association headquarters, Liang Yongji heard the news that Yifan beat the inspector team. He was so angry his hair stood on end. He immediately called his secretary in. "Little Hu, notify the defense team. Immediately arrest that student." But just as he finished speaking, an emergency call suddenly came to his landline. Liang Yongji picked up, hearing a few sentences. His face suddenly turned pale. He slumped into his chair. Secretary Hu hurriedly ran over. "President Liang, what's wrong?" Arrived in Qingzhou. Arrived in Qingzhou. Liang Yongji repeated this sentence, his face extremely ugly. "President Liang, who are you talking about?" "The sword saint of Cherry Blossom Country, Tokugawa Ichiro." On the other side, after leaving Jiyoshi Villa, he leisurely prepared to go home, passing by the farmer's market. He personally bought a few pounds of ribs, then went to the Chinese medicine shop next door to buy some herbs, planning to cook medicinal soup tonight. In a shounen world for 2,000 years. Besides Taoist techniques, martial arts, formations, medicine, he also learned a whole set of cooking skills. Arriving home, he stewed ribs while reading a novel. Suddenly remembering a problem, forgot to buy green onions. He slapped his forehead, sighing, ever since the primordial spirit was injured. Memory is getting worse and worse. Before going out, he said to Jiang Tang, who was lying on the sofa playing games, "Little Tang, watch the fire for me. I'm going out to buy 2 stalks of green onion." Zian Tang Hudiden Ziplit. Brother Dolly, arriving at the farmer's market again. He leisurely walked to a vegetable stall, casually picked up 2 stalks of green onion. Just as he was about to scan the code to pay, the stall owner suddenly rolled his eyes, fainted, looking around. Everyone fell to the ground, unconscious. The scene was extremely bizarre. He looked up and found a large hole in the roof of the farmer's market. Not far away stood 2 people. One was a thin old man, wearing a kimono, holding a samurai sword, looking aged, an invisible and colorless sword intent. radiated from his body like a tide. Anyone who came into contact with his sword intent would immediately faint. Standing in front of him was a young man. There were dozens of sword wounds on his body, but none were deep. Not life-threatening, just blood flowing profusely, dyeing his whole body red. The old man raised his long sword, his voice cold mixed with a trace of hatred. Can you feel it? Zhao Gulu, the pain my son suffered when he was alive. I want you to pay it back 100-fold. I didn't expect the dignified sword saint of Cherry Blossom Country to cross the sea to come here. Personally chasing down a junior like me. Tokugawa Ichiro, aren't you afraid word will get out? Making people laugh at you? Tokugawa Ichiro was unmoved. This was my son's last wish. The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes full of desire to survive. It seems today, Zhao Gulu, must die here, while on the verge of death. Zhao Gulu's gaze wandered, suddenly discovering a young man standing thoughtfully in front of a stall. He was stunned. Why is there still someone who hasn't fainted? At this moment, Yi Fan was thinking about whether he needed to pay in this situation. Forget it. It's just a few cents. Wait, Tokugawa Ichiro also noticed him. A look of doubt appeared on his face. What's going on? Where did this kid come from? He immediately focused his gaze, glaring at him. An invisible spiritual power shot out silently. Even an internal force expert like Zhao Gulu couldn't withstand Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro's gaze. He would immediately faint, but the actual situation was far from what he thought. Because he had no reaction at all, Tokugawa Ichiro widened his eyes, looking at the Hua country youth in front of him in disbelief. Zhao Gulu was also dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? How can an ordinary person withstand Tokugawa Ichiro's terrifying gaze? One must know, this sword saint of Cherry Blossom Country is the founder of the Jingwo Warrior Society, the top power in the world today. Even a grandmaster coming here would only be slaughtered. At this moment, Tokugawa Ichiro wasn't in a hurry to kill Zhao Gulu. Instead, he felt interested in him, only seeing him swing the samurai sword in his hand. A white sword energy slashed down. With a bang, the entire vegetable stall was like tofu, sliced to pieces. Vegetables scattered everywhere. Even the reinforced concrete was cut. The 2 green onions in his hand were also cut in half. Seeing this, Yi Fan scolded Tokugawa Ichiro. Are you sick? You guys fighting is your business. Why cut my vegetables for no reason? Hearing this, Tokugawa Ichiro sneered. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Zhao Gulu shouted at him. Friend, run. Go to the Zhao family in Binhai. Ask my father to avenge me. He was lazy, ignoring the 2 of them, kicked the chopped green onions away, then picked up another intact green onion. But that white sword energy slashed over again. This green onion was chopped again. His forehead popped with veins at this moment. Old man, are you tired of living? Tokugawa Ichiro stopped, staring at him. Did the Hua Country Ancient Martial Arts Association only send a kid like you to die? If you dare chop my green onion again, I will chop you. I mean what I say. After speaking, he bent down again, picking up the last intact green onion. The dignified sword saint of Cherry Blossom Country. An existence above Grandmaster. How could he be scared by a kid? You don't let me chop, so I won't chop? Wouldn't I lose face? With this thought, Tokugawa Ichiro didn't intend to continue playing with him anymore. He swung his sword hard, aiming at him, preparing to chop him and the green onion in half. But just as the blade was about to hit, he strangely disappeared from his sight. Tokugawa Ichiro was horrified, hurriedly concentrating his mind, using his consciousness to scan the surroundings, searching for his trace everywhere. When he turned around abruptly, sure enough, he saw him. The Hua Country youth with a tender face in front of him was actually using a green onion as a sword, his face extremely cold. Seeing this, Tokugawa Ichiro's heart suddenly pounded, thinking not good, an expert. He had underestimated the opponent. This young man had strength equal to his. Also an expert above Grandmaster. Tokugawa Ichiro roared in anger, hurriedly raising the samurai sword to block. But the green onion struck his neck with unimaginable speed. Following that, a terrifying thing happened. Tokugawa Ichiro's head suddenly flew high up. The green onion swept across, bringing a column of blood spurting up like a fountain. The sword saint of Cherry Blossom Country had his head chopped off. Zhao Gulu watched this scene. His mind went blank. He landed on the ground, looking at Tokugawa Ichiro's falling body, muttering, I told you if you wanted to die, I couldn't help it. Then he walked to the stall, took a clean green onion, then leisurely walked out of the market. Only at this moment did Zhao Gulu regain his composure, screaming in his head, "Dead! Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro is dead," and chopped off by a green onion. Suddenly he thought of something, hurriedly chasing after Yi Fan, standing in front of him, looking at him with complex and shocked eyes. "Senior." He glanced at him. "Is there something wrong?" With a thud, Zhao Gulu knelt directly in front of him, cupping his fists, speaking with an extremely sincere tone. "Please, senior, accept me as a disciple." This was a Japanese old man, a martial Dao grandmaster. Rumor has it he once killed a giant deep-sea fish with one slash. But in front of a nascent soul-stage old monster like him, he was at most a shrimp at the foundation establishment stage. He took his head with just a green onion. This truly made Zhao Gulu, who almost lost his life, shocked. He immediately knelt down and begged him to accept him as a disciple. Hearing this, he turned his head to leave. "I don't accept disciples." Zhao Gulu circled back in front of him, saying extremely sincerely, "Please, senior, you must accept me. I can agree to any condition." He replied jokingly, "If you were female, I might consider it. Male, forget it." Zhao Gulu gritted his teeth. "I can also wear women's clothes. If not, I will." Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Gulu felt a press on the back of his neck. The next second, he fell into a deep sleep like a baby. On the way home, he thought, "I didn't expect there to be foundation establishment stage cultivators on Earth." Truly unexpected. Arriving home, he cut the green onion into sections and threw them into the pot, slowly waiting for the ribs to cook. But at this moment, the ancient martial arts world was experiencing an earthquake of the century. Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro of Cherry Blossom Country was beheaded in Hwa Country. Everyone was excitedly discussing who exactly did it. 3 days later, Baiyan Mountain, the Zhao family by the sea. A group of people in martial association uniforms walked aggressively into Baiyan Manor. The head of the Zhao family stood in the living room with his hands behind his back, frowning. The burly man leading spoke up. "Family head Zhao, we obey the orders of the Supreme Council of Elders. Here to investigate the cause of Tokugawa Ichiro's death. I heard your son Zhao Gulu might know some information. Please let us see him." The Zhao family head thought for a moment. "Follow me." The martial association group filed in, very quickly arriving at the 3rd floor. At this moment, Zhao Gulu was lying on the bed, his whole body wrapped in white bandages, his face extremely pale, facing everyone's continuous questioning. He only struggled to utter 2 words. "Association head." Hearing this, the martial association leader was stunned. The association head? So he appeared. "Young Master Zhao, please reveal a bit more." "Where's he now?" Zhao Gulu shook his head. "I don't know. He left after killing Tokugawa Ichiro. He didn't talk to me either." Hearing this, the martial association leader was a bit disappointed, asking a few more questions, then left. After everyone left, the Zhao family head sighed, expression complex. "Gulu, what you just said was too bizarre. Could you have had a nightmare?" "Father, honestly speaking, the person who killed Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro was not the association head, the founder of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, but a person even younger than me." At this moment, a stunningly beautiful girl spoke up. "You must be confused, brother. Younger than you, isn't that just 20-something? Tokugawa Ichiro was a martial king realm powerhouse. There aren't many martial king realms in the whole Hwa country. How could such a terrifying existence be killed by a 20-year-old? Father, I think we should invite a few more doctors to check his brain." The Zhao family head nodded. "Right, need to check thoroughly." After father and sister left, Zhao Gulu found his phone, immediately calling a friend. "Hello, help me investigate someone. After investigating, I owe you a big favor." He thought to himself, "No matter what, I must find him, to make him accept me as a disciple." These few days, he lived very peacefully. Ever since beating Huiyang, the Ancient Martial Arts Association hadn't come to trouble him. Instead, it made him a bit uneasy. Friday night, Wang Yinhua suddenly sent a message saying she had dealt with the ghost hand green mushrooms, asking him to come to her place. At the Diamond Club office, Wang Yinhua smiled and handed him a cup of tea. He took a sip, then bent down to open the snakeskin bag, taking out a white ghost hand green mushroom. He put it in his mouth, chewing deliciously. Wang Yinhua didn't know he had an invulnerable body. She was immediately shocked, widening her eyes. A second later, she hurriedly called out, "Quick call. Call an ambulance." He waved his hand. "It's okay. I'm Yufine." Wang Yinhua found it unbelievable, because the supplier of ghost hand green mushrooms in Lingnan had warned very carefully that ghost hand green mushrooms cannot be eaten even if cooked, let alone eaten raw. But he remained calm as usual, chewing and swallowing deliciously. He smiled, rejoicing in his heart. Sure enough, there is spiritual energy, although very weak. It seems I have to go to Lingnan personally this time. Maybe I can find medicinal ingredients helpful for my injury. Help me transport a truckload here every month from now on. He picked up a snakeskin bag, finished speaking, and left. The next few days, everything was peaceful. That noon, he was eating in the canteen, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a beautiful figure, exuding a fragrant scent, stood in front of him. "Yi Fan, come with me. Grandfather wants to see you." He followed Wen Qinglan to the principal's office. When he was sitting inside making tea, seeing him arrive, he hurriedly stood up, smiling to welcome him. "Young friend is here. Seat." He sat down on the sofa. "Speaking up, old man Wen. Just say what you want to say. I'm a bit busy lately. Young friend, are you free this afternoon? I'll take you to the Ancient Martial Arts Association Qingzhou headquarters. You personally apologize to President Liang. I'll put in a good word for you. President Liang probably won't make things difficult for you." A student. Hearing this, he shook his head. "Too lazy to go. If the Martial Association is capable, let them come find me. I'm not afraid. At worst, I'll beat up their defense team too." When Qinglan was angry, thinking to herself, crazy, beat up the defense team, having a little skill and looking down on everyone. "Young friend, listen to my advice. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant, must know restraint. Think about it. The Martial Association is so big. If they keep sending people to trouble you, it's annoying just looking at it. Moreover, you still have parents, right?" He thought about it, finding it reasonable. "So if I apologize, they won't bother me anymore?" When you repeatedly guaranteed, "Definitely, definitely," he keenly realized, this young man fears nothing in heaven, fears nothing on earth, but fears trouble. "Fine, let's go then," he replied. At the Ancient Martial Arts Association Qingzhou headquarters, Vice President Liang Yongji was presiding over a meeting. Hearing when you brought Yi Fan, he was slightly surprised. Liang Yongji decided to act high and mighty, leaving them alone, telling them to wait in the reception room. Unexpectedly, waiting for a long time, more than 3 hours. He was fine, still calmly reading novels on his phone. But when Qinglan quickly lost patience. "Grandfather, we've been sitting here for so long. Visites boating, there, bringing water. Not even a high-level executive has bothered to appear. Grandfather, you are a standing committee member after all. How can I not give you face like this? When you comforted. Recently, a big event happened in the association. President Liang and the others are busy. I can understand." When Qinglan blinked curiously. Big event? Could it be the death of Cherry Blossom Country's Sword Saint Tokugawa Ichiro in Qingzhou that the Ancient Martial Arts Forum is buzzing about? When you nodded. This matter has spread in the domestic martial arts circle. It's no longer a secret. Tokugawa Ichiro was a high-ranking figure of the Jingwo Warrior Society, having a very high status in Cherry Blossom Country. Both countries want to investigate his death, clearly. Don't know who did it. This person must be very formidable. When you whispered, the person who acted is very likely the association head, the founder of our country's Ancient Martial Arts Association, Chen Yishan. When Qinglan heard this name, screaming in fear, "Oh my God, grandfather! Hasn't the association head disappeared for over a decade? Why suddenly appear? Is he in Qingzhou now? He is the idol of all our Hua country martial artists. I really want to meet him." When you glanced at him, couldn't help asking, "Young friend, do you know the association head?" He replied casually, "Association head? Don't know. I only know Star Niece." When Qinglan glared at him, "What nonsense are you talking about? You dare to joke about the association head? Fine, I really haven't heard of him. Not even knowing the famous association head. Truly a frog in the well." At this moment, a middle-aged man walked into the reception room. It was the vice president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association Qingzhou branch, Liang Yongji. He smiled and said to Wenyu, "Old one, sorry. Kept you waiting." When you stood up, waving his hand to signal it was okay. Then, he introduced, "President Liang, this is Yi Fan. He specially came here today to apologize." Liang Yongji glanced at Yi Fan, sitting on the sofa, playing with his phone. Seeing he had no reaction, when Qinglan nudged him gently, he looked up, assessed the other party, recalling slightly. Qi refining stage level 1. Before coming here, he thought the vice president of the Qingzhou Ancient Martial Arts Association would be at least Qi refining stage. Unexpectedly so weak, although he felt disdain in his heart. But for a peaceful life later, he still took the initiative to greet. Hello, President Liang. Liang Yongji sat down on the sofa, lifting the teacup to drink. You fan, right? Huiyang was injured by you? Who is your master? Do you know what the crime of attacking the inspector team is? You were really bold. After speaking, he slammed the teacup on the tea table, making a loud crash. This action made when you jump. But he laughed. An ant who hasn't even reached the Qi refining stage dares to act arrogant with a nascent soul stage old monster like him. Why is it so funny? Seeing this, when you hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. At the same time, secretly stuffing a bank card into Liang Yongji's pocket. President Liang, Yi Fan's master is a hidden expert. Just came from the countryside. Doesn't understand the rules of the martial association. Hope you can be generous and forgive him. When Qinglan showed visible anger. Thinking, clearly this kid caused trouble. Why should our own family pay to solve it? Grandfather is really too much. Liang Yongji quietly accepted the card. His expression softened a bit. Old one, sit down. Don't keep standing. He saw this scene, roughly understanding how rotten this martial association organization was. So it was the hidden expert's teaching. No wonder. Liang Yongji nodded. After receiving the money, his attitude clearly softened a lot. No wonder he cultivated to peak external force at such a young age. Our Jiangnan hasn't seen such a genius in many years. How about this, Yi Fan? Tomorrow, tell your parents to come here. Apologize to Captain Hua. Compensate some medical expenses. For old Wen's sake. No record will be kept, but I hope there won't be a next time. Hearing this, when you hurriedly smiled and guaranteed, President Liang, rest assured, Yi Fan has fully realized his mistake. Absolutely won't repeat it. Just then, the reception room door was suddenly pushed open violently. Huiyang rushed in with an angry face. President Liang, this matter cannot be let go like this. This kid not only violently resisted, but also publicly beat the inspector team. Must arrest him. Let him rot in jail. Behind him appeared an acquaintance smiling coldly at him. When Yu's eyes darkened, it was the Duan family head, Duan Rong. At this moment, Liang Yongji's face wasn't very good either. He stood up and walked over. Duan Rong stepped forward, secretly giving Liang Yongji a card. Then laughing, he said, years ago, Lord Association head founded the Martial Association. The purpose was to enforce martial law. After all, without rules, there's no order. Vice President, am I right? Liang Yongji looked troubled, but still quietly accepted the card. Seeing this, when you stepped forward, voice deep, Duan Rong. Your Duan family raises so many guest warriors, usually doing wrong quite often. According to martial law, shouldn't you also go in and sit for a few years? Because of Tokugawa Ichiro's matter, Liang Yongji had been meeting continuously these days. Head spinning, he waved his hand. All right. Stop arguing. How about this, Yi Fan? You apologize to Captain Hua now. Compensate him 3 million yuan for medical expenses. Then write a letter of guarantee. Hearing this, Huiyang suddenly interrupted. Gritting his teeth, he said, President Liang, Huiyang doesn't lack that little money. According to regulations, he must be detained for 3 months. When Qinglan was anxious, nudging him with her elbow. Hey, say something. Don't just stand there stupidly. But he remained silent, quietly observing these mortals. Seeing he didn't answer, when you hurriedly spoke up, Yi Fan is still young. If a record is kept, how will he survive in our circle in the future? Huiyang suddenly laugid strongly. Not keeping a record is fine too. Then compensate 10 million. And kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me. As soon as the words came out, everyone in the reception room was shocked. Kneel down and kowtow? For a martial artist. This was absolutely a humiliation worse than killing them. Even when Qinglan was angry. This Huiyang is too vicious. Actually wanting to strike at Yi Fan's martial Dao heart. But thinking about it, it was Yi Fan who didn't listen to elders, bringing it upon himself. He couldn't bear it anymore. A look of impatience appeared on his face. Really think you're a big shot? Duan Rong looked shocked. This kid dares to be so aggressive at the Martial Association headquarters? He was just about to speak, when suddenly he kicked Huiyang in the chest. Huiyang immediately flew out, vomiting a mouthful of blood in midair. Everyone present was dumbfounded. No one expected him to dare hit someone right at the Martial Association headquarters, in front of Vice President Liang Yongji. Wen Qinglan covered her mouth with her jade hand, looking at him in shock. It's over. It's really over this time. Liang Yongji flew into a rage. Do you know where this is? Daring to hit someone at the Ancient Martial Arts Association Qingzhou branch. Do you know what the consequences will be? He laughed coldly. Consequences? Ha! In my eyes, you're nothing. After speaking, his gaze shifted to Duan Rong. Duan Rong swallowed, backing up a few steps. What do you want to do? Two guest warriors of the Duan family stepped forward to stop him, but glared at by him. Their legs immediately went soft, cold sweat on their foreheads, involuntarily making way. I don't know if I provoked you, but today you have angered me. Then I will play with you. After speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Duan Rong's vision blurred. Then he felt his back collar being grabbed. The next second, his whole body was uncontrollably thrown into the air, then fell flat on the ground. Moreover, face down, a dull thud sounded. Duan family head. Duan Rong, one of the famous figures in Qingzhou. His nose bridge broke instantly. He screamed miserably, echoing throughout the reception room. Liang Yongji hurriedly picked up the landline, shouting loudly into the receiver. Call the defense team here immediately. A moment later, the defense team ran into the corridor holding guns. Liang Yongji pointed at him, roaring angrily. If he dares to resist, shoot to kill on the spot. The defense team captain was a burly man over 40. Raising his hand, more than 10 guards holding guns immediately surrounded him. A guard stepped forward, putting a hand on his shoulder. Seeing this, he just shrugged slightly. He was immediately thrown away by an invisible internal force. Seeing this, the defense team captain didn't hesitate. Ordered to fire. Immediately, gunshots rang out continuously in the reception room. 12 rifles fired simultaneously. Just when everyone thought Yi Fan would be shot into a sieve, an unbelievable thing happened. Only seeing him turn into a black shadow, moving amidst the rain of bullets. After firing a magazine, before the 12 guards could reload, they flew out one by one, smashing through the window, falling from the 3rd floor to the ground. He twisted the rifles into twists and threw them on the ground. Liang Yongji was too scared to speak. Dodging bullets? Internal force? You are an internal force martial artist? Seeing him walking towards him, Liang Yongji's legs immediately went soft. What do you want to do? I am the vice president of the Ancient Martial Arts Association Qingzhou branch. You can't touch me. When you hurriedly ran over to beg. Young friend, don't. If you touch President Liang, it's equivalent to declaring war on the entire Ancient Martial Arts Association. By then, there will be endless trouble. When Qinglan also helped persuade. Right. Grandfather is right. Yi Fan, absolutely don't be impulsive. His face remained unchanged. Do you really think I care about this trash organization? Honestly, I chose this way because I fear trouble. Unexpectedly, they are so ungrateful. Liang Yongji listened, facial muscles twitching continuously. Damn it, what is this kid's background? Cultivating to internal force at such a young age, and looking down on the Ancient Martial Arts Association so much. Could he be from the 5 great noble families? At this moment, he patted Liang Yongji's face lightly. Remember this. I'm not afraid of you at all. If you dare trouble me again, I will wipe you all out. Understand? Understood. Liang Yongji dared not disobey. Although he was the vice president, he only had external force strength. An internal force martial artist could crush him with one finger. Having this answer was enough. He turned and left with satisfaction. Wen Yu and his granddaughter also hurriedly said goodbye and left. After he left, defense team Captain Wang Qi returned, seeing the devastated reception room, almost fainting from anger. President, just give the order. I'll immediately lead troops to arrest him. Where did this mad dog come from? Daring to show off at the Ancient Martial Arts Association Qingzhou headquarters. Liang Yongji was frightened, holding a cup of hot tea. His face still showed extreme gravity. That young man's strength, I'm afraid, is even stronger than yours. You might not be his opponent. Wang Qi was shocked. What? President? You're not joking, are you? A university student actually has internal force cultivation? That kid caused havoc in the martial association and didn't flee in fear. Instead, returned to school. This proves he is completely unafraid of the martial association. There must be a big force backing him. To act so arrogantly. Then what should we do? Just let this matter go? Liang Yongji shook his head. Of course we can't let it go. But we can't act rashly either. This kid has a hot temper. If we provoke him, and he acts ruthlessly, we will be finished. Still wait for the president to return from the meeting in Banhai. I also really want to see exactly which big shot is backing this kid. Wang Qi heard the word president. His spirit immediately lifted. The Ancient Martial Arts Association has a rule. The city-level martial association president must have grandmaster cultivation. And President Zheng of their Qingzhou Ancient Martial Arts Association is a genuine grandmaster. After leaving the Martial Association headquarters, he leisurely returned to school. Sitting in the classroom, he was still thinking about whether to destroy this broken association. Thinking for a long time, he shook his head. Although this association is trash, but the scale seems very large. Every city has a branch. Really wanting to eradicate it would cost a lot of spiritual energy and effort. Forget it, spare their lives for now. After school, several girls gathered around the department beauty, Su Wanwan. Feeling indignant for her. Wanwan, how could Teacher Lee do this? The department already agreed to give you that startup fund, yet changed at the last minute, giving it to Guan Xiaoman. Exactly. Guan Xiaoman's family is so rich. Her startup is just for fun. Teacher Lee is truly blind. Su Wanwan shook her head and smiled. Rong Rong, Ing Ying. Forget it. The department didn't give me funding. They must have their reasons. I can still save money to open the milk tea shop myself. He didn't interfere in other people's business. After school, he went straight to the Diamond Club. Because Wang Yinhua just called saying she had good news to announce to him, asking him to definitely come. As soon as he arrived at the Diamond Club office, Wang Yinhua smiled and handed him a paper bag. He opened it to look. Inside were green potato chips of uneven sizes. Picking up a piece to taste, he discovered it tasted like ghost hand green mushroom. Wang Yinhua smiled and explained. Brother Fan, didn't you say you like eating ghost hand green mushrooms? I found someone to make them into potato chips for you. What do you think? He nodded while eating. Not bad. Wang Yinhua, you did well on this matter. I noted it. Wang Yinhua hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Brother Fan. This is all what I should do. Then, she looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. Brother Fan, there is something I don't know if I should say. He replied calmly. Then don't say it. Wang Yinhua stiffened slightly, then gritted her teeth, mustering up the courage to say, Brother Fan, you know the Four Seas gang, right? It's the group led by Zheng Yang that caused trouble at the club last time. Recently, they came to our territory to cause trouble again. Several shops and bars were smashed. Several brothers were beaten into the hospital. You want me to deal with the Four Seas gang? Wang Yinhua nodded hurriedly. Just a petty gangster group. Comparing to you, a nascent soul stage cultivator taking action is like using a cannon to shoot mosquitoes. He refused decisively. Not free. Wang Yinhua dared not force him. Yes, Brother Fan. Then I'll think of another way. He suddenly spoke up. Wait, but for the sake of these poisonous potato chips, I can give you something. Hearing this, Wang Yinhua's eyes lit up. What is it? He lay on the sofa, saying lazily, a cultivation technique. Wang Yinhua was stunned. Cultivation technique? Martial arts manual? He thought for a moment. Close enough. But there is still a huge difference between cultivation techniques and martial arts. After all, one is cultivating immortality. One is practicing martial arts. Cannot be equated. Wang Yinhua wasn't very excited. Instead, she looked worried. I heard practicing martial arts is very hard. Training in the coldest winter. Training in the hottest summer. Moreover, one must start from childhood. Will it work? He smiled. Don't worry. This cultivation technique has been improved. Even with poor aptitude, one can practice it. Just half a month can help their physique increase tenfold. Wang Yinhua was shocked. Half a month? Physique increase tenfold? Are you sure? How about this? Call Chen Zibao and Chen Zilingen. I'll teach them the mnemonic of the ancient body strengthening technique first. Hearing this, Wang Yinhua was skeptical. Call them to come. The Chun brothers used to be gold medal fighters under by Xiao, now following Wang Yinhua. Next, he taught the Chun brothers the basic part of the ancient body strengthening technique. This body tempering technique was found by him in an ancient secret realm in the shounen world. It can help people complete 3 body tempering sessions in the shortest time, advancing to chi refining stage. While talking to the Chin brothers, he also learned the division of realms in the ancient martial arts world, divided into external force, internal force, transformation realm master, grandmaster realm. The first 3 realms correspond to the 3 body tempering sessions in cultivation. The highest grandmaster realm is the chi refining stage. Hearing this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chi refining stage in the shounen world is the lowest class of cultivators. On Earth, they are revered as a generation's grandmaster. King guard a city. The Chin brothers' comprehension was very poor. He taught all night, but they only remembered 1/10. The 2 blushed with shame. Sorry, brother Fan. We are really too stupid. He waved his hand to signal it was okay. You 2 go back and pass this technique on to the subordinates, as long as you practice diligently. Breaking through to chi within 10 years. Oh no, breaking through to Grandmaster realm is not a problem. What? Grandmaster? Brother Fan, you're not joking, are you? He glared at them. What is there to joke about? All right, there's this too. He walked to the desk, picked up a pen and paper to write a prescription. This is body tempering powder. If you practice combined with this prescription, the effect will double. Wang Yinhua swallowed, taking it. Brother Fan, after instructing the points to note when practicing, he left. After he left, the Chin brothers were still a bit dazed. Do you think the legendary Grandmaster? Can we really reach it? Chen Zibao shook his head. Don't dream. Brother Fan is painting a pie for us to eat. Do you really believe it? Anyway, practicing won't hurt. Just treat it as physical exercise. He took a taxi to Li Mei's restaurant, preparing to have a late-night snack. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing glasses, looking intellectual, was staggering out of the VIP room, walking unsteadily. Seeing him blocking the way, he waved his hand and cursed. Get out of the way. Are you blind? Of course. He wouldn't tolerate this kind of person. Immediately throwing a kick, the man in the suit fell flat, sobering up more than half. Damn it. Do you know who I am? Dare to kick me? I'll make sure you can't step out of this club. He added a slap to him, making him dizzy. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the club's security guards. Seeing Yi Fan, they all trembled, bowing in unison. Brother Fan, the man in the suit realized the situation was bad, turning around to run away, but was blocked by 2 tall figures. It was the Chun brothers coming down from the 5th floor. Chen Zibao immediately slapped the man in the suit. Do you know who Brother Fan is? If you don't want to die, apologize quickly. The man in the suit held his swollen face, bowing continuously to apologize to him. Fan, Brother Fan, I was wrong. I have eyes but failed to see. Didn't recognize Mount Tai. Chen Zibao walked up to him, saying, Brother Fan, this person is a director at Qingzhou University, named Li Yan. Often comes here to drink. Drank too much today, so he offended you. Pudi deserves to die. He originally didn't bother with this kind of person, but suddenly remembered something, asking, do you know Su Wanwan? Li Yan was stunned. Are you talking about Su Wanwan from Clinical Class 2, Medical Department? May I ask, Brother Fan, are you a student of Qingzhou University? I'm in Clinical Class 2. I heard the department originally planned to give Su Wanwan a startup fund, but later it was snatched by another female student. Hearing this, Li Yan was surprised. How do you know? But very quickly he realized he asked a superfluous question. All right, transfer that startup fund to Su Wanwan. I'll let tonight's matter go. How about it? Hearing this, Li Yan looked troubled. Brother Fan, Guan Xiaoman's family has a very good relationship with Dean Kai. I'm just a director. I don't have the right to decide. Chun Xiling spoke coldly. Do you know how Brother Xiao abdicated? It was because of Brother Fan. Li Yan was startled. Bai Xiao was one of the gang bosses in the West District. Recently heard he abdicated, yielding the position to a woman, himself disappearing without a trace. Rumor has it he offended someone he shouldn't have. Could that person be the young man in front of him? Li Yan Sualuba. Brother Fan, no problem. Leave it to me. That night, at the Duan family's private villa, Duan Rong, with a swollen face, sat on the sofa, gritting his teeth. He muttered to himself, that Yi Fan is actually an internal force martial artist. How can that be? How can there be such a young internal force martial artist in this world? Suddenly, the butler pushed the door open and walked in, holding a tablet in his hand. Family head. Someone accepted the bounty mission. Duan Rong's eyes lit up, revealing a ruthless look. Who accepted it? It turned out, after returning from the Martial Association headquarters, he asked the butler to post a bounty mission on the dark web, offering a reward of 4 million yuan for Yi Fan's life. Unexpectedly, someone accepted the mission so quickly. The butler reported the good news. It's a B-rank assassin from the Bloodblade Tavern. Duan Rong stared at his photo, eyes full of killing intent. Very good. I don't believe that with such a high reward, no one dares to accept it. Yi Fan, I won't let you live in peace if I don't destroy you. I, Duan Rong, am not a human. At the same time, on a mountain full of cherry blossoms in Cherry Blossom Country, dozens of strong people were meeting. A woman wearing a kimono, Exudina Dirifayinoha, was sitting cross-legged with a solemn face. She spoke slowly. Mr. Tokugawa's death is a heavy blow to our Jingwo warrior society. No matter who the culprit is, we must track him down, then carry out the most brutal revenge. A blind old man frowned and said, Miss Yuki is doing this a bit ill-considered? As far as I know, the person who killed Mr. Tokugawa is the association head, the founder of the Hua Country Ancient Martial Arts Association. Chun Ishan, Mr. Tokugawa just died. Our Jingwo warrior society has fallen to the ranks of second-rate organizations. Chun Ishan alone can destroy us. As soon as the words came out, many high-level leaders of the Jingwo warrior society nodded, eyes revealing uneasiness and fear. The woman named Yuki laughed coldly. Truly a bunch of cowards. Just one association head scares you to this extent? No matter how strong the association head is, he wouldn't dare set foot on the territory of our Cherry Blossom Country alone. Otherwise, the experts of the Ito family, Genji Palace, Wu Ming clan, and the Inner Palace would not sit idly by, even if it's the association head, facing the siege of so many strong people. They'd also die miserably. Mr. Tokugawa's death has shocked the underground world. If we don't carry out revenge, what will outsiders think of our Jingwo warrior society? A moment later, a woman with a slender figure asked, Since that's the case, how does Miss Yuki plan to take revenge? I have arranged for 2 people to go to Qingzhou to investigate. I believe there will be results very soon. After speaking, Yuki revealed a weird smile, as if everything was in the palm of her hand. An ordinary German shepherd, after eating the red pill he gave, the next second turned into an extremely fierce spirit beast, just because it ate the simplified beast blood pill he made, refined from the fresh blood of 18 ferocious beasts and some rare herbs. Just 10 to 15 days can help Black Dragon's physique enter the chi refining stage. However, he did these things only because of something that happened before which annoyed him. Last night, he was at home playing Honor of Kings with Jiang Tang and Su Shuyan. Suddenly, a delivery voice rang outside the door. Hello, food delivery. Hearing this, Jiang Tang was stunned. Why can delivery guys enter this area now? Isn't our area forbidden for delivery guys? Yi Fan frowned it, because he heard a faint trace of killing intent in the other party's voice. The game just ended. Yi Fan stood up, smiling. I'll go get it. You 2 wait here. He opened the door, saw a delivery guy in a blue uniform standing with his head down outside. The moment he handed the 2 combo meals to Yi Fan, the 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly turned into a claw shape, clawing straight at Yi Fan's throat with lightning speed. But what the opponent didn't expect was that Yi Fan easily grabbed his tiger claw. Then, Yi Fan just squeezed lightly. Hearing a crisp crack, the delivery guy's hand bones broke instantly. The delivery guy was in pain, intending to open his mouth to scream, but Yi Fan quickly hit the mute acupoint on his chest, making him unable to make a sound. At this moment, Jiang Tang in the living room called anxiously, Hey, Brother Dolly, where's the food? I'm starving to death here. A moment later, Yi Fan threw the 2 combo meals onto the living room sofa. You 2 eat first. I'm going out for a smoke. Arriving at the door, Yi Fan dragged the acupoint-sealed delivery guy to the backyard. He took the shovel out of the warehouse, then started digging a hole. The assassin's face showed clear despair. His heart also collapsed completely. I'm a dignified B-rank assassin of the Bloodblade Tavern, an internal force martial artist, yet actually being buried alive. Jesus God, Tathagata Buddha, Virgin Mary, anyone, save me. 2. 3 minutes later, the shovel was put back into the warehouse. Yi Fan thought to himself, this won't do. What if an assassin breaks in when I'm not home? Previously, the trouble I feared was exactly this. He stomped on the ground while thinking. Although I don't like Su Shuyan, but she's Annie Chow's daughter after all. And there's little Tang too. Just then, he accidentally saw a black dragon trembling in the corner of the yard. An idea suddenly popped into his mind. The next day, he asked Wang Yinhua to buy the necessary medicinal ingredients. The following days, he mixed mysterious small red pills into the dog food. After eating, Black Dragon suddenly felt his whole body burning hot. Uncomfortable, his strength also increased manifold. Soon, Su Shuyan and Jiang Tang were horrified to discover the originally gentle Black Dragon suddenly started destroying things in the house. At first, it was just biting the sofa, gnawing tree bark, then biting the TV, biting through the refrigerator, even scratching a big hole in the concrete wall. The two girls were scared pale. They were debating whether to send Black Dragon away when Yi Fan appeared. Strangely, in front of Yi Fan, Black Dragon was as obedient as a puppy. Don't mention destroying things. It didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The whole Qingzhou seems to have only one grandmaster. Yet my dog is about to enter the qi refining stage. Those martial artists will probably be scared first. Scared to death. That afternoon, at the classroom, Su Wanwan happily ran to Yi Fan. My milk tea shop is about to open. I don't know why the department agreed to give me the startup fund. Yi Fan heard this, smiling. This Li Yin works quite fast. Then I wish you a prosperous business. I don't need to pay when I come to drink milk tea in the future, right? Of course. You can drink as much as you want. You said it. Su Wanwan heard this. Suddenly had a bad premonition. Because this guy eats a lot. Let's go. No classes this afternoon. Come to my place to eat something. Yi Fan and Su Wanwan arrived at Li Mei's restaurant. Li Mei still warmly welcomed him, as usual, looking at him no differently than a mother-in-law looking at a son-in-law. Yi Fan ignored it, reading a novel while eating. Just then, a staggering man walked into the restaurant, went to the cashier counter, roaring, "Give me the money." Li Mei's face changed. "Su Haichao, why are you back?" Although Su Haichao was drunk, his eyes were still sharp. He noticed his wife kept looking at Yi Fan. He immediately flew into a rage. Crash, sweeping everything off the cashier counter, smashing things wildly. Li Mei was both angry and helpless. "Are you crazy?" Su Wanwan heard the noise. Hurriedly ran out from the kitchen, standing in front of Li Mei. "Dad, what are you doing? Don't touch my mom." Seeing the attitude of the mother and daughter, Su Haichao became even more angry. He kicked over a table, then shouted at the customers in the restaurant. "What are you looking at? Get out, all of you." More than a dozen customers left money and hurriedly left. Who wants to mess with a madman? But everyone left. Only Yi Fan still sat calmly eating and drinking. Su Haichao staggered up to Yi Fan, screaming, "Are you deaf?" Li Mei hurriedly ran over, standing in front of Yi Fan's table. "What is wrong with you?" Hey, Li Mei, do you have feeling for this kid?" Li Mei was so angry she felt dizzy hearing this, almost fainting. At this moment, Yi Fan stood up, without saying a word, gave Su Haichao a slap. The slap was so hard that Su Haichao flew far away, smashing hard into the refrigerator. A while later, Li Mei still couldn't help but help Su Haichao up. Her eyes looked at him with disappointment. Beaten sober, Su Haichao didn't dare act wildly in front of his wife and daughter anymore. "Wife, help me. I swear this is the last time. 50,000. Wife, just give me another 50,000. The creditor is outside. If I don't pay today, they will chop off my hand." Li Mei cried and shook her head. "Then let them chop it off. If chopping off your hand can cure your gambling addiction, I accept it." Yi Fan found it strange. After Bai Xiao died, Wang Yinhua cleared the debt for the Su family out of respect for me. Why are there still creditors? Just then, several hooligans walked into the restaurant. The leader wore a black leather jacket. Buzz cut. Su Haichao hurriedly ran to him, begging incessantly, "Brother Ji Wei, give me one more day. My wife has money. I'll talk to her tonight. She will definitely pay for me." The buzzcut guy kicked Su Haichao away. "We are the Four Cs gang, not Yangfuli. How many days overdue? Don't you know?" At this moment, Ji Wei saw Li Mei and her daughter, changing his tone. "Or how about this? Let your wife or daughter accompany me for a night. I'll give you another 7 days. How about it?" Hearing this, Su Haichao crawled out from under the table like a dog, hugging Ji Wei's leg tightly. "Please don't touch my wife and daughter." Except for this. I agree to anything. Yi-fan found it noisy. So he spoke up, hey, can you guys let me eat in peace? The whole restaurant suddenly fell silent. The thugs looked at this young man, faces full of surprise. A moment later, a thug regained his composure, pointing at Yi-fan and cursing. Who the hell are you to speak here? Get lost immediately, or I'll beat you to death. Yi-fan was too lazy to make a move. Afraid he couldn't control his strength. And smash Li Mei's restaurant. Yi-fan called Wang Yinhua. Hello, bring people to Li Mei's restaurant. There are a few ignorant guys who need dealing with. The thugs laughed loudly hearing this. Kid acting tough, huh? J'avais lit a cigarette. Looking at Yi-fan with sarcasm. Who are you? Haven't heard of Ji-Wei of the Four Seas gang? Yi-fan ignored him. A subordinate saw this and intended to make a move. Brother Ji-Wei is talking to you. Are you deaf? Yi-Wei left, stopping him. Let him call people here. I want to see what ability he has. Who can student call? Probably just students. Huh. The Diamond Club was not far from Li Mei's restaurant. More than 30 fierce thugs, holding weapons in hand, under Wang Yinhua's lead, quickly arrived. Brothers Chun Xiling and Chun Zibao rushed to the front, each holding a knife, lifting the door curtain and rushing into the restaurant. Several thugs of the Four Seas gang were sitting in the restaurant smoking, seeing a group of fierce gods rushing in. The cigarettes in their hands trembled. 3 fell to the ground. Wang Yinhua and the gang also walked in. All bowed to Yi-fan in unison. Brother Fan. Yi-fan waved his hand. Take them to the back and deal with them. Wang Yinhua immediately accepted the order. Take them to the back alley. Ji-Wei and his gang were quickly dragged away. Miserable screams echoed from the kitchen direction, scaring Su Haichao so much he didn't dare say a word. He swallowed, trembling, asking wife, who is he? He is Wanwan's classmate, named Yi-fan. The news of Ji-Wei and his gang being crippled quickly reached the boss of the Four Seas gang. Usihai. One phone call summoned the entire Watermoon gang. This Usihai wanted to see who that person was. Boss, maybe let's just let it go. We can't beat the Watermoon gang. 12 months and 10 brothers have been hospitalized. In just 2 months, 10 of our brothers have been hospitalized. We're losing tens of thousands every day on medical bills. Air Pal, do you think I need you to tell me that? But I find it strange too. How did those losers from the Shuei gang suddenly get so strong? Did their combat power increase just by changing their name? Boss, Chun Zibao and Chun Zilong used to be able to handle a dozen of them alone. I suspect those guys from the Shuei gang all injected themselves with super soldier serum and collectively turned into Captain America. Usihai shot him a sideways glance. You've been watching too much Marvel. Just then, Air Pow received a call. His face immediately lit up with joy. Boss, I know who's behind the Shuei gang now. We paid 100,000 to buy off a member of their gang. He just sent over the person's information. Usihai took the phone, full of hope. But after just one glance, he almost fainted from anger. Medical school, clinical medicine class 2, Qingzhou University. Yifan, Epa, are you an idiot? You spent 100,000 just to get scammed? Air Pao seemed prepared for this. He quickly explained, Boss, don't be angry yet. I just asked Xingyang. He was beaten up by this kid before. I can confirm it's him. This college student is definitely not simple. How about we bring him in for questioning? Usihai thought for a moment. You go. Bring this kid here. I want to personally ask him what his relationship is with Wang Yinhua. The next day was the grand opening of Su Wanwan's milk tea shop. Since it was a school-supported project, the shop was located right at the entrance of the campus commercial street. Yifan planned to go and congratulate her. But as soon as he stepped out of the school gate, a dozen figures suddenly started following him from behind. The leader was none other than Air Pao, the vice leader of the Four Seas gang. He pointed at Yifan. You're Yifan? Yifan calmly asked back, what do you want? Air Pao smoked. Our boss invites you for a drink. Show some respect. Yifan replied bluntly. Lead the way. Hearing this, Air Pao was a little surprised. Isn't he going to ask who our boss is? Yifan was getting a bit impatient. Enough with the nonsense. Are we going or not? And so, several small vans drove Yifan away from the school. In the van, Yifan wasn't worried at all. He even took out his poison mushroom potato chips and started eating. 40 minutes later, Yifan was brought by a group of people to the charm bar. This was the territory of the Four Seas gang. At a nearby table, a wealthy young master was sitting. His name was Qin Fan. He was one of the 7 young masters of Binhai City. 2 months ago, he was sent from Binhai City by the young master of the Zhao family to find someone. Qin Fan held a piece of paper, muttering, "Damn it, they only gave me a sketch, and I don't even know if it's accurate. How am I supposed to find anyone? This is like looking for a needle in a haystack." Yi Fan was taken to a high-end VIP room. When Hu Sihai saw him, he greeted him politely. "Student Yi Fan, please have a seat." Yi Fan casually sat down on the sofa, placing his half-eaten bag of potato chips on the coffee table. "Spit it out. What do you want with me? You must be thirsty after the ride. Have a drink first. Then we'll talk." Yi Fan was impatient. "If you have something to say it quickly." This sentence startled the waitress who was about to pour him a drink. Pao was about to lose his temper, but was stopped by Hu Sihai. He used 2 fingers to gently push a glass of wine towards Yi Fan. "Brother Fan, many of my men and these beautiful ladies are here. Show some face, will you?" "Fine." He picked up the glass of wine and splashed it in Hu Sihai's face. All the underlings present were enraged, glaring at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. Hu Sihai wiped the liquor from his face and laughed loudly. "Ah, very good. As expected of the boss behind the Shueiwei gang. You got guts." He saw the bag of potato chips on the table and casually took one to eat. Yi Fan was immediately displeased. "These are my precious poisonous mushroom potato chips." But seeing Hu Sihai eating deliciously, he couldn't conveniently stop him. Hu Sihai spoke while eating. "The Four Seas gang and Watermoon gang keep fighting like this. In the end, both sides suffer, letting other gangs take advantage." He shook his head. "I'm not the boss of the Watermoon gang. You should find Wang Yinhua for this matter. Don't joke with me anymore, Brother Fan. Wang Yinhua is just a weak woman. How can she manage the huge Watermoon gang? I have a proposal. How about our 2 gangs merge in the future? I'm older than you. I'll reluctantly be the big brother. You be the second brother. How about it?" While speaking, he looked down at the bag of potato chips, thinking, what brand of potato chips are these? So delicious. This faint medicinal smell makes one unable to stop eating. Suddenly, a severe pain hit his lower abdomen. Hu Sihai immediately clutched his stomach, face grimacing, leaning crookedly on the sofa. Pao hurriedly asked, big brother, what's wrong?" Hu Sihai pointed at the bag of potato chips. Face pale. "Boy. Poison." Pao was stunned. He grabbed the bag of potato chips, glaring at Yi Fan. "You surnamed Yi. You're ungrateful. Actually daring to poison. Food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately." After speaking, Yi Fan took the bag of potato chips, eating in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned, thinking carefully, poisoning potato chips. This matter is also unreasonable. But Hu Sihai couldn't wait for the ambulance to arrive. He stopped breathing. "Epa hooked Hu Sihai's piakopsa," crying loudly, "Kill him for me." In an instant, the sound of knives unsheathing rang out in the spacious private room. It turned out today was a trap. The people of the Four Seas gang had prepared weapons, each holding a knife, desperately rushing towards Yi Fan. Seeing this, he laughed coldly. A bunch of pests, just ordinary knives, crushed into pieces by his light squeeze. Then he waved his hand. A group of people flew out like a stack. Soon, the ground was covered with people from the Four Seas gang. Groans echoed. One of the thugs shouted, "He is a martial artist." Pao was stunned, then pulled out a black pistol from his waist. "So what if he's a martial artist? I'll still shoot you dead." He aimed at Yi Fan's temple, pulled the trigger, but at the same time, Yi Fan also acted. He clamped the bullet with 2 fingers right in front of his temple. Everyone screamed in fear, simultaneously associating with a character in a movie. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. The ultimate killer. Fire Cloud, evil god. Pao held the gun, face full of disbelief. "Are you human or monster?" Yi Fan didn't answer. Instead, he flicked his finger lightly. The bullet flew back at double the speed. Bang! The bullet embedded straight into Pao's head. At this moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. A group of people rushed in. Seeing Wang Yinhua, the Chun brothers, and others, Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not strangers. Otherwise, I would have to spend spiritual energy to cast memory wiping techniques. Wang Yinhua rushed in out of breath, seeing the chaotic scene. Stunned. "Brother Fan, are you okay? There's nothing left for me here. You guys handle it. I'm leaving first." After speaking, he left calmly. Wang Yinhua looked at the big brother and second brother of the Four Seas gang, hurriedly sending people to check the situation. A moment later, the trembling voice of a subordinate rang out. Sister Yinhua, they both stopped breathing. Hearing this, Wang Yinhua felt dizzy, slumping onto the sofa. The Four Seas gang destroyed just like that? From then on an ordinary night. The Four Seas gang, one of the major gangs in the West District, was annihilated. The Water Moon gang secretly took over the Four Seas gang's territory. The next day, Wang Yinhua happily called Yi Fan. Brother Fan, now half of the West District is our territory. Took over many shops today. From now on, just collecting money every month can earn millions of yuan. He replied calmly. All right, do business properly with the new territory. Don't bully the people. Don't collect protection fees anymore. Yes, Brother Fan, I listen to you. Yi Fan suddenly remembered something, asking, do you have 150 million? 150 million? Brother Fan, what do you need so much money for? Wang Yinhua realized she misspoke as soon as she asked. Sorry, Brother Fan, I talk too much. So much money. It will take at least 1 or 2 years to gather enough. Hearing this, Yi Fan was a bit disappointed. As for the reason he needed so much money, of course, there was a use for it, but he was afraid they would do something reckless. So he said, forget it. Produce more poisonous mushroom potato chips recently. I don't have enough to eat. Also, the beast blood is running out. Wang Yinhua held the phone with both hands, nodding continuously. Brother Fan, I know. After school, Su Wanwan brought a freshly made milk tea for Yi Fan to taste. A cool female student with a high ponytail passed by the door. Su Wanwan was stunned, thinking, this senior sister's aura is really strong, under the admiring gaze of many students. When Qinglan walked straight up to Yi Fan, he glanced at her. What is it again? When Qinglan looked at him, feeling a sense of unreality in her heart. Just an ordinary university student. Caused havoc at the Qingzhou Martial Association headquarters 3 months ago without punishment. Sounds like a fairy tale. Yi Fan stood up, waving his hand. If there's nothing, I'm leaving. When Qinglan hurriedly said, there's something. Next week is my grandfather's 80th birthday. He wants to invite you to the Intercontinental Hotel for the banquet. No need to bring gifts. Just come. Is there good food? If there is, I'll go. Of course there is. Then okay. After speaking, he turned and left. Passing by Su Wanwan, Yi Fan took the freshly made milk tea, inserted the straw, and took a sip, then praised. Blueberry flavor. Tastes pretty good. Arriving at the school gate, Annie Chow's Audi A8 was parked by the road. He opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat. In the back seat, Su Shuyin and Zhang Tang were chatting. Seeing him get in the car, Ziang Dang vit happily, while Su Shuyin turned her face away. Looking annoyed, Annie Chow spoke while driving. Little Fan, come to Annie's house for dinner today. You haven't been there yet, right? Yi Fan nodded. Yes. The Rose Garden Villa is just a place Su Jingshan bought for his daughter's convenience to go to school. The couple didn't live there often. They had their own apartment. Annie Chow smiled and asked, what do you want to eat? Auntie will ask the maid to prepare. He wasn't polite, listing the dishes. Australian lobster, Wagyu beef, king crab, abalone, sea urchin, Buddha jumps over the wall. Silence in the car for a moment. A while later, the car wound its way to Wulin Mansion in the city center. Wulin Mansion was one of the most luxurious apartment complexes in Qingzhou, bordering West Lake on the left, bordering the Grand Canal on the right. The smallest apartment cost 50 or 60 million. Su Jingshan and Annie Chow's apartment was 500 square meters. The layout wasn't as luxurious as imagined. Instead, it had a strong flavor of life. At the dining table, Su Jingshan smiled and said, next week is old Mr. Wen's 80th birthday. He has booked the entire Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, inviting all the prestigious families in Qingzhou. Yi Fan suddenly asked, Uncle Su, is the old man when you mentioned named when you? Hearing this, Su Shuyin immediately retorted, you're not going, so why ask? Who said I'm not going? Why would you go? All right, eat your food. Su Jingshan helplessly intervened between the two. There were no classes in the afternoon. After eating, Su Shuyin and Jiang Tang decided to go shopping at the Qingzhou Mall. Jiang Tang originally intended to ask Yi Fan along to carry their bags, but he refused. He returned alone to the Rose Villa district. On the way, he noticed 2 suspicious individuals watching the villa with binoculars. The 2 assassins spotted him. and hurriedly hid in the bushes. A moment later, they saw him walking out with a German shepherd. The two assassins quickly followed. Near the Rosevilla district, there was an undeveloped wasteland. The grass grew wildly, reaching waist height. Yifan intended to test Black Dragon's combat strength here. He removed Black Dragon's collar, rubbed its head, then pointed behind him. Black Dragon, there are two tails behind us. Take care of them. Black Dragon raised its head, its fierce eyes staring intently at the two assassins in the grass. One assassin looked ahead and asked curiously, "Old Yin, why do I feel like he spotted us?" The other one immediately ran away. "We're exposed. Run." But these two C-rank assassins sent by the organization to monitor him didn't expect that a dog could run so fast. Because Black Dragon had been fed nearly 100 blood spirit pills by Yifan, its physique was equivalent to an internal force martial artist. On the wasteland, a black shadow dashed like lightning. The two assassins were knocked down by Black Dragon one after another. They convulsed, looking in terror at Yifan walking towards them. Don't. One assassin wanted to run, only to see Black Dragon raise its paw and stomp heavily on his thigh. With a crack, the thigh bone snapped. Yifan squatted down and asked with interest, "Speak. Who sent you?" On the surface, he was a lazy student who loved to play, but his true identity was a nascent soul patriarch who had cultivated for 2,000 years. At this moment, he was interrogating the mastermind behind the assassins. One of them suddenly struggled up, attacking him with a dagger. Black Dragon reacted very quickly, immediately pouncing and pinning him down. Then, along with the other one who was about to confess, they were both torn to pieces by the enraged Black Dragon. Yifan shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Assassins of this level are obviously small fry. Not worth interrogating anyway. After cleaning up the mess, he took Black Dragon and turned to leave. Sunday, early in the morning, Yifan was woken up by a call from Wenyu. He answered with a bit of annoyance. "Hello, what is it?" "Mr. Yi, my young friend. Important people really do have short memories. Today is my 80th birthday. You promised Qinglan that you would come." Yifan thought about it. It seemed there really was such a thing. He let out an "no," then hung up the phone and went back to sleep. When he woke up at noon, he found the house empty. Su Shuyin and Jiang Tang were nowhere to be seen. He looked at his phone and saw that Jiang Tang had sent him a message at 8 in the morning. "Brother Hercules, Shuyin and I have some business to attend to. There's food in the fridge. Heat it up yourself." Seeing the message, a warm feeling rose in Yifan's heart. He thought to himself, living here for 4 years doesn't seem too bad. In the afternoon, at the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, luxury cars were everywhere. Guests were streaming in and out. Basically, all the prominent figures in Qingzhou were present. Su Jingshan brought his beautiful wife, Qiao Jing, along with his beloved daughter, Su Shuyin and Jiang Tang, all dressed gorgeously for the event. Soon, a tall young man, handsome and about 1.8 meters tall, appeared in front of Su Shuyin. Su Jingshan introduced them. "Shuyin, you two should get to know each other. This is Lin Qiang." Su Shuyin greeted him very politely. "Hello." Unexpectedly, Lin Qiang took her hand, intending to do a Western-style hand-kissing greeting. Seeing this, Su Shuyin hurriedly took a step back. "What are you doing?" Lin Qiang scratched his head awkwardly. "I just came back from abroad, so I'm not very used to domestic social etiquette yet. I am truly sorry. Please don't take offense." Hearing this, Su Shuyin shook her head. "It's fine." Su Jingshan, standing nearby, didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he greatly admired this young master. "Shuyin, add Lin Qiang on WeChat. Keep in touch more in the future. His father and I were high school classmates. Don't let his young age fool you. He actually already possesses tens of billions in assets. Moreover, he doesn't rely on his family at all. He built his career with his own hands." Hearing this, Su Shuyin and Xiao Jing were extremely surprised. "Uncle Su, you flatter me. I was just lucky. I made some money investing in stocks. I can't compare to real entrepreneurs like you, uncle." Su Jingshan was very satisfied. He laughed and said, "Hi, this boy is really humble. All right, you two go over there and chat." The two young people left. Xiao Jing pulled her husband aside. She asked in a low voice, "Jingshan, let me ask you, do you want to set Shuyin up with this Lin Qiang?" Su Jingshan acted as if it were obvious. "That's right. What? Qiyang is very sought after in Qingzhou right now. Many people are eyeing his tens of billions in assets. His father and I know each other too. Furthermore, Xiao Jing suddenly interrupted him. She said seriously, "You are pushing your daughter into a fire pit. I've asked around. This kid does shady business. He makes dirty money. He has scammed so many people into bankruptcy. Quite a few people have even jumped off buildings to commit suicide because of him." Su Jingshan waved his hand nonchalantly. That's normal business. If everyone made money, then who would be the ones losing money? On the other side, Lin Qiying and Su Shuyan had added each other on WeChat. The two looked at each other and smiled. I heard Miss Su is still in school. Yes, Qingzhou University. What about you? I studied abroad. It's inconvenient to mention the school's name. Lin Qiying deliberately hid the fact that he studied at a no-name university. Then he sighed. It's still better back home. If I could choose again, I wouldn't have gone abroad. Su Shuyan blinked her big, beautiful eyes. Why is that? Lin Qiying originally wanted to say, because Qingzhou has a beautiful girl like you. But he knew such cheesy pickup lines were outdated. So he smiled. Abroad, you can't even get a bowl of authentic Qingzhou soup. Eating steak every day. And hamburgers. I was sick to my stomach. Su Shuyan was amused. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so down-to-earth. So relatable. This smile captivated Lin Qiying. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Qingzhou to have such a beautiful girl. No matter what, I must have her. After that, Lin Qiying met some friends. He greeted Su Shuyan and left. At this moment, Jiang Tang walked over and asked, who was that? Su Shuyan was looking at Lin Qiying's WeChat moments. Her face was radiant. Someone extremely wealthy. And handsome. Jiang Tang glanced at it. His WeChat only shows the last 3 days. That's typical behavior for Playboy. Shuyan, you just met him. Don't be too hasty. You're so beautiful. You don't have to worry about not finding a boyfriend. Besides, we have brother Hercules at home to back us up. You have to be a bit arrogant. Hearing this, Su Xian's expectant look immediately turned into disgust. Stop it. Him and Lin Qiying. One is on the ground, and one is in the sky. Jiang Tang crossed her arms. She retorted, I actually think brother Hercules is very good. When we're in danger, he can protect us. Hearing this, Su Shuyan smiled slyly. Tell the truth. Do you have feelings for him? No way. I was just giving an example. By the way, Shuyan, there's food here. Should we pack some for brother Hercules? You care about him that much? And you say you don't have feelings for him. At this moment, Su Shuyan casually glanced around. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure in the buffet area. This figure was engrossed in eating dessert. Su Shuyan was surprised. She patted Jiang Tang on the shoulder. Tang Tang, am I seeing things? Why is Yi Fan here? Jiang Tang turned to look. Her pretty face immediately showed surprise. She hurriedly waved at him. It really is brother Hercules. Brother Hercules. Over here. Over here, Tang Tang. He looked up to greet them. A bit of cream still stuck to his mouth. Jiang Tang trotted over to him. Brother Hercules, why are you here? He replied calmly. The Wen family invited me. Su Shuyan crossed her arms, glancing at him with a bit of disdain. Shameless. How could the Wen family invite you? He licked the cream off the corner of his mouth. He smiled calmly. Old Wen and I are barely considered friends. Suddenly, Lin Qiying's voice came from behind. Miss Su, is this your friend? Su Shuyan was momentarily flustered. She stammered, Mr. Lin? No, he's the son of my mother's best friend. Lin Qiying was originally talking to some new friends. Seeing a man approaching Su Shuyan, a sense of danger immediately rose in his heart. He extended his hand. I am Lin Qiying. May I know your name? Yi Fan didn't shake his hand immediately. Instead, he finished his piece of cake before answering. Yi Fan. Lin Qiying thought to himself. Acting so arrogant. I wonder which major family he inherits from. Mr. Yi seems hungry. Did you come here without eating dinner? I ate, but I wasn't full. While Lin Qiying was still guessing his identity, his new friends walked over. One of them saw Yi Fan, and his eyes immediately widened. Yi Fan, you? Why are you here? Lin Qiying asked in confusion. Brother Jihao, you know him? Chun Jihao didn't answer. Instead, he immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly, Security! There's a hillbilly here who snuck in to eat and drink. Kick him out immediately. Su Shuyan felt a bit embarrassed. She questioned him. Chen Jihao, what are you doing? What am I doing? This is Elder Win's birthday banquet. Can low-class trash like him just waltz in? Hearing this, Lin Qiyang reacted. He instantly felt disgusted, as if he had swallowed a fly. Turns out this kid has no background at all. At this moment, a security guard walked up to Yi Fan. He frowned and asked, Sir, do you have an invitation? Yi Fan shook his head, no. Then may I ask how you got in? Chen Jihao stood by the side, sneering. How else could he get in? Of course he snuck in. Yi Fan explained with annoyance. Old one brought me in. Hearing this, the security guard was speechless. Representatives of major families like the Su family, the Chun family, and the Lin family are here. An elder one hasn't even appeared yet. What right does this kid have? Bragging without shame. The security captain ordered. Throw him out. Wait, just then, Su Jingshan and Xiao Jing hurried over. Xiao Jing was angry. She shoved the two security guards who were about to act. What are you doing? He is my adopted son. The security captain recognized Xiao Jing. He hurriedly apologized. Sorry, Mrs. Su. We didn't know. Xiao Jing looked at Yi Fan with an apologetic expression. Xiao Fan, why did you come without telling Auntie? Auntie didn't mean to leave you behind. Su Jingsan Fawen set de li. Because not bringing Yi Fan was his idea, mainly because he was worried others would gossip. However, since things had come to this, he instructed, all right, little Fan. Since you're here, just stay. Eat properly. And don't run around. The words had barely left her mouth when a crisp smack echoed through the hotel's grand hall. Hundreds of guests in suits and evening gowns all turned their heads in unison. They saw Chen Jihao flying like a rag doll for more than 10 meters, crashing through numerous tables and chairs. Two bloody teeth lay scattered on the ground. Lin Xiaoyong and Su Shuyan. Everyone else was stunned. No one expected Yi Fan would dare to strike someone on an occasion like this. After a moment of shock, Su Jingshan flew into a rage. Yi Fan, what do you think you're doing? At that moment, a pot-bellied middle-aged man was notified by someone else. Old Chun, your son's been beaten up. Come quick and see. Chun Ji Biao was horrified and rushed over. He saw his precious son, Chun Jihao, lying on the ground like a dead dog, bleeding from his nose, mouth, and ears. His two front teeth were also gone. He was barely conscious, still trying to hit on girls. The wealthy young master, Qin Fan, also looked over. Seeing the face of Yi Fan, he realized the man bore a 70% resemblance to the sketch. He became excited, quickly taking out his phone to snap a picture and send it to the Zhao family's young master, far away in Benhai. After calling for an ambulance, Chen Jibiao raised his fist to strike Yi Fan. You little bastard. You dare hit my son. I'll kill you. Stop. A clear voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. When Qinglong glanced at Chen Jihao on the ground and sighed helplessly, I was only gone for 5 minutes, and this kid has already caused trouble. No wonder Grandpa insisted I keep an eye on him. Chen Jibiao gritted his teeth and pointed at Yi Fan. This bastard attacked my son. Without any reason. The Wen family must give me an explanation for this. His angry voice echoed throughout the first floor hall. Everyone thought Yi Fan was in for a world of hurt. Unexpectedly, when Qinglong glanced at Yi Fan and then said, an explanation? What explanation? Yi Fan is an honored guest of our Wen family. The surroundings fell silent. The guests thought they had misheard. An honored guest of the Wen family? Just a kid? Chen Jibiao was dumbfounded. Miss Wen, you're not mistaken, are you? This kid, Mr. Chun. Please watch your tone. Just then, Annie Chiao's voice was heard. Little Fan, what on earth happened? Yi Fan explained, it's nothing. Annie, you know I know a little about medicine. I helped old Master One with an illness before. He invited me over for a meal. After a few visits, we became friends. Hearing this, Su Jingshan was extremely surprised, but still said helplessly, Little Fan, even so, you can't just hit people whenever you want. Today is Old Master Wen's birthday banquet. At this moment, Wen Qinglong smiled at the crowd. The banquet is about to begin. Everyone, please prepare to take your seats. Then, she spoke respectfully to him. Mr. Yi, we have reserved a seat for you as our guest of honor. This way, please. He grunted in acknowledgement. As he walked past Su Shuyan, he suddenly spoke up. For Annie Chiao's sake, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stay away from that Lin Xiaoyong. He's not a good person. After saying this, he strode away. Su Jingshan and Annie Chow looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. Su Shuyan was both confused and angry. What does he mean? That he's a good person? A violent psycho, who only knows how to solve problems with his fists. When Qinglan walked beside him, Lin Xiaoyang? I think he's Lin Quan's son. How do you know he's not a good person? He uttered one word. Killing intent. Killing intent? You mean Lin Xiaoyang has killed someone? He replied calmly. Not just killed someone, but killed many people. When Qinglan looked doubtful. Real or fake? Why can't I see it? With your meager skills, what could you possibly see? These words made when Qinglan so angry, she raised her fist. Lin Qiang also recounted what just happened to his father, Lin Quan. Lin Quan was a middle-aged man in his 50s, but he was very well preserved, wearing a crisp suit and small-frame glasses. He looked very refined. He stroked his chin. There's such a talented young man in Qingzhou. Interesting. Meanwhile, not far behind them, Qin Fan's phone rang. He pressed the answer button. The next second, his eardrum was almost pierced. Zhao Gulu's voice was full of excitement. It's him, Qin Fan. It's definitely him. Where are you right now? I'm flying over immediately. Peach Blossom Garden Hotel in Qingzhou. As soon as Qin Fan finished speaking, the phone was hung up, emitting busy tones. He couldn't help muttering. Who exactly is this kid? Why is the Zhao family's young master so excited? In the banquet hall on the second floor, when you arranged for Yi Fan to sit next to him, major families like the Su family and the Lin family were all seated at this table. There were nearly 30 people in total. While proposing a toast, the head of the Lin family, Lin Quan, raised his wine glass and said to Yi Fan, I heard Mr. Yi is proficient in medicine. I wonder which medical family you come from. The Sun family in Beihai, the Tang family in Gusu, or the Lan family in Jinling. Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan, grandfather and granddaughter, were a bit puzzled. Isn't Yi Fan an internal force martial artist? Why does he also know medicine? He answered lazily, his chopsticks never stopping picking up food. Nothing to say. The atmosphere at the table instantly became awkward. The Lin family is a major family in Qingzhou. Yet this young man gave him no face at all. A fat woman, with wine-red dyed hair, spoke up, her tone sarcastic. Oh my, putting on quite an act, aren't we? I wonder if you come from a hidden aristocratic family or a prominent clan in the capital. If so, we aren't worthy of sitting at the same table with you. Hearing this, Yi Fan scolded directly. Then why don't you hurry up and get lost? The fat woman was furious. She slammed her hand on the table. What did you say? Elder one, did you invite an arrogant brat here to spoil everyone's mood? Xiao Jing spoke up coldly. You were the one speaking sarcastically first. My adopted son didn't provoke you at all. Lin Quan had just lost face. So naturally, he sided with Xia Hong. Mr. Yi is indeed going too far. Everyone is here to celebrate Elder Wen's birthday. What do you mean by hitting people and cursing? Yi Fan raised his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Talk nonsense again, and I'll beat both of you up too. You. This sentence made the two entrepreneurs so angry they almost cursed. When you saw the situation wasn't good, and finally spoke up. All right. Everyone say a few words less. Let's eat. Xia Hong and Lin Quan then sat down resentfully. At this moment, Xiao Jing took out a bag from under the table. She smiled and asked the waiter to hand it to Wen Yu. Elder Wen, this is a piece of blood jade I asked someone to buy in Lingnan not long ago. I present it to you today as a birthday gift, wishing you happiness as vast as the East Sea. A moment later, Lin Qiang also stood up, holding a gift box with both hands. Elder One, I just returned to the country, so I didn't have time to prepare much of gift. This ginseng is 100-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. I spent over 8 million yuan to buy it. You are a titan in the pharmaceutical industry. Please help check if it's authentic. Hearing this, the guests at the table were shocked. Over 8 million yuan. This amount was nearly enough for a riverside villa in Qingzhou. Yifan also glanced over. Sure enough, he smelled a faint spiritual energy. But the content was truly pitifully low. Elder, when put on his reading glasses, observed carefully for a while and said, Mr. Lin is very thoughtful, but this ginseng is too precious. I cannot accept it. How about this, Qinglan? Transfer the money to Mr. Lin later. Lin Qiang hurriedly and generously refused. Elder One, there's no need. It's just a small token of my regard. At this moment, Lin Quan said with a hint of emotion, "Actually, I mentioned President Wen to Qiyang before. He heard that 100-year-old ginseng has good effects for that condition, so he spared no expense to buy it." Through their conversation, Yifan learned that Elder Wen's son, Manhwa, had a car accident 4 years ago and became a vegetable. No wonder he had known Elder Wen for so long, but never heard him mention his son. Just then, Xiao Hong spoke up again with her annoying voice. "That kid's surnamed Yi. Everyone is giving gifts. What did you bring for Elder Wen? Don't tell me you came empty-handed?" Hearing this, Wen Yu's face darkened. "I told Mr. Yi he didn't need to prepare anything. It's enough that he came." Yi Fan had eaten his fill. He took a napkin and wiped his mouth. "Who said I didn't prepare a gift?" Saying that, he took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, smoothed it out, and casually handed it to Wen Yu. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? A piece of paper can be a birthday gift? Or is the winning number for the next lottery written on it? Wen Yu took the crumpled paper, glanced at it, and asked in confusion, "Dragon gallbladder vitality pill? What is this?" Yifan's tone carried a hint of reproach. "It's a prescription. Doesn't your family run a pharmaceutical business? You don't even know this?" Wen Yu smiled bitterly. "It is indeed a prescription." Xiao Hong immediately sneered, rolling his eyes, taking out a torn piece of paper to fool people. Yifan laughed coldly. "The value of this prescription of mine is 10,000 times higher than his ragged ginseng." Lin Qiyang smirked. "Mr. Yi, you're bragging a bit too much. Just a prescription, even if it's a lost, ancient prescription. How much money can it be worth? Are you sure it's priceless?" "Do you know what priceless means?" Hearing this, all the guests, including Su Jingshan, were speechless. However, Wen Yu knew that Yi Fan very likely had a grandmaster as a master. Therefore, he decided to find someone to try brewing this dragon gallbladder vitality pill tomorrow. Actually, this was a prescription from the Little South world. Now, after being improved by Yi Fan, although the medicinal effect had been reduced by more than half, the medicinal ingredients could all be found on Earth. If Wen Yu had the vision, in the future, he could rely on this medicine to earn trillions, even tens of trillions. This could also be considered a test from Yi Fan for the Wen family. By this time, it was getting dark. Outside the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel, several small vans were parked. More than a dozen thugs, holding iron rods in their hands, sat in the cars, waiting for the opportunity. A Baitman flicked a cigarette, but out the window. "Brother Chun, when do we act?" Chun Ji Biao sat in the driver's seat, his face ferocious. "Notarus, old man Wen's birthday banquet is going on inside. It won't be too late to wait for that brat to come out." After speaking, he slammed the steering wheel. "Damn it, he dared to beat my Chun Ji Biao's son. He probably doesn't know where I used to hang out. Ah Dao, put a sack over his head later. Beat him for me. If you beat him to death, it's on me." The bald man grinned. "Yes, Brother Chun." 2 hours later, luxury cars left the hotel one after another. Yi Fan's figure also appeared at the hotel entrance. Chun Ji Biao pointed at him and said smugly, "That's him. Brothers, get out of the car." Then, a group of thugs wearing sacks over their heads jumped out of the cars, following the bald man. They advanced aggressively. Wen Qinglan hurriedly stood in front of Wen Yu, watching them vigilantly. "Grandpa, be careful." Yi Fan frowned and asked, "Who are you people?" The bald man sneered, rubbing the 3-section staff in his hand. "Who are we? We're the ones here to deal with you." Suddenly, Qin Fan led several security guards running out of the hotel entrance, blocking in front of Yi Fan. "Buddy, you go quickly. We'll hold them off here." Yi Fan was even more confused. "Who are you? Do I know you? Oh my God, you talk too much. Go quickly." Qin Fan shouted anxiously. He thought to himself, if the Zhao family's young master hadn't ordered it. "Do you think I want to protect you?" The bald man's eyes were fierce. He shouted, "Beat them to death for me." More than a dozen thugs were about to act, when suddenly a gust of wind and a blinding light struck. The whirring sound of helicopter blades echoed in the sky. The bald man looked up, exclaiming in shock, "Oh mother, what the hell is that?" A sharp-eyed lackey cried out in surprise, "Brother Dao, someone jumped down." With a thud, a black figure fell straight from the sky. The cement ground cracked open, the fissures spreading for dozens of meters. Yi Fan glanced at the cockpit, frowning. Why did this kid come here? Soon, the helicopter landed. A handsome young man stepped out of the cabin. A burly man walked beside him, bowing in salute. The young man just nodded slightly, then with a look of extreme excitement, quickly walked up to Yi Fan. When you stared at this young man for a long time, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "You are the young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Gulu, one of the 7 great families." The burly man standing beside him immediately said in a deep voice, "Impudent," when you hurriedly took 2 steps back, bowing in apology. "Please forgive me, Grandmaster." Hearing this, when Qinglan was so shocked, she almost couldn't close her mouth. "What? He's a Grandmaster?" Zhao Gulu immediately shouted, in front of the martial king. "Do not be rude." "Yes, young master." The Grandmaster, surnamed Tung, bowed, but he still looked at Yi Fan with suspicion. "This kid is a martial king? My young master must have hit his head." Zhao Gulu mustered up his courage and spoke to Yi Fan. "Senior, I finally found you. Please accept me." Yi Fan immediately interrupted him. "You have the wrong person." Hearing this, Zhao Gulu looked determined. "I'm not mistaken. It's you, the one who killed Tokugawa." Yi Fan glared at Zhao Gulu with annoyance. "Shut up. Dare to speak nonsense again, and I'll crush you right now." Seeing Yi Fan give Zhao Gulu no face at all, Wen Yu was shaken to the core. This is the eldest young master of the Zhao family, the leader of the 7 great families. One must know that the Zhao family is the top family in the south. There isn't just one grandmaster in the clan. Their strength is even comparable to some small countries. Grandmaster Tung heard this, and his brows furrowed slightly, daring to threaten to kill his family's young master in front of him. Does he not take Ting Taizhan seriously? I won't say it. I won't say it anymore. Zhao Gulu realized Yi Fan didn't want to reveal his identity. Then he said, "Senior, there are many people here. Let's find a quiet place to talk. By the way, what's with these people?" Zhao Gulu signaled with his eyes towards the men in black. "Yi Fan replied calmly. Just some ants who don't know their place." Hearing this, Zhao Gulu immediately flew into a rage. "Bastards! So bold! Uncle Tung, deal with them." "Yes, young master." Tung Taizhan accepted the order, glancing at the bald Ah Dao and his gang. How could these thugs withstand the pressure of a grandmaster? They were so scared they wet their pants, souls flying away in terror, turning to run. But the next second, Tung Taizhan waved his sleeve. A visible stream of white energy swept towards the thugs. They instantly felt as if they'd been hit by a speeding truck and were sent flying backward. The windshield of the van Chen Jibiao was driving was shattered by one of them. The man's body landed right in front of him, causing him to scream in terror and scramble from a driver's seat to the back. In an instant, not a single thug could stand. They were all critically injured, on the verge of death. This is true Qi, a grandmaster. He's truly a grandmaster. Wen Qinglan gasped for breath, because she had heard from her grandfather that when martial arts are cultivated to the extreme, one can refine internal energy into true Qi. This was a terrifying power that could kill enemies from a distance. Tung Taizhan turned and nodded to Zhao Gulu, signaling that the matter was handled. Zhao Gulu gave a slight hum of acknowledgement. Then he looked at Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan and said politely, "It's getting late. Aren't you two planning to leave?" "Young master is right." Wen Yu bowed deeply, then led his granddaughter Wen Qinglan away, not daring to look back. "Qin Fan, you head back to the hotel first. I'll be there later." He naturally recognized Zhao Gulu's intention to separate everyone. He asked, "What do you want to talk about?" "Senior, perhaps we could find another place to talk?" He waved his hand. "We can talk here." Zhao Gulu was full of anticipation, a little nervous. "Senior, it's about that matter again. I wish to take you as my master." He didn't wait for him to finish, sternly refusing. "In your dreams, I don't accept disciples." Zhao Gulu was anxious. "Senior, as long as you agree to accept me, I can meet any condition." Hearing this, he glanced at him. "Really?" Zhao Gulu nodded firmly. "Absolutely. More real than gold." He had already made up his mind, no matter how high a price Yi Fan demanded. Even if it was half of the Zhao family's assets, he would persuade his father to accept, because the man before him was a legendary martial king. He had personally witnessed him kill the sword saint, Tokugawa Ichiro. There was no mistake. "I need spirit herbs. A lot of spirit herbs." "Spirit herbs?" "Uncle Tung, go back to the family at once. Zhao Gulu turned his head, about to give an order. Wait, he said again. The spirit herbs I need aren't ordinary ones. They must be high grade. At the very least, 1,000-year-old ginseng. Hearing this, Tung Tieshan's face darkened. What? 1,000-year-old ginseng? Your appetite is quite large, sir, he added. 1,000-year-old ginseng is just the minimum. I need much more than that. Tung Taizhan was speechless, glancing at his young master. Zhao Gulu was also a bit embarrassed, because he clearly couldn't meet his demand. A ginseng that had truly grown for 1,000 years. How precious was that? Even the Zhao family, using all their resources, could only gather a few stalks, let alone anything else. Can't find them? Then I'm leaving. Zhao Gulu clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. At that moment, in a peach orchard, Wen Yu and his granddaughter had not yet left. They were secretly watching from a distance. Wen Qinglan asked with confusion, Grandpa, who exactly is Yi Fan? Why is the young master of the Zhao family so respectful towards him? When you took a deep breath, perhaps it's just as Xiaohong said. He comes from a prominent family in the capital. Just then, Wen Qinglan pointed. Grandpa, it looks like Yi Fan is about to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, the two of them saw Tung Taizhan at the moment Yi Fan turned. Roar angrily. Stop. He stopped and turned his head. Is there something else? Zhao Gulu hurriedly tried to intervene. Uncle Tung, stop it. Tung Taizhan waved his hand, signaling Zhao Gulu not to interfere. He stared at Yi Fan. My young master says, Your Excellency is young, but already a legendary martial king. I wonder if it's true. Yi Fan was a bit annoyed. Are you sick? Martial king my ass. I don't know. Tung Taizhan sneered. I don't think it looks like it either. Martial kings? There are only a few in all of Hua Nation. I also heard the young master say, the sword saint of the cherry blossom country, Tokugawa Ichiro, died at your hands. Yi Fan immediately denied it. Don't know. Zhao Gulu knew Yi Fan wouldn't admit it, so he gave a bitter smile. In fact, the whole Zhao family thought he had hit his head and was hallucinating. It's dark. I have to go home. Goodbye. Yi Fan didn't want to drag this out anymore, preparing to leave. But Tung Taizhan spoke up again. My young master hopes your excellency can stay and clear up some misunderstandings. Will your excellency give me face? Yi Fan's voice turned cold. What if I don't give you face? Tung Taizhan grinned. Then you can't blame me. Saying that, he placed his hand on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan paused slightly, sighing. I hate being touched by others without my consent the most. I'll give you 3 seconds. Take your hand off. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Beside them, Zhao Gulu hurriedly advised. Uncle Tung, stop it. Tung Taizhan waved his hand confidently. It's fine, young master. I want to see what consequences he can make me bear. A miserable scream suddenly rang out, making Zhao Gulu jump. He focused his eyes, only to see Tung Tieshan's entire right arm twisted grotesquely. The arm bone broke into 6 pieces, piercing through the skin. Blood flowed profusely. Extremely miserable, and streams of milky white qi radiated from Yi Fan's body. Tung Taizhan screamed miserably as if he had seen a ghost. Refining qi into gang. Great Grandmaster. You are a great Grandmaster. Only at the Grandmaster realm can one cultivate true qi, kill enemies from a distance, and withstand firepower. But true qi can be further refined into gang qi. This kind of power is even more terrifying. It is said to be able to block even artillery bombardment. A Grandmaster who refines gang qi is called a Great Grandmaster, many times stronger than an ordinary Grandmaster. These thoughts flashed through Tung Tieshan's mind. But the next second, a delicate fist kept enlarging in his vision. Finally, with unimaginable speed, it punched his chest. Tung Taizhan disappeared on the spot. No one knew where he went. Wen Qinglan, watching from afar, rubber eyes. Grandpa, where is that Grandmaster in the black coat? When you naturally didn't see clearly either. I don't know. At this moment, Zhao Gulu's eyes widened. He trembled and took a few steps back. Did you kill Uncle Tung? Yi Fan casually clasped his hands behind his back. Didn't kill him, just taught him a little lesson. A tiny qi condensation stage cultivator dares to act arrogant with me. Truly doesn't know life from death. Qi condensation stage. Zhao Gulu was a bit confused by this term, but hearing that Uncle Tung was still alive, He breathed a sigh of relief. If you can collect some high-grade spiritual medicine, I can consider accepting you as a registered disciple. Otherwise, don't dream about it. Yifan finished saying this. An online ride-hailing car slowly drove up. Turns out he talked to Zhao Gulu for so long just to wait for the car. Yifan opened the car door and got in. The car quickly left the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel. Later, Zhao Gulu found Tung Taizhan at a construction site a few kilometers away from the hotel. His clothes were tattered, and he was vomiting blood. Young master, I was blind. This person is actually a great grandmaster. A great grandmaster comparable to the old ancestor. Tung Taizhan finished the last sentence and fainted due to severe injuries. Zhao Gulu sighed. Uncle Tung, tell me, was that really necessary? Yifan returned to Rose Villa. He saw Su Shuyin sitting in the living room, playing on her phone. She seemed to be texting someone, occasionally smiling sweetly. Seeing Yifan return, she immediately stopped smiling and put on a cold face. Yifan didn't pay attention to her either. He went straight to the bedroom, preparing to play games for a while before sleeping. A moment later, Jiang Tang suddenly sent a message. Brother Hercules, Shu Yin seems to like Lin Qiyang. She keeps texting him. I just feel that Lin Qiyang is not a good person. Congratulations, you answered correctly. That guy is indeed not a good person. I feel like he's a playboy. Yifan thought Jiang Tang also saw the killing aura on Lin Qiyang. Unexpectedly, she only cared about whether he was a playboy or not. As for whether Su Shuyan would be killed or deceived in the future, he didn't care. Anyway, he had already warned her. Midnight, at Bayan Mountain by the sea, in the Zhao family's private villa. Tung Taizhan lay on the hospital bed, his face pale, his breathing weak. The head of the Zhao family hurried over. He asked an old man in cloth clothes, "What's the situation?" The old man in cloth clothes shook his head. The left arm is ruined. The internal organs are all ruptured. Fortunately, the heart wasn't damaged. His life can still be saved. To beat old Tung into this state. Gulu, who exactly is that person? Why was he so ruthless to Uncle Tung? Zhao Gulu sighed deeply. I've said it so many times. That person is the one who killed Tokugawa Ichiro. He saved my life. He is senior martial king. But no one believed me. Uncle Tung didn't believe it either. And he repeatedly provoked the senior. The result, hearing this, the head of the Zhao family was extremely shocked. Martial king? In this huge Hua nation, there are only 4 martial kings on the surface. Jiangnan has none. Where did this young martial king come from? At this moment, Zhao Gulu stood up. He said firmly, I've decided. I want to go to university. The head of the Zhao family waved his hand. No, are you too idle with nothing to do? Zhao Gulu hurriedly explained. Here's the thing. Qin Fan just helped me investigate. That senior is a freshman at Qingzhou University. I want to be classmates with a senior. Slowly cultivate feelings. Maybe in the future, when the senior is happy, he will accept me as a disciple. Martial King? A freshman in university? The head of the Zhao family suspected there was something wrong with his ears. Zhao Gulu got more excited the more he thought about it. Dad, this matter cannot be delayed. Hurry up and arrange the admission procedures for me. A normal weekend passed just like that. Except for Lin Qiyang asking Su Shuyan out for dinner, and Jiang Tang complaining why he didn't stop it. Nothing special happened. Monday, he held a large bag of potato chips, leisurely going to class. After the morning class ended, the counselor Wang Chuan took advantage of the time before everyone left to bring a transfer student into the class. Students, this is a new student transferring from Beihai University. Zhao Gulu. Everyone give him a round of applause. As soon as Wang Chuan finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the classroom. Zhao Gulu? Wow, what a cool name. He's handsome too. School hunk level. Even the beautiful and wealthy class monitor, Zhang Xintian, couldn't take her eyes off him. This Zhao Gulu was exactly her ideal type. Yifan heard this name, frowned and looked up. Damn it, it really is the Zhao family kid. He had changed into a school uniform and wore glasses. He looked like a sunny boy. No one would think that he was the young master of the top family in the south. Seeing Yifan's dark face, Zhao Gulu immediately gave him an ingratiating smile. Wang Chuan left. Many female students rushed up to ask for his WeChat. Zhao Gulu got rid of them in 3 sentences. then quickly chased after Yifan. Senior, what a coincidence. You study at Qingzhou University too? Yifan was very annoyed. What exactly do you want to do? Zhao Gulu said seriously. I don't want to do anything. I just came here to study. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Yifan shook his head and quickly walked away. But that day, wherever Yifan went, Zhao Gulu followed. The Zhao family's young master seemed to have turned into his little tail. Even when going to the bathroom, he had to stand next to him. In the evening, Yifan went to the promised milk tea shop as usual to get milk tea. Although Zhao Gulu was an internal force martial artist and could go months without eating, now that he was back on campus, his mouth was craving it too. He said to the salesgirl at the counter, "Hello, give me a mango bubble tea." Su Wanwan recognized him as the transfer student from the morning. So she said politely, "Sorry, student Zhao. Please go to the back and line up." Zhao Gulu was stunned. He pointed at Yifan and asked, "Why doesn't he have to line up?" Yifan was still busy drinking his milk tea, ignoring him. Jiang Ying smiled and replied, "Student Zhao, Wanwan, and Yifan have an unusual relationship. What do you think?" Su Wanwan immediately blushed. She stole a glance at Yifan and hurriedly clarified, "Ying, don't talk nonsense. Yifan and I have nothing going on." Zhao Gulu was shocked in his heart. Could she be the mistress? He looked at Su Wanwan with completely different eyes, even breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified, just because he was thinking earlier, it was hard to get back to college days. Should I flirt with a girl or something? Luckily, he hadn't acted yet. Otherwise, he would be dead meat. Yes, mistress. I'll go line up now. Zhao Gulu finished speaking and went to the back. Hearing this, Su Wanwan was dumbfounded. Ying, Ronli. What did he call me just now? Her two best friends also shook their heads. Didn't hear clearly. Yifan took his milk tea and walked towards the lecture hall area. Suddenly, a beautiful figure glided over. When Xinglan quickly walked up to him and asked carefully, "Mr. Yi, Grandpa prepared a dinner at home. Could you give us face and come?" Yifan thought for a moment. He asked seriously, "Is there good food?" Of course, even better than the birthday banquet that day. Ever since knowing Yifan was a foodie, the Wen family had tried every means to find top-quality ingredients and invite top chefs, just to treat him well. Yifan rubbed his stomach. It just so happened he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Then what are we waiting for? After the two left, Jiang Ying asked Su Wanwan worriedly. Wanwan, Senior Wen Qinglan seems to be going to dinner with Yifan. Could they be dating? I don't know. Su Wanwan lowered her head, her eyes hiding a sadness that was hard to conceal. Wen Qinglan led Yifan straight to the school gate. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was already parked at the gate, waiting for Yifan to get in the car. When Qinglan suddenly realized there was someone standing behind her, she turned her head to look. Startled. Eldest young master of the Zhao family? Zhao Gulu waved his hand. "Just call me Student Zhao. What's your name?" When Qinglan clasped her hands tightly, bowing 90 degrees. Even her breathing became rapid. "My name is Wen Qinglan. My grandfather is Wen Yu." Zhao Gulu impatiently helped her up. The Wen family? Seems to have heard of it. Used to be very famous in Qingzhou. Later, there seemed to be no news, right? When Qinglan nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. "Young master." "No." "Student Zhao." She was flustered. She didn't expect the eldest young master of the Zhao family to appear at Qingzhou University. And so young. "Miss Wen, where are you taking Senior Yi?" "Senior Yi? Yifan. I'm taking him home for dinner." "Dinner? Great. I haven't eaten either. I wonder if I can tag along for a meal at your house." When Qinglan was stunned, she hurriedly bowed, making a gesture of invitation. "Please get in the car, young master. I'm befriending you." Zhao Gulu smiled brightly, opened the car door, and sat inside. "Oh, Brother Yi, what a coincidence. You're coming to the Wen family for dinner too?" Before he could finish greeting, the eldest young master of the Zhao family was kicked out of the car by Yifan. Zhao Gulu didn't expect it. He still arrived at Jiushi Manor, but he didn't ride in the Rolls-Royce. Instead, he found his own way and took a taxi there. When you heard the news that the Zhao family's young master was also coming, he was both happy and worried. He hurriedly ordered the kitchen to prepare more food, because martial artists usually have a very large appetite. After 3 rounds of drinks, and the food was more than half gone, we took out a bank card, smiling as he handed it to Yifan. Yifan glanced at it, not accepting. "What is the meaning of this?" "Mr. Yi, There are 50 million in this card. The password is 6 nines. Take it to buy some daily necessities. When you push the card over with both hands, his tone much more respectful. He even used honorifics with Yifan. The Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pill. I've had people try brewing it. The effect is miraculous. I've only taken it for 3 days and already see obvious results. Speaking of the effects, when you blushed, not elaborating further. Arwen family dares not monopolize this miraculous prescription. Besides this 50 million. In the future, no matter how high the sales of the Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pill are, 50% will be given to Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Yifan accepted the bank card. He put it in his pocket. All right, consider yourself sensible. I thought you guys planned to secretly swallow this prescription. When you hurriedly shook his head. How would I dare? How would I dare? Yifan said again, let's see the sales situation of the Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pill for now. If it's good, I have a few more prescriptions that I can give to you. When he was overjoyed, he immediately stood up trembling. Really? But Yifan didn't care much. This Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pill prescription was just an ordinary one that he casually improved during a class. In his hands, he even held secret recipes that could mass-produce chi condensation pills, which could help cultivators stuck at the chi condensation stage for many years break through to foundation establishment within a month. This was the method of a nascent soul cultivator. Mortals could never imagine it. At this moment, Zhao Gulu suddenly spoke up. Elder One, what is the Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pill? Why have I never heard of it? Young Master, the Vitality Pill is brewed by this old man based on an ancient prescription from Mr. Yi. This kind of tonic has an extremely strong effect on nourishing yin and tonifying the kidney, far exceeding those ordinary medicines on the market. This old man has only taken it for 3 days and already feels like returning to his prime. When you coughed lightly with some embarrassment. Ahem, young master, you understand. When Qinglan stood by the side, blushing furiously, she had to pretend not to understand. Zhao Gulu's eyes widened. Real or fake? He gradually calmed down. Thinking for a moment, he said, Elderwin, how about giving me some Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pills? When you was stunned. Young master, you are young. Why? Why do you need to use this kind of medicine? Hearing this, Zhao Gulu almost choked on his saliva. As a man, he hurriedly clarified. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to test the effect of the medicine. If it's really as good as you say, the Zhao family can invest in this project. What? When you was shocked. He stood up from his chair again. If it's true, the Wen family might really be able to return to the position of the top family in Xingzhou. However, when you acted cautiously, he hurriedly asked Yi Fan's opinion first. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Yi Fan said frankly, I have no opinion. Anyway, I'm only responsible for providing the prescription. How you sell it is your business. Just remember to give me my share of the commission. Hearing this, when he was visibly delighted, Zhao Gulu also muttered to himself, finally managed to get a little closer to Senior Yi. As for the Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pill, he actually didn't care much. The Zhao family also had many ancient prescriptions. Qinglan, Grandpa is in high spirits today. Tell the kitchen to make a few more dishes. I want to drink with Mr. Yi and the young master. Until we're drunk. Grandpa, don't forget about that matter. When Qinglan whispered, then stole a glance at Yifan. Before leaving, the sky gradually darkened. Yifan had eaten his fill. He was just about to leave. When you spoke up, Mr. Yi, young master, if you don't mind, just stay here tonight to rest. Zhao Gulu acted indifferent. He immediately looked at Yifan for instructions. Yifan ignored him. He said to Wenyu, Old man Wen, if you have something to say, just say it straight. Don't beat around the bush. I hate people who hem and haw the most. When you didn't expect Yifan to see through him, he smiled awkwardly. Has Mr. Yi heard of my son Manhwa? Yifan waved his hand. Never heard of him. When Qinglan stood silently by the side, her beautiful face showing a trace of sadness. He is my only son. Also Qinglan's father. Water was a rare talent. He had both outstanding business talent and martial arts aptitude. At the age of 40, he had already cultivated internal force, famous in the Qingzhou martial arts world. I once thought he would lead the Wen family to new heights, but a sudden car accident turned him into a vegetable. Wait a minute. Zhao Gulu suddenly interrupted very rudely. An internal force martial artist getting into a car accident and becoming a vegetable. Are you kidding? An internal force martial artist's neural reflexes approach the speed of sound. They can easily dodge bullets. Did the one family's young master get hit by a fighter jet? At this moment, veins gradually appeared on Wen Yu's drunken face. He gritted his teeth and said, "The young master is absolutely right. Huater didn't actually have a car accident. He was heavily injured by an expert. That person used ruthless methods to cripple his limbs and severely injure his brain, turning him into a vegetable." Hearing these words, Wen Qinglan began to have red eyes, tears welling up. Zhao Gulu stroked his chin. So that's it. An enemy came knocking. You don't know, all these years, because of searching for the culprit and treating Huaer, the Wen family has almost gone bankrupt. Stocks have also plummeted because of this. Yifan didn't want to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. So you want to ask me to act and cure your son? Wen Yu nodded in admission. That's right. Wen Qinglan also felt a surge of hope, looking at Yifan with her beautiful teary eyes. Let me see the situation first. Very quickly, Wen Yu led Yifan to the backyard of Jiushi Manor. In a spacious bamboo room, Yifan saw the eldest young master of the Wen family, with servants taking care of him. Although Wen Hua had been lying there for 4 years, his appearance was still very tidy. His features were also very handsome. He looked like he was sleeping soundly. Zhao Gulu came to Yifan's side. Master, can it be cured? Get lost. Who is your master? Yifan glared at Zhao Gulu and kicked him out. Then Yifan sat on the edge of the bed. He observed Wen Hua's condition carefully for a while, then uttered 2 words. Can cure. Hearing this, Wen Yu and his granddaughter both widened their eyes. What? You said? I said, I can cure your son. Like the dragon gallbladder vitality pill, including the profits of future pharmaceutical projects. I want 70%. Not too much, right? Wen Yu replied without hesitation. No problem. Mr. Yu, can you really cure my father? Wait until he wakes up to cry. Everyone go out. Remember, without my order, no one is allowed to enter. Especially no peeking. If the treatment is delayed, bear the consequences yourself. Yes, yes. Wen Yu agreed repeatedly. Before going out, Yifan remembered something else. All right, give me a phone charger. A moment later, the bamboo room door was locked from the inside. Wen Yu sent more than 20 bodyguards to guard it. He personally supervised it too. He also called a group of doctors and nurses, ready to respond to any emergency. A male doctor in a white coat said angrily, Elder Wen, forgive me for being blunt. The person inside is basically a swindler. You absolutely must not be deceived. I've worked in the inpatient neurology department for so many years. I've never seen a vegetative patient who can be cured just by saying so. Another rehabilitation specialist pushed his glasses up. He said, That's right, Elder One. I'm 100% sure you've been scammed. You should still open the door. Let me see if that guy has a medical license. When you wave his hand, he said sternly, No need. You guys just wait here. A group of specialists looked at each other. Elder One is treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Zhao Gulu sat on a stone table in the courtyard with his arms crossed, sneering at those useless specialists. At this moment, in the bamboo room, Yifan was lying on the big soft bed, playing on his phone while charging it. As for the patient Wen Hua, he was thrown onto the sofa by Yifan. If Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan saw this scene, they would definitely faint from anger. Early the next morning, Yifan finally stretched. He got up from the bed. After yawning a few times, he carried Wen Hua back to the bed. Then, Yifan lifted Wen Hua's shirt. 2 fingers pressed lightly on his chest. With a puff, his fingers pierced through the flesh. Reaching the bone, fresh blood flowed out. A second later, Yifan pulled his hand out. Clamped in his hand was a wriggling worm. Then he called Wen Yu, who was standing outside the door, to come in. Wen Yu looked at the table in shock, speechless for a moment. What is this? He saw that grotesque worm trapped in a glass. Extremely disgusting. Yifan smiled and replied, This is what I took out of your son's body. Miao Jiang goo worm. Anyone who has been poisoned by goo worms knows. That kind of feeling is truly a fate worse than death. And the man in front of him not only had his limbs broken, but was also poisoned by the most vicious goo worm of Miao Jiang by the opponent. Yet Yifan, a nascent soul old monster, easily took out the goo worm with just 2 fingers. At the same time, he told Wen Yu that his vegetative son would wake up within a day. Wen Yu's eyes widened. He rushed over and grasped Yi Fan's hand tightly. Tears streamed down his face instantly. I don't know how to thank you. Wen Xinglan also wept tears of joy. She didn't expect that one day her father would wake up. At this moment, a group of specialists walked into the room. A male doctor said loudly to Yi Fan, "Elder Wen is over 80. You can fool him, but you're too inexperienced to fool us." Yi Fan glanced at him with disgust. "Is it your place to speak here?" The male doctor was angry. Then he started boasting. "I'm a specialist in the inpatient neurology department of the City No. 1 hospital. Graduated from Mayo Clinic in the U.S. You tell me, am I qualified to speak?" These words made Yi Fan laugh. "What's the use of so many titles? Have you cured Elder Wen's son? Taking money without doing work. If it were me, I would have kicked you out long ago." More than a dozen specialists turned purple. They all looked at Yi Fan with angry eyes, wishing they could tear him apart. Perhaps because the room was too noisy. Wenhua's consciousness, who had been bedridden for 4 years, was gradually awakened. Then he opened his mouth. He tried several times before weakly calling out. In an instant, the noisy room fell silent. The next second, Wen Yu and Wen Qinglan rushed to the bedside, sobbing. "Zaha gulos tut beside Yifan." Smiling, "Master, amazing." Yi Fan still gave him no face. "Get lost." Wen Yu immediately waved his hand, chasing those useless specialists out. Then he looked at Yi Fan, almost kneeling in front of him. In his eyes, Yi Fan had spent a sleepless night helping him treat his son. Little did he know that Yi Fan had stayed up all night just to rank up in a game, and only casually removed the goo worm when he woke up in the morning. Yi Fan spoke up. "If you sincerely want to thank me, help me find spiritual medicine." Wen Yu's eyes lit up. "Spiritual medicine? That's right. The higher the grade, the better. But at the very least, it must be 1,000-year-old ginseng. Anything lower is useless. Mr. Yi, our Wen family has a Lingji passed down from the Western Zhou dynasty. Can it be used? How about you follow me to the medicine room to take a look?" Yi Fan was stunned. Lingji from the Western Zhou dynasty? For real? Not from last week, when you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I dare guarantee this is an heirloom of our Wen family. It was left by my great-grandfather." Yi Fan didn't expect too much. That's not that many generations. "All right, take me to see it." Then, Yi Fan followed Wen Yu to the underground cellar in the backyard of Jiushi Manor. Going down the stairs, Yi Fan noticed many safe glass cabinets on the cellar walls. Inside were displayed antiques. Soon, the two arrived at a warehouse. There were many small drawers on the warehouse wall. Wen Yu climbed a ladder and personally took down a brocade box from the top drawer. "Mr. Yi, this is the heirloom of our Wen family." Yi Fan took it casually, opened it. It was a Lingji shaped like a brain. Its whole body was blood red, emitting an ancient and strange fragrance. A look of joy flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. His heart also beat faster. "This is 1,000-year Phoenix Brain Lingji." Returning to Earth for more than half a year, Yi Fan had never been so excited, because this Lingji called Phoenix Brain Lingji could help his injuries. "Mr. Yi, the ancestors of our Wen family were doctors. This strange Lingji was found by an ancestor in the mountains. For so many years, I have searched through all medical books and asked many people, but no one knows what kind of Lingji this is." Although Yi Fan was overjoyed, he still remained calm. He asked calmly, "This is Phoenix Brain Lingji. It is very difficult to find this kind of medicinal material in the secular world. Where did your ancestor find it? My grandfather didn't tell me this. If Mr. Yi needs to know, I can check the family tree." Yi Fan closed the brocade box. "Then go check." When you walked out, Yi Fan instructed again, "As long as you can find Phoenix Brain Lingji of this level, I can grant one wish for the Wen family." Wen Yu was stunned hearing this. Grant a wish, but he didn't think much of it. "Mr. Yi, I will use all the resources of the Wen family to search for the spiritual medicine you need. Also, regarding the goo worm in Huader's body, do you have any opinion? Ordinary goo worms won't crawl into a human body on their own. 80% chance it was caused by an enemy. Think about who the Wen family has offended." Hearing this, Wen Yu's eyes showed both anger and confusion. "Our Wen family always prioritizes harmony in business. Rarely do we have conflicts with others. Who exactly is so vicious? Yifan Shuruk. I can't help with this. After that, when you sent a car to take Yifan back to Rose Villa, he also said that when Manhwa recovered, the whole family would personally come to thank him. Back home, Yifan put the brocade box containing the phoenix brain Lingji under the bed. Thinking for a while, he felt it was unsafe. So he went to the backyard and dug a hole 20 meters deep, burying the brocade box. Black Dragon watched blankly, not understanding what its master was doing. After burying it, Yifan sat on the swing, thinking, Earth is so poor in spiritual energy. Logically speaking, it cannot produce phoenix brain Lingji. Could it be that Earth in ancient times had abundant spiritual energy? To refine the spirit mending pill, 7 kinds of spiritual medicines are needed. I don't know when I can collect enough. Monday morning, Zhang Qingdai, Su Shuyan, and Jiang Tang just walked out of the gymnasium. They were discussing where to go play since there were no classes this afternoon. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded behind them. Hello. Su Shuyan recognized her at a glance. You are the campus belle of the medical department. Su Wanwan dared not accept that title. She hurriedly waved her hand. I'm not a campus belle or anything. Haha, you are so cute. I wanted to get to know you for a long time. Is there something you need from me? Su Wanwan glanced at Jiang Tang. Just a small matter. Tang Tang is my best friend. If you have something, just say it straight. Seeing this, Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment. Then she mustered up the courage to say, I want to ask you, what do you think of Yifan? Su Xuan Thao Wen. Why mention that violent guy all of a sudden? She suddenly put on a serious face. Student Su, did Yifan bully you in class? Hearing this, Su Wanwan hurriedly shook her head. No, he didn't. Su Shuyan, like a detective, stared into her sparkling eyes. Yifan is a violent pervert. Student Su, you are so beautiful. You usually have to be careful. Jiang Tang beside her smiled and said, Brother Hercules isn't as bad as you say. Shuyan, you keep bad-mouthing him. Saying this, does Student Su not like Yifan? From the first day I met him, I didn't like him. Hearing the words didn't like, Su Wanwan smiled again. This made Jiang Tang confused. What are you smiling at? Unexpectedly, Su Wanwan didn't hide it either. She said frankly, because I like Yifan. So hearing that Student Su doesn't like him, I'm very happy. Su Shuyan was just about to advise Wanwan not to go astray. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Student Su, I'm very curious. Why did you specifically come to ask me this question? Su Wanwan blinked her big round eyes. Because Yifan likes you. Hearing this, Su Shuyan was stunned. Jiang Tang's mouth fell open, speechless. After chatting for a while longer, Su Wanwan turned and left. At this moment, Jiang Tang nudged Su Shuyan. She laughed, huh? Shuyan, no wonder brother Hercules always argues with you. Turns out he likes you. Su Shuyan crossed her arms, her expression a bit unnatural. Who cares if he likes me? Anyway, it's impossible between me and him. He is a big pervert. At the same time, Yifan was buying ice cream at the supermarket. Suddenly, he sneezed. Zhao Gulu was lining up to pay. Hearing the sneeze, he turned his head and smiled. Boss, is sister-in-law missing you? Yifan ignored him. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have a sister-in-law. Zhao Gulu sighed. A VIP room full of beautiful girls and you won't go. What a pity. Yifan naturally wasn't moved. A dignified, nascent soul cultivator. How could he be interested in those ordinary cosmetics? 10 hours later, at the OT bar in Qingzhou building, deafening music echoed. In the dance floor area, Zhao Gulu stared blankly at Yifan in front of him. Boss, didn't you say you never go to bars? Yifan crossed his arms over his chest. Amused, whether I come or not, what does it have to do with you? He glanced at Jiang Tang beside him. Helplessly, there are so many bars in Qingzhou. Yet I bump into these 2 girls here. Jiang Tang pulled his arm. Brother Hercules, Shuyan is waiting for us. Let's go. Yifan Sieghit nodded and let Jiang Tang drag him upstairs to the 2nd floor. Entering the VIP room, Zhao Gulu looked at his back, unable to help laughing. Haha, seems like boss is also a sentimental person. Saying one thing, but doing another. Jiang Tang pushed open the door of the VIP room. Inside the room, 2 people were sitting on the sofa chatting. It was Su Shuyan and Lin Qiyang. As soon as Lin Qiyang saw Yifan, his face immediately darkened. Shuyan, why is he here? It's fine. We're all friends. Su Shuyan spoke up to mediate. Then she stood up and walked to Yifan's side. While closing the door, she deliberately leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't care about you anymore." Yifan heard this with a head full of question marks. Thinking to himself, whether she cares or not, what does it have to do with me? He pulled open the VIP room door. Intending to leave, Jiang Tang suddenly grabbed his shirt tightly. "Brother Hercules, don't go." Yifan frowned in annoyance. "What are you doing? Let go. I want to hear you sing." Saying that, she hugged his leg tightly and wouldn't let go. Yifan was helpless with Jiang Tang. He had to sit down. But singing? No way he would sing. He had seen through it. The two sisters set this up mostly because they wanted him and Lin Qiyang to bury the hatchet and become friends. Just then, the VIP room door was pushed open. A group of young men and women walked in. Su Shuyan was immediately stunned because she saw a familiar face. She questioned Chen Jihao. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qiyang stood up and smiled. "Shuyan, I called some more friends over play." "No problem, right?" Hearing this, Su Shuyan frowned slightly. "You should have told me beforehand." Lin Qiyang smiled apologetically. I'll pay later. It's not about money." Su Shuyan thought to herself, Chen Jihao just got beaten by Yifan a few days ago. Can anything good happen when these two meet? Chen Jihao patted the shoulder of a young man beside him. This person was named Li Zhe. His father was the manager of a bank branch in Linjiang district. Qingzhou. He had great power. Many businesses tried hard to curry favor with him. Li Zhe blew out a ring of smoke. He laughed. "Young Master Yi. Quite impressive. You even dared to hit Jihao. What does your family do?" Yifan ignored him. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. At this moment, Lin Qiyang poured 2 glasses of wine. He spoke up. "How about this, Yifan? Jihao, today is my treat. You two shake hands and make peace. Let bygones be bygones." "Okay. After all, everyone moves in the upper circles of Qingzhou. We're bound to run into each other. There's no need to be so tense." Su Shuyan also nodded slightly. "That's right. I also hope everyone gets along happily." Saying that, she nudged Yifan twice with her elbow. "Yifan simidet. Shaking hands and making peace is possible. He has to apologize to me first." The group of young masters and ladies were shocked. Chen Jihao was also about to go crazy, but he endured it, not daring to open his mouth to curse, because he was afraid of ruining young Master Lin's plan. He gritted his teeth, took the wine glass from Lin Qiyang's hand, and drank it all. "Young Master Yi, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have called you a hillbilly. Is that enough?" Yifan didn't answer. He also drank the wine in his hand. "All right, the misunderstanding is resolved. Then everyone sit down and sing. I'll go get more wine. Everyone have fun. All expenses today are on me." Lin Qiyang. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted in the VIP room. Cheering and even whistling. Su Shuyan looked at Yifan, who was out of place in the crowd, and sighed softly. Not long after, all kinds of expensive foreign wines were brought up. There were also fruits and snacks. Some played games. Some sang. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Lin Qiyang and Su Shuyan sat together, sometimes whispering, sometimes teasing each other, looking like a couple. Jiang Tang played games for a while, then quit. She sat down next to Yifan. "Brother Hercules, are you very sad?" Yifan was playing on his phone. He turned his head in surprise. "Why do you say that? Actually, there's some things Shuyan and I both know. Anyway, you should give up. Don't hang yourself on one tree." Yifan felt confused. "Tang Tang, what are you talking about? I don't understand." He took out his phone again, opening the game Honor of Kings. Girl psychology is really hard to understand. Without using mind reading, one really can't guess. Lin Qiyang took advantage of the time. Su Shuyan went to the bathroom to initiate a conversation with Yifan. "Young Master Yi, I heard your medical skills are very superb. You once helped Elder when out of a big trouble. You are a distinguished guest of the Wen family. I wonder where you learned medicine." Yifan ignored him, still focused on playing with his phone. Li Zhe pretended to be surprised. "A distinguished guest of the Wen family? Wow, that's impressive." A girl claiming to be a socialite named Yao Yao said with a disdainful tone, "The Wen family is just a paper tiger. It has been in decline for a long time. The stock of G-Sure Pharmaceutical dropped by half a few years ago. It's not worth mentioning now." At this moment, Yifan suddenly spoke up. no matter how declined the Wen family is. When Elder Wen held his 80th birthday banquet, all the prominent figures in Qingzhou were present. And who are you to dare criticize the Wen family? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire VIP room fell silent. No one expected Yi Fan, who had been silent from the beginning, to speak up in defense of the Wen family. Lin Qiyang smiled secretly. The bait has been cast. The fish is about to bite. Yao Yao had been spoiled since childhood. She had a hot temper. She slammed the table and stood up. What kind of thing are you? A hillbilly from a remote mountain area. The Wen family will sooner or later return to the position of the top family in Qingzhou. When that time comes, you will be humiliated by your own words. You're talking nonsense. To what extent has the Wen family declined? Hillbilly, still acting high and mighty here, lecturing others. Are you worthy? Jiang Tang, sitting next to him, couldn't stand it anymore. Watch your mouth. Yao Yao was angry. She raised her wine glass and splashed it straight at her. Jiang Tang, what does it have to do with you? Fortunately, Yi Fan pulled her away in time. The wine splashed onto the sofa. For some reason, seeing Jiang Tang being wronged, a flame of anger suddenly rose in Yi Fan's heart. He walked up to Yao Yao. She was frightened by his gaze. Hurriedly taking a few steps back. What do you want to do? Li Zhe immediately stood in front of her. I say, don't be impulsive. Li Zhe, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Oh my, look at you. Do you think I'm scared? You are a distinguished guest of the Wen family, hitting whoever you don't like. How dare I provoke you? As he spoke, Li Zhe deliberately pretended to be afraid. Yi Fan didn't bother arguing with him. He raised his hand and slapped him hard. Li Zhe flew more than 3 meters away, knocking over the microphone stand. Several front teeth also fell, scattered on the coffee table. The entire VIP room was silent. No one expected Yi Fan to dare hit Li Zhe, the son of a bank manager, someone with extensive connections in Qingzhou. At this moment, Chun Jihao suddenly spoke up. Young Master Lin, are you going to just stand by and watch? Actually, Chun Jihao didn't dare to come first, because Yi Fan was too good at fighting. But Lin Qiyang said he had practiced martial arts and would protect him, so he dared to come here. Yi Fan, you dare hit my friend in front of me. Are you tired of living? As Lin Qiyang spoke, he punched the wall of the VIP room hard. Only a loud bang was heard. The wallpaper cracked. The concrete wall was also dented with a large hole. Dust flew everywhere. Yao Yao, Jiang Tang, and the other girls were all frightened. They didn't expect Lin Qiyang, who looked scholarly and refined, to have such terrifying strength. Yi Fan saw Lin Qiyang make his move from the beginning, so he wasn't surprised at all. He walked up to Yao Yao. He said coldly, apologized to Tang Tang. Yi Fan, you dare ignore me. Lin Qiyang finally couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward with a long stride, swinging his fist at the back of Yi Fan's head. At this moment, Jiang Tang's scream rang out. Brother Hercules, watch out! In an instant, everyone only heard a smack. Lin Qiyang's left cheek was hit by a black shadow. He immediately flew sideways, smashing the KTV screen. Sparks flew everywhere, and Yi Fan didn't even look at him. He was still glaring at Yao Yao. Apologize. Yao Yao was terrified. She immediately ran to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, she bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have splashed wine on you. I'm really sorry. Seeing this, Jiang Tang hurriedly pulled Yi Fan's hand. Brother Hercules, let's go. Just then, the VIP room door was pushed open. Su Shuyan, holding a fruit platter, walked in with a bright smile. But the next second, the smile on her face froze. She was stunned. Qiyang, what happened to you? Lin Qiyang couldn't speak. He could only point at Yi Fan. Su Shuyan realized Yi Fan did it. She immediately flew into a rage. She rushed in front of Yi Fan, raising her hand to slap him. But unexpectedly, her wrist was easily caught by him. Then he pushed gently, causing her to fall onto the sofa. Su Shuyan sao det de fululi. Yi Fan, you bastard. Why do you always like causing trouble and fighting? Why? Yi Fan pointed at her and said coldly. Su Shuyan, for Annie Chiao's sake, I've spared you many times. But if you still don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Su Shuyan clutched her sore arm, tears welling up as she shouted. Great, hit me then. Try touching me. In the end, Yi Fan didn't strike. He turned to leave. Behind him, Su Shuyan's voice rang out again. Yi Fan, I see through you. You're just a psycho with violent tendencies. I set this up today to clear the grudge between you and Qiyang, wanting you to integrate into our group. But great job. While I was away, you beat Qiyang up. Let me tell you, pack your things immediately and get the hell out of my house. I never want to see you again. Also, I will never, ever like someone like you. Yifan was too lazy to explain to her. Hands in his pockets, he turned and walked out of the VIP room. Without looking back, Jiang Tang hurriedly tried to stop him. Brother Hercules, don't go. Shu Yan is just speaking out of anger. How could? Tang, I know you like Yifan, but you can't be so indiscriminate about right and wrong. Lin Qiyang lay on the sofa, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he revealed a triumphant smile. Finally got rid of this bastard. Turns out, he had investigated early on. That Yifan, Su Shuyan, and Jiang Tang were living together in the same villa. That's why he came up with this plan. Leaving the VIP room, Yifan went to the reception desk on the first floor. He ordered a glass of wine, drank it all, then took out his phone to call Zhao Gulu. Zhao Gulu answered. Hello, boss. What are your orders? Are you still in that OT bar? I'm in the lobby. Come here for a moment. Boss, wait a sec. A moment later, Zhao Gulu ran over with a friend. Yifan had met this person at the Peach Blossom Garden Hotel too. It was Qin Fan, the young master of the Qin family in Beihai. Zhao Gulu called out to him cheerfully. Boss, Yifan nodded. Then he said to him, I'll teach you a fist technique. Do you want to learn? Hearing this, Zhao Gulu's eyes lit up. Fist technique? What kind of fist technique? Don't want to learn? Yes. Currently, you are at the second level of body tempering. Master this fist technique, and I guarantee you can break through to Grandmaster within 2 years. Zhao Gulu's jaw dropped in shock. Break through to Grandmaster in 2 years. Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Yifan waved his hand. Do I look like I have free time? Saying that, he held out a finger. 100 million, plus help me deal with 3 people. Hearing this, Zhao Gulu hardly hesitated. He agreed immediately. No problem. After receiving Yifan's account number, he immediately had someone transfer 100 million in cash. Qin Fan, standing behind, was stunned. He hurriedly whispered a reminder. Young master, be careful of being scammed. Zhao Gulu ignored him. He smiled and asked Yifan, by the way, boss, what are the backgrounds of the 3 people you want to deal with? Yifan repeated, Chen Xiao, Li Zhe, and one named Yao Yao. They're all rich kids in Qingzhou. You can check the details yourself. Make their families go bankrupt. Deep in debt. Unable to pay it off for 10 lifetimes. Hearing this, Zhao Gulu smiled. He immediately made a phone call. Hello, Secretary Vu. Where's my dad? The master is negotiating with representatives of the G-Tech group. Young master, if you have anything, just tell me. All right, then help me deal with 3 people. I've sent you the names. Make their families go bankrupt and deep in debt. The kind they can't pay off for 10 lifetimes. Yes, young master. Secretary Vu didn't ask for the reason. He agreed immediately. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Gulu asked again. Boss, just these 3? Anyone else? In the Jiangnan region. As long as they are not from the 7 great families. If we want them dead, they must die. Yifan Simidet. There is one more. But I want to keep him to play with. After saying that, he left. Zhao Gulu stood there seeing him off to the car. Qin Fan stood beside him, puzzled. Young master, that's 100 million yuan. You trust him that much? Hearing this, Zhao Gulu glanced at him. What do you understand? Don't mention 100 million. Even if it were 1 billion. I wouldn't blink. Su Shuyan and Jiang Tang returned to the Rose Villa. Su Shuyan opened the door to Yifan's room. Finding that he wasn't in the room, she snorted coldly. Consider him sensible. He got out on his own. Jiang Tang looked at the empty room, feeling empty in her heart too. She thought, Brother Hercules, did you really just leave like that? The next day, Jiang Tang hid it from Su Shuyan and went alone to class 2 of clinical medicine to look for Yifan. But Su Wanwan told her, Yifan didn't come to class. This made Jiang Tang worried. He didn't reply to messages, didn't answer calls. She was afraid Yifan would think irrationally and do something stupid. So she had to tell Annie Qiao about this. Hearing this, Annie Qiao almost died of anger. She ran to the villa and scolded Su Shuyan, just as she was about to call the police. Yifan finally answered the phone. Hello, Annie Qiao? Is something wrong? Xiao Fan. Are you okay? Where are you right now? Annie knows what happened last night. Come back quickly. Just stay here. No one could drive you away. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone switched to Su Shuyin's unhappy voice. If he dares to come back here, I will move out. Anyway, it's either him or me. If I'm here, he's not. You girl, getting more and more spoiled. Let me tell you, that Lin Qiang is not a good person. He has ruined many families. Don't associate with him in the future. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Yifan was too lazy to listen to the mother and daughter arguing. He hung up the phone. After that, he checked the balance in his bank account. The total was 165,300,000 yuan. An ordinary person owning such a large sum of money might go crazy with joy. But in Yifan's eyes, this was just a meaningless string of numbers. He called a real estate agent. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I think that house is okay. Help me negotiate the price. Wednesday morning, Zhao Gulu saw Yifan walk in a classroom. He immediately ran over carrying breakfast. Boss, crab roe buns. Try them. They're hot. Yifan gave a hum, then reached out to take it. After eating, Zhao Gulu even threw away the trash for him. Then he asked with a grin, Boss, will you teach me the fist technique? Yifan replied calmly. I already sent it to you via text. Zhao Gulu was stunned. He hurriedly took out his phone. Sure enough, he saw an unread message in the chat. It was a file named Flying Spirit Bone Tempering Fist. Zhao Gulu instantly felt cheated. Boss, you're not kidding, are you? At least make it look mysterious. Write some profound and difficult chants. Then draw some human figures, acupoints, meridians, and so on. How can you just send a file like this? Yifan was also helpless. In the past, when imparting techniques to others, he only needed to point his finger at the other person's forehead, and the memory would be transmitted directly into their head. But now that his primordial spirit was severely injured, spiritual power was used up bit by bit, so he had to use this primitive method. I recorded a video. Learn it yourself. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. All right, Zhao Gulu felt cheated, but he rolled his eyes and smiled. Boss, since you've taught me the fist technique, should I change to calling you master? Yifan glanced at him. You're only at the second level of body tempering and want to be my disciple. At least reach the qi condensation stage first. Zhao Gulu was confused. Qi condensation stage? It's the Grandmaster realm you mortals talk about. Hearing this, Zhao Gulu pouted, but he still excitedly skipped class, planning to find a place to study the Flying Spirit Bone Tempering Fist. These past few days, Yifan didn't return to Rose Villa, but stayed at Jiushi Manor. Hearing that Yifan had no place to stay, Elder One cleaned up the largest room in the manor, telling Yifan to stay as long as he wanted. Just treat it like his own home. In addition, the Wen family treated Yifan with delicacies every day. Just the food cost more than 100,000 a day, under Wen Yu's careful arrangement. The Dragon Gallbladder Vitality Pill was also officially launched on the market. That evening, Yifan and Wen Qinglan came back from school together. The two walked on the main road of the manor, chatting casually. When you stood on the terrace of the 6th floor watching this scene, unable to help sighing. Hua, tell me, how great would it be if Mr. Yi became my grandson-in-law? When Hua smiled bitterly. Father, you're overthinking it. Mr. Yi is someone even the Zhao family dares not offend. How dare our Wen family dream of it? If it were in the past, Qinglan could marry him as a concubine, and I, as a father, would accept it. When you smiled and waved his hand. I'm old, always dreaming. Then he answered a phone call. A moment later, his face suddenly changed. How can this be? Wenhua hurriedly asked, Father, what happened? When you looked serious, don't say a word. He immediately found Yifan and recounted the incident. Hearing this, Yifan frowned. You mean the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine you bought for me in Lingnan was robbed? He was originally a nascent soul patriarch of the cultivation world, but his dantian was shattered when he transmigrated to the Blue Star. Only by refining the spirit-mending pill could he heal his injuries. But spiritual energy on Earth was thin, and materials for refining were even rarer. Just at this moment, the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine when you helped to buy in Lingnan was robbed, making him anxious as if burned by fire. He asked with some suspicion, was only your family robbed? Not only our family, but also the Sun family in Beihai, the Tang family in Gusu, and the Lan family in Jinling. They joined forces to buy this batch of medicinal materials. All were robbed clean. When Qinglan brought tea over and asked worriedly, "Grandpa, what exactly happened? Who is so bold?" "It must be the people from the dark martial world. Those desperados. Besides them, who else dares to kill people from the martial association?" When you sighed repeatedly. "This time I spent a huge sum of money to buy 2,000-year-old spiritual medicines from an old friend in Lingnan. I originally intended to give them to Mr. Yi." The result. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help frowning. What kind of 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine is it? I'm not clear on the specifics either. Anyway, it's like the phoenix brain Lingji. Very rare in the secular world. Hearing this, Yi Fan fell in a deep thought. Should I take action to investigate? If it's a necessary medicinal ingredient for refining the spirit-mending pill, then no matter what, I must get it. At this moment, when Hua spoke up asking, "Father, hasn't the leader of the dark martial world, Go Sorrow, been arrested by the 6 great constables and imprisoned in the martial prison? This organization ceased operations long ago. Why has it reappeared now?" When you shook his head. "Sigh. Actually, I'm just guessing too. I don't know who exactly did it." At this moment, Yi Fan spoke slowly. "Notify me immediately if there is any news about this matter. I plan to investigate personally." That evening, Yi Fan couldn't stand Annie Chiao's nagging, so he had to go to Rose Villa. He also took the opportunity to feed Black Dragon the blood spirit pill. Ever since eating this kind of medicine, ordinary dog food could no longer fill its stomach. At the dinner table, Xiao Jing kept putting food in Yi Fan's bowl, truly treating him like her own son. "Xiao Fan, Shuyan has been spoiled by me. She has a bit of a childish temper. You're the older brother, tolerate her a little." Yifan no dit polititi. As for Su Shuyan, her attitude was very cold. She played with her bowl with chopsticks, occasionally glaring at him. Soon, Su Jingshan returned. He walked in looking travel-worn and tired, seeming a bit rushed. Xiao Jing looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you say the company had a meeting until late? Why are you back so early?" Jiang Tang stood up very sensibly. "Let me get a bowl and chopsticks for Uncle Su." Su Jingshan waved his hand and smiled. "No need, Tang Tang. I ate." "Shu Yan, come out for a moment. Dad has something to say to you." Su Shuyan followed Su Jingshan to the courtyard. She sat on the swing, swinging back and forth while asking, "Dad, what is it?" Su Jingshan sat on the rattan chair, clasping his hands together, looking troubled. "Shuyan, here's the thing. There's a problem with the group's capital chain. Dad plans to sell this villa." Su Shuyan was stunned. She had lived a comfortable life since childhood, never thinking that her family would encounter financial difficulties, even to the point of selling the house. She asked with some confusion, "Dad, what exactly happened? Is our family about to go bankrupt?" "You don't need to ask too much about the details. Anyway, the group needs some money right now." At this moment, Su Jingshan held his daughter's hand, his face full of self-blame. "Sorry, Shuyan. It's Dad's fault." Su Shuyan's, "My Dad, it's okay. If worst comes to worst, I'll live in the school dormitory." Hearing this, Su Jingshan smiled comfortingly. "Silly girl, it hasn't come to that yet. Dad plans to buy you a small apartment nearby. Stay there for 2 years temporarily. Wait until the situation improves, then we'll buy this villa back." "Okay, then when do we move?" "Let me tell Tang Tang. Probably in 2 days." "So urgent." Su Shuyan was stunned. She was used to living here. She felt somewhat reluctant to leave. Su Jingshan rubbed his chin, frowning. "Speaking of which, it's strange. This buyer approached us proactively. The price offered was very high. Offered 120 million yuan. After dinner, Yi Fan didn't stay, refusing Auntie Chiao's kind intention to keep him. She had to see him to the door, giving him all sorts of instructions. Yi Fan listened, but didn't take it to heart. He turned and left immediately. At the same time, in an office on the top floor of a commercial building, the chairman of Baisher Building Materials Group, Chun Jibiao, was kneeling in front of a middle-aged man in a blue shirt, kowtowing incessantly. "Secretary Vu, please give me a way out. I have never had any grievances with you. Why did you cut off my capital?" "What?" The middle-aged man in front of him was Secretary Vu, from the Zhao family, the top family among the 7 great families. He wore glasses, his expression cold. He seemed accustomed to this scene. A moment later, he spoke calmly. "Saw thee. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you. It was your son who provoked our young master. It's not unjust for your family to go bankrupt. Chun Ji Biao was stunned. Ji Hao provoked the Zhao family's young master. Go home and ask your son yourself. After speaking, Secretary Vu signaled the security guard to record a video, then left leisurely. Chun Ji Biao crawled up from the ground. He hurriedly called Chun Ji Hao. You brat, if you don't get your ass back home in 10 minutes, I will kill you. In the bar, Chun Ji Hao was hugging two beautiful girls. Looking bewildered, similar things happened to Li Zai's family. And Yao. Moreover, there were no warning signs at all. Just one sentence from the Zhao family directly removed Li Zai's father from the position of branch manager. As for Yao's father's company, all businesses were cut off. All factories terminated cooperation. Their parents were all informed that they had provoked the eldest young master of the Zhao family in Beihai. But the three of them, even as they were beaten breathless, didn't know where exactly they had provoked him. Clearly, they didn't know him at all. A semester passed very quickly. Soon it was winter break. After completing the final exams, Yi Fan also planned to return to his hometown. At this moment, he was sitting on the high-speed train, talking on the phone with his mother, Chunlan. A smile bloomed on his face. For the past half year, he had wanted to go back to visit many times, but was refused by his mother on the grounds that it would affect his studies. Chunlan was a strong woman. She used to work as a waitress in a restaurant, drove a taxi, did wedding services. Currently, she seemed to be in the clothing business, earning $200,000 a year. Was already quite good in the county. On the contrary, his father, Yimao, was somewhat laid back. Because of a business failure in his youth, he became dispirited. Currently, he rented a few plots of land, hired people to farm, growing watermelons and cherry tomatoes. It could be considered a leisurely life. Yi Fan put on his headphones, just about to play a game for a while when suddenly a call came in. Wen Yu's voice was mixed with urgency. Mr. Yi, there are clues about the matter. I asked friends in the Martial Association to investigate. The robbers of that batch of spiritual medicine are in our Jiangnan province. Yi Fan asked, specifically where? Right in your hometown, Dongyang County. Moreover, I have obtained the list of spiritual medicines. Does Mr. Yi want to take a look? A few minutes later, Wen Qinglan sent the list of lost spiritual medicines. Yi Fan opened his phone to look, glancing through it. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a medicinal ingredient named Earth Jade Fluid. 1,000-year-old ginseng. Yellow essence fruit, purple cherry blossom. These spiritual medicines commonly seen on Earth also existed in the Little South world. Only this Earth Jade Fluid he had never heard of. Thinking of a possibility, he asked Wen Qinglan, Mr. Yi, this Earth Jade Fluid was purchased by the Sun family in Beihai for a lot of money. It is said to be found in a very deep mine. Its substance is a milky white emulsion, quite thick. Hearing this, Yi Fan's spirit was shaken. A medicinal ingredient flashed in his mind. Earth milk. Just as the saying goes, the sky has heavenly dew, the earth has earth milk. Earth milk is formed by the fermentation of underground spiritual veins over many years, accumulating into liquid. It is a magical emulsion. At the same time, it is also a necessary ingredient for refining the spirit-mending pill. At this moment, Yi Fan's gaze was solemn. These spiritual medicines were robbed and appeared right in his hometown. Isn't this fate? Getting off the train, after more than half a day of travel, Yi Fan followed his memory back to Danyang County. Arriving at an ordinary residential area, went up to the 4th floor, knocked on the door of apartment 406. Opening the door, his mother, Chunlan, was at home. A bright smile bloomed on her face, which already showed traces of time. A middle-aged man with graying hair walked out, intending to help him carry his luggage. At the dinner table, eating his mother's cooking, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh. This taste of home, even after 2,000 years, still makes one nostalgic. The next afternoon, a high school friend called to ask him out. His name was Tang Yao. He was Yi Fan's best friend in high school. The two had known each other since junior high, skipping class to play video games at internet cafes countless times together. Later, Tang Yao didn't get into Qingzhou University, but moved to Jinling. The two gradually lost contact. Tang Yao said loudly on the phone, "Hello, Fanzi. Tomorrow at Wanda, there's a class reunion. Let's go together." Yi Fan politely refused. "I have something to do tomorrow. What could be more important than meeting old friends? Let me tell you, Gu Xiaoyao is going too." Hearing this name, Yifan paused for a moment. Then a beautiful face gradually appeared in his mind. Peerless. Yifan had almost forgotten this girl. The campus belle of Danyang High School. Also the person he once secretly crushed on. He even wrote a love letter to confess, but was ruthlessly rejected. Recalling the stupid things he did 2,000 years ago, he couldn't help laughing. Tang Yao asked again, "By the way, Fanzi, doesn't Gu Xiaoyao also study at Qingzhou University? You two didn't keep in touch." Yifan replied calmly. "Not sure. She studies medicine. I'm in humanities." "Right, I forgot. The campus belle studies humanities. You study medicine. Sai, what a pity. Fanzi, if you don't go, that kid Qianjiala will definitely pester Gu Xiaoyao endlessly. Can you tolerate that?" Qianjiala was a snobbish rich kid in the class. His family had power and influence in Danyang County. He had been pursuing Gu Xiaoyao from 10th grade until 12th grade. Moreover, he, Yifan, and Tang Yao were commoners. So they didn't like each other. These names were all buried deep in memory. Yifan just laughed it off when recalling them. "Tang Yao, I really have something to do tomorrow. I can't go. Let's meet privately next time." Actually, Yifan had decided to use his spiritual sense to search for the whereabouts of that batch of spiritual medicine. Although it would consume his already scarce spiritual power, if he found the earth milk, then the refining of the spirit mending pill to treat his primordial spirit would advance a step further. "Let's gamble on it." Saying that, he walked barefoot, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Then he closed his eyes. An invisible spiritual sense poured out from the top of his head, spreading in all directions like ocean waves. In an instant, the entire Fengqi Garden residential area was covered by it. But this was just the beginning. Following that, every street, shop, high-rise building, wasteland, and cemetery in Qingpu town was penetrated by his spiritual sense. Even the underground cellars and underground shelters couldn't escape. With a boom, in the blink of an eye, a massive amount of information flooded into his mind. Yifan felt a bit tired. But fortunately, Danyang County was just a small county, so it was still within his tolerance range. He took a deep breath, starting to scan slowly, filtering the information he needed. At this moment, he raised his spiritual sense high, observing the entire county from midair. In his vision, more than 400,000 people in Danyang County turned into specks of fire, flickering in the night. This was the fire of life. The fire of life of young people was strong, while that of the elderly and children was weak. But there was one kind of person whose life fire burned fiercely, very easy to recognize. That was the martial artist. He looked at those dozens of burning fires, slightly stunned. He didn't expect such a remote place to have more than 60 martial artists. There was even a grandmaster among them. Could these martial artists also be here for the spiritual medicine? Yifan had a guess in his heart, so he monitored them all night. Finally, in the evening of the next day, a phone call from a scarred-faced martial artist in a hotel attracted his attention. What is 100-year-old ginseng worth? The medicinal resources in my hands are unimaginably abundant. How about this? 300 million. For 300 million, I'll sell you 100-year-old ginseng. Tomorrow? Fengji Restaurant. Be there or be square. The scarred-faced martial artist hung up the phone, a sinister smile appearing on his face. He didn't know that he had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. Moreover, the Grim Reaper followed the mobile phone signal and found the person talking on the phone with the scarred-faced martial artist. It was in a luxurious private villa in Danyang County. At this moment, Yifan frowned slightly. Why is it her? When he withdrew most of his spiritual sense and opened his eyes, there were two curious faces observing him. Chunlon asked worriedly, "Xiaofan, what are you doing? Are you okay? Don't scare us." Yimao smiled and stood up. "Don't worry. It's fine. Probably read too many novels and is meditating to cultivate." Seeing this, Yifan also cooperated and laughed twice. He didn't eat lunch at home at noon. He found a random excuse and went out. Then he took a taxi straight to Fengji Restaurant. Fengji Restaurant was a famous restaurant in Qingpu town. The scarred-faced martial artist had already booked a VIP room, eating and drinking to his heart's content inside. As an internal force martial artist, he had a very large appetite, making the waiters stare in surprise. But what Yifan didn't expect was Tang Yao, Qianjiala, and the high school classmates were also holding their reunion at Fengji Restaurant. and he and Tang Yao bumped into each other right at the entrance. Both were a bit stunned. Tang Yao punched him in the chest. Kid, didn't you say you had something to do? Ye fan similit akardli. Finished handling it. Don't I know you? You're just worried about the campus Belgu, aren't you? Tang Yao turned and called out. Brothers, look who's here. Isn't this Yi Fan? Did you come specially to see campus Belgu? Haha, a male student with a face full of acne, holding a Mercedes-Benz key, walked over. Yi Fan, coming here at noon to mooch a meal? This person was Qianjiala. Yi Fan's gaze swept over Qianjiala, ignoring him. Instead, he looked towards a graceful figure in the distance. It was Gu Xiaoyao, the goddess he once secretly crushed on in high school. Long time no see. She seemed even more beautiful than in high school. Her appearance made the male students, and even wealthy middle-aged men passing by, turn their heads to look. Gu Xiaoyao also blushed, feeling a bit shy. The only thing that surprised her was Yi Fan didn't peek at her at all. On the contrary, his eyes were clear, looking at her very openly. This made Gu Xiaoyao feel a bit of goodwill towards him. At the same time, she gave a friendly smile. However, this scene fell into Qianjiala's eyes, making him extremely annoyed. Hey, Yi Fan, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Saying that, Qianjiala intended to push Yi Fan, but Yi Fan grabbed his wrist. Squeezing lightly, he made him scream in pain. Let go, let go. Do you want to die? Qianjiala hurriedly pulled his hand back, looking at Yi Fan with horror. Haven't seen him for a year. How did this kid's strength become so great? Yi Fan still ignored him. Instead, he looked at Gu Xiaoyao, his lips moving slightly, his eyes showing hesitation. Seeing this, the girls laughed and teased Gu Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, look quickly. Yi Fan wants to confess to you again. Gu Xiaoyao glared at them annoyedly. Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Tang Yao spoke up. All right, everyone don't stand here anymore. Let's go in. Then, Tang Yao Pulet, Ye Fanaside. He whispered, Fanzi, don't be impulsive. Wang Qing is a hooligan. You don't need to bicker with him. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He smiled silently. How could he care about a petty thug in a county town? Behind them, not far away, Qianjiala was rubbing his wrist, not entering. He was waiting for someone. A moment later, a tall male student walked into the restaurant. Qianjiala hurriedly ran over. Brother Qing, you finally came. What's wrong? I heard that kid Yi Fan is acting arrogant after going to college. He even dared to get physical with you? Qianjiala patted Wang Qing's shoulder. Help me deal with him later. I'll treat you to drinks at Ingliang International tonight. Easy. Wang Qing grinned. In his eyes, Yi Fan was just a gentle student. He could bully him before, and he could do the same now. A moment later, the two entered the VIP room. Wang Qing pushed the door open and laughed. The VIP room immediately reeked of smoke. Several girls who couldn't stand the smell of smoke frowned. But Wang Qing casually chose a seat and sat down, smoking while talking to Gu Xiaoyao. The campus belle is getting more and more beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Gu Xiaoyao usually hated boys who smoked. She frowned and replied, No, that doesn't make sense. You're so beautiful. Surely someone is pursuing you. How about considering me? For some reason, Gu Xiaoyao unconsciously glanced at Yi Fan at this moment. Wang Qing knew Yi Fan liked Gu Xiaoyao, so he deliberately said that to provoke him. Suddenly, Yi Fan spoke slowly. Put down the cigarette. Hearing this, Wang Qing was stunned at first, then asked in surprise, What did you say? Say it again. I said, put down the cigarette. At this moment, the entire VIP room fell silent. No one expected that after graduating and going to university in a big city, Yi Fan would become so brave. In the past, he wouldn't dare speak like this to a thug like Wang Qing. Tang Yao pulled Yi Fan's sleeve, signaling him not to cause trouble with a thug like Wang Qing. Qianjiala laughed gloatingly, thinking this kid is finished. Gu Xiaoyao also didn't expect Yi Fan to dare speak up for her. But Wang Qing had no intention of putting down the cigarette. Instead, he laughed loudly. Huh, Yi Fan, haven't seen you for a year. You become cool. Do you think going to university in a big city makes you a big city person? Yi Fan didn't say anything. He stood up directly and walked over. More than 20 students in the VIP room were stunned. Looking at this posture, is it going to be a fight? Tang Yao hurriedly stood up to stop him. Fanzi, don't be impulsive. Qianjiala laughed at his misfortune. Tang Yao, you don't need to stop him. Just let him show off. Dare he? Seeing the situation, Gu Xiaoyao stood up and scolded. Qianjiala, don't add fuel to the fire. Seeing Yi Fan standing in front of him, Wang Qing sat on the chair, pointing at his own face. Good. Very good. Hit right here. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan grabbed his back collar, lifting his whole body off the chair with just one hand. All the classmates were dumbfounded. Lifting a person with one hand? How much strength does that take? Did Yi Fan take the wrong steroids? Wang Qing realized something was wrong, but it was too late. Yi Fan carried him to the window, opened the window, and threw him down from the second floor. Screams immediately erupted in the VIP room. Everyone's eyes popped out and jaws dropped. After a few seconds, they ran to the window to check Wang Qing's condition. They saw Wang Qing land on the roof of a BMW 7 Series. The roof caved in, and the windshield shattered completely. A moment later, he rolled off the car, screaming in pain, his face twisted. Oh my God, my car! Qianjiala suddenly screamed miserably. He glared at Yi Fan, shouting, You pay for my car. Yi Fan pointed out the window. Do you want to go down there too? Hearing this, Qianjiala swallowed hard, taking a few steps back. This car belongs to my dad. You must pay for it. At this moment, a female student spoke up. Your dad's car. Qianjiala, didn't you say this was the car your dad bought for you? Yi Fan sat back in his seat. He said calmly, Want me to pay? Are you sure? You don't want to pay? You threw Wang Qing down. You not only have to pay for my car, but also for Wang Qing's medical bills. In short, don't bother eating anymore. Hurry home and tell your parents to prepare 300,000. Sure. Yi Fan smiled slightly and pushed the door open to leave. At the door, he took out his phone. Zhao Gulu spoke excitedly over the phone. Boss, I mastered it. I mastered the first level of the Flying Spirit bone-tempering fist. This fist technique is indeed miraculous. I feel my strength has increased a lot. Yi Fan was a bit helpless. Did I call you? Or what did you call me? Zhao Gulu hurriedly suppressed his excitement. Boss, if you have anything, just order. Just like last time, there is a person named Qianjiala from Dongyang County. His father seems to run a construction company. I probably don't need to say much about other things, right? Isn't it just making him go bankrupt? I will make him regret provoking the boss. Go do it. Saying that, Yi Fan calmly hung up. 10 minutes later, several uniformed officers rushed to the scene to investigate. But after receiving a phone call, the matter was settled. They didn't even ask Yi Fan to pay. A moment later, Qianjiala received a call from his father. Bursts of screaming and cursing came from the phone. You dared to provoke the eldest young master of the Zhao family. Our whole family is finished. Hearing this, Qianjiala panicked. He hurriedly stood up. Something happened at home. I'm leaving first. Yi Fan, let me tell you, I have an urgent matter now. I'll come back to settle the car money with you later. Yi Fan shrugged, not answering. He continued to call the waiter to bring food. While eating, Gu Xiaoyao kept stealing glances at Yi Fan. She seemed to have realized something. Yi Fan just went out for a moment, and the Qian family was about to go bankrupt. Could there be a causal relationship between these two things? A moment later, she shook her head. Even her Gu family couldn't, within 15 minutes, drive the Qian family into such a desperate situation. Impossible. Although she kept denying it in her heart, she increasingly felt that Yi Fan was not simple. Just lifting a man weighing over 70 kilograms with one hand was not something an ordinary person could do. At this moment, a thought flashed through Gu Xiaoyao's mind. Could he be a martial artist? After eating, everyone suggested going to karaoke. Gu Xiaoyao said she still had things to do and couldn't go. The male students all looked disappointed. Just then, someone spoke up. A scarred-faced man walked down from upstairs. Looking around, killing intent revealed between his brows. Gu Xiaoyao mustered up the courage to walk over and ask, Hello, are you teacher? Teacher was a nickname of the scarred-faced man on the ancient martial arts forum. Last night, he couldn't hold back and bragged to everyone on the forum that he had 100-year-old ginseng. Unexpectedly, a young girl contacted him proactively, saying she wanted to buy it for 300 million. The two chatted and found out they were both in Dongyang County. So they agreed to meet at 7:30 tonight at Fengji Restaurant. Hand over the money. Hand over the goods. The scarred-faced man pointed at Gu Xiaoyao, a burning gaze flashing past his eyes. Then he smirked cunningly. Little girl, do you really have 300 million? You're not tricking me, are you? Gu Xiaoyao lowered her head. I really don't have money. But that doesn't mean my family doesn't have money. My grandmother is seriously ill. As long as you bring the ginseng home with me, my father will definitely pay for it. Hearing this, the scarred-faced man became suspicious. Then why didn't your father come? My father doesn't believe I can find 100-year-old ginseng. I contacted you secretly by myself. So that's it. Thinking for a moment, the scarred-faced man patted Gu Xiaoyao lightly on the shoulder. Truly a filial child. All right, I'll go with you. Gu Xiaoyao trembled slightly, dodging. She felt something was wrong with the way the other party looked at her. The scarred-faced man smiled, retracting his hand, hiding the viciousness in his eyes. How do we go? How do we get to your house? Gu Xiaoyao replied. I drove here. I'll drive you. In the underground parking lot. Walking in front, Gu Xiaoyao felt uneasy. She always felt something terrifying was staring at her from behind. After getting in the car, just as she fastened her seatbelt, she glanced at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, the scarred-faced man was peeking at her with ill intentions. A faint evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Gu Xiaoyao gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, suddenly feeling a bit scared and also a bit regretful. Just then, someone knocked on the car window. She was startled and hurriedly turned her head to look. Seeing the person who arrived, Gu Xiaoyao was surprised. Ye Fan, didn't you go to karaoke? Why are you here? Yi Fan pointed at his throat. My throat is a bit uncomfortable. I want to go home. Can you give me a ride along the way?